Aloha kakahiaka paddlers, and welcome to Ocean Paddlers coverage of Te Aito 2024. We are here in our studio in the slopes of Mauna Lani, and I'm Kala'i Miller, and with me is Micah Kalama.
Aloha.
Welcome, Micah. We wanted to bring this Tahitian race to you. This is kind of like their Super Bowl of paddling, of V1 Rudderless paddling down in Tahiti. And folks down there from Te Aito Events and Hawaii Nui Audio Visual were able to share footage with us. And so we understand that they've already started this morning's competition. We're going to kind of jump in there. And Micah is our resident V1 expert here at Ocean Paddler, and he's going to be assisting me in filling you in on what's happening and what's going on down there, some of the history and some of the racers. And so what you're seeing now, Micah, is they've already started. What race is this going to be?
So this right now is currently the U19 Tane race event. They just started. It looks like there was about 47 competitors in this U19 Tane division. So looks like they just started. They just came out of Aroi Park right there in Tahiti Nui on the bigger part of Tahiti. And as you can see, we have looks like a fairly good start right now. We've got all the boats that were lined up on the beach, and they're heading out the pass, and they will be turning on a buoy on the outside. After they turn on the buoy on the outside, they will sweep back around, and they will be heading towards Arui on the inside of the reef for the lagoon, and they'll be heading towards Venus Point. So right now, this is the race start. It looks like a clean one.
Are we able to confirm that this is the current race as we are broadcasting this, or this is footage? We're just going to get that confirmed. But regardless, you can get a look there. You know, you are in, Tahiti Nui proper. You're just outside of Papaete. This is their population center on the main island in Tahiti. And in Tahiti, this is like football in America or rugby in New Zealand or soccer in Europe. This is it, right?
This is it. This is 100%. This is their Super Bowl. This is Te Aito. Any person that's been paddling a V1 over the past 10 years here in Hawaii, this is the event that we want to go to. This is what we want to be a part of, and this is what we want to watch. If you're in Tahiti, this is the race that you're going to go and participate in. And 35 years going, and it's look at the turnout. It's awesome. Amazing to see all these boats just racing out of the pass.
So actually what we're seeing down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and you can see it, I believe that's elapsed time. And right above it, it says Master Tane. So this actually might be the Masters division.
Correct.
For the men, and we will get confirmation on that for you folks. Either way, looks like a beautiful day of racing. We're going to see some incredible V1 action, and these really are the Masters. These are probably, I'm not sure, the Masters division, would that be 40 and up or 50 and up?
So it looks like the Master division is 40, 50, 60, and 70.
Okay, they have different divisions. Correct. Within the Masters. Okay. Sounds good. And so we're getting a quick look at the course here.
Yeah, there it is. So as this is the course you start inside of right inside Aoroi Park. You'll head outside of the pass. As you can see, you'll be taking a left-hand turn on two buoys, and it looks like they will come back towards the park, and they're going to head to the right as you're going to go to Venus Point and back down. So
yeah, this is definitely that U19. These are young men here paddling, and man, look at one thing that I really am always impressed is even when they are tight, face to face, paddling hard against each other, you can't help but recognize how smooth they are in the water.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw it right there. Those two that were just battling side by side and keeping such control of their va'a, and just the technique and the smoothness and the ability to stay that tight next to each other with, types of current, a little bit of swell. Impressive.
Yeah, really for sure. But always just smooth control. And as we were talking about earlier, Micah, before the broadcast started, about how much feel you have to be able to have, or the level of feel for the water and your craft that growing up paddling a V1 can give you. I mean, it's like, you have kids that grew up on a horse ranch, and they can't even explain to you how they know about riding horses. It's just innate. It's because that's all they've ever known.
Right.
And that's how these paddlers are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, a lot of these young men that you're seeing on the screen, they've probably been paddling a canoe since 7, 8 years old, and that feeling is hard to explain to someone that's never been on a V1.
Yes.
And you can see it. You can see the type of finesse and the type of smoothness that they've developed over the years, and it's amazing to watch. And like you said, it's like riding a horse. If you've grown up around a ranch, I was fortunate enough to be around horses my whole life,
right.
and it's amazing because once you're born into something like this, that type of passion just resonates right there on the screen. So,
and they look so smooth, but you cannot imagine the application of power. And so when you're able to apply power and still be that relaxed and that smooth, I mean, it's just like to another level. It's like you watch a pro golfer and they look so relaxed, but that ball is going 300 yards or whatever it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting you say that. It looks effortless on screen. However, they're putting a lot of power and energy into almost every stroke. And as they progress through this channel, again, this race is approximately 10 miles.
Okay.
So you'll have a good amount of time that will pass through this race. Some of these athletes, it's going to be interesting to see where they position themselves as the race progresses, especially I think on this first couple of turns here.
Okay.
As you know, V1s are not as easy to turn as something like an OC1.
And that makes sense for the way they did that turn. It was a two buoy turn, right? So it was like, instead of one 180-degree turn, it was two 90-degree turns.
Right, so a little bit more rounded, and I think it gives you a little bit more time to address your turn as you enter. And obviously positioning is important. Turns can be difficult for some, but I feel like these Tahitian paddlers make it look so effortless.
Oh, yeah.
And,
so you see, it looks like maybe one of the first one was going into a turn. So what kind of stroke changes might we be witnessing or looking for as we get video of these V1 canoes going into those turns?
Sure. You'll see a few different techniques. A lot of people will be using more of a sweeping technique where they'll be because these are left-hand turns, you'll see a lot of them drawing the stroke wide on the right and pulling towards the back of the tail. But on screen, as you can see, just a lot of clean, smooth paddling. You also see some paddle steering. It looks like there is a little bit of current.
There is. There's a little bit of a bump happening out there. And what's cool about this race is that it seems like it's designed to take advantage of all the different types of conditions offered there today. There's some space where they're in the flat water inside of the lagoon, which Tahiti is legendary for, right? They're legendary for their perimeter reefs and that flat, clean water in the nearshore areas. But when you have lagoons, you also have we call them channels. They call it the pass. The pass. And depending on where the current's running and how the tides are, man, there can be some serious currents coming in or out of that pass. And they're having to go in and out of the same pass to be able, so they're going to, if it's going for them in one direction, it's going to be going against them in the other.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be one of those moments where you're going to be, you can see it. You'll see the rate change in a lot of these paddlers. You'll see something a little bit more of a tapping type of stroke where it's a lot quicker and quick pace, and you'll see them advancing through the current as much as possible.
Yeah. Speaking of U19, this is joining us today. This is our producer, Alex. This is his son, Anton, over here. And that's my son, Lion. So, you guys, this is next generation stuff. These are what all the young boys in Tahiti are paddling right now. And so this is what you guys got to look forward to out there. Look at that.
Yeah, boys.
Can't only be riding motorcycle. You got to get out there and do some paddling too. Yeah, okay. All right, well, thanks for joining us, these guys. And make sure you don't make too much noise upstairs, all right? We're trying to do a live broadcast here. Business. All right? You guys have a good day, guys. All businessers, huh?
All business.
All right. So, again, that quick little break there. Back to the screen. Thank you for joining us for Ocean Paddlers. We're kind of just doing live coverage that we're borrowing footage from our friends over at Hawaii Nui Audio Visual in Tahiti. This is Te Aito 24. We're currently looking at the U19 Tane, or boys division. Yeah. So, if you were to be live streaming this from Tahiti, it would be all in French. And although some of our viewers do, a lot of them don't necessarily speak French. And so we're just providing a English version for you. But again, U19 right here, we're probably about 10 or 15 minutes into this race, and these guys are looking smooth. We were just talking about conditions. So they go out, they turn a buoy, they make it across down the shoreline on the inshore waters.
Yes.
Then they come around and they go outside. And It looked, from what we saw earlier, there was a little bit of current or something out there running from, as you were looking offshore, right to left.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah, and like you were saying, I mean, right now looks like some of them are making their way back into where they started, and that's where they're going to be coming inside that lagoon, just like you were saying, Kalai. As they come inside the lagoon, it should be fairly good water. It looks like you can see there is some boats, obviously the escorts and some of the safety crews, and also the production crews are in there. There was maybe some wakes coming off of those boats, so you'll see that. But then you'll see there is a nice little swell running actually towards their ama currently. So like you said, when we were talking about it, going out was one way, coming back in, totally different. So.
Oh, I love watching this. There's so much things to break down, from the rigging to the stroke to the rate to how they are, J steering, I think some people call it,
Sure.
right? Or even they can poke right behind their seat and be able to make some turns there. So we'll break all of that down throughout the day and throughout the many events. What other events are we going to be able to see today, Micah?
So right after this, so we just started with the U19 men. They started. The women are coming up next. So right now we have the U19 women, the open women, and all master women. So 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. They are preparing right now on the beach. They're getting ready to head to the water. They actually will be doing the exact same course as these men.
And again, about a 10-mile course? Is that what it breaks down to?
10 miles. I think it's just a little over 9.5.
Okay.
So that's the distance that they're currently accumulating right now. But yep, they will be competing the same course, and again, that would be the U19 Open Women Masters 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Okay.
And that will be this morning. And then as the day progresses, at about 2.5 hours from the start of this race, we have another race. It's going to be the U16s. So we have the U16 junior boys and then the junior women that will be taking the course as well.
Okay. Busy day of racing all the way up into the afternoon, where we're going to have the open men's race, yes?
Then the main event will be your open men's event. Again, so currently right now in the U19 division, we have just under 50 paddlers accounted for.
Okay.
It's going to be a really big battle. I mean, the number is quite a bit of paddlers for this U19.
That is a good, that is a large representation for just one division of this whole thing. I'm curious to find out later in the day how many we have entered in the men's division.
It's going to be incredible to see.
God, look at that cosign. Papeete is so beautiful. Look at that. So this is towards Venus Point, just outside of Papeete proper, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Beautiful, beautiful day. And so we got a day full of racing, but we also want to make sure that all of our Ocean Paddler family joining us this morning knows that they can find us on other places. We're, of course, going to be right here on our Facebook, Ocean Paddler TV, but also Ade Outrigger World is going to be featuring the same broadcast, and Ade has been making a big push recently to bring rudderless paddling, especially to the rest of the world, and really try to open this sport up on a global level, which I think will be great, in my opinion, for paddling overall, whether it's six-man or rudder paddling or whatever it is. I think this, in my estimation, what we're seeing here today is the purest form of outrigger paddling, in my opinion. We also have our Ocean Paddler YouTube page that folks can log on to. But what we really would love you folks to log on to is our new Adventure Zone Sports Network. So if you're kind of in the car and moving around today, we know this is a long broadcast, and only me and Mike are going to be sitting in one place
all day.
And of course, our production crew are going to be sitting in one place today. But if you are able to have it on your TV at home, maybe you call a couple buddies over, have a viewing party, or hey, you're doing chores at home and you just want to have it on the big screen.
Right.
We also have that available through Adventure Zone Sports Network. You can get it on Roku, Apple TV, or of course Fire TV. I mean, come on, who doesn't have a Fire Stick at this point? You can watch as well at any time on this channel over 200 episodes of Ocean Paddler's best stuff, which includes not only live events like this, but linear TV channels, and it's all going to be in full HD.
Looks like we might have a little bit of confusion on the course. I'm not too sure. I see some people cutting inside of a green marker buoy, and I've seen some adjustments. I'm thinking they're still trying to figure out if they're following the right chase boat at this point.
Yeah.
I did see a little separation, so it looks like they're getting right back on track. So hopefully the course wasn't too confusing maybe on the start. So hopefully they'll iron that out.
There's always that little piece of confusion. Looks like those other guys went inside, and I wonder if that's going to give a DQ for them, but that would be unfortunate. But again, you can see right on the left there, looks like a little bit of low tide. The reef is showing. Again, they are just outside of the reef line there, outside in the Motu. So, but back to Adventure Zone Sports Network. We just want you to download that app on your Roku, your Apple TV, or your Fire TV. Again, it's Adventure Zone Sports Network, and you could have this race beaming in full HD, even 4K TV on your large TV at home. You can see these guys paddling on your 90-inch TV at home, man. That's what it's all about. Really allow you to zero in, break down things like stroke technique and paddling rate, and how these guys are bringing their rate up and down to catch little bumps. But as we're seeing here, Micah, flat water. Yes. These guys are just stretching it out and driving and trying to glide. And the glide, to me, when you have the chance to experience both an OC1 and a Rudderless, man, Rudderless is just the glide.
It's the glide. It's the feeling of being able to feel everything underneath you, the current, the waves. But when the boat is moving, and you saw it just firsthand just a little while ago on the screen, how smooth and clean, and just look at that.
Beautiful technique, all body, and you can see, watch the legs. You can see his thighs right above where the cockpit. Now watch these guys' legs. You can see the drive that they're putting through the thigh into the hip, and that's where the true generation of power is. And that's why, to me, it's so much more akin to a six-man, because not quite to the same degree, but your feet are a bit lower than your hip,
right? Because
of the cockpit the way these boats are designed, and it really allows you to push and drive. In fact, a lot of these boats have like a platform,
yes,
or a piece in there that you are able to kind of rest your heel on the ground, have your toes up,
yep,
and be able to drive off of it. So you can even more so be able to create power generating all the way from your feet through the thighs, through the hip, delivering through the shoulders and into the blade.
That's correct. There's a foot pedal or a foot plate that's slightly forward of the cockpit, and sometimes you'll actually see them, they will fix a foot pump where you can actually bail out the water. So they'll put a pump on it. Mm-hmm. And but it allows you to brace your the balls of your feet, and it allows you to add some pressure into your stroke as you're taking your lead stroke. It looks like that is boat 330 and 335 that's been battling each other for a little while now. Okay. And it looks like these are the two in the lead. It looks like 330 is a Tahitian paddler, Ioane Mare Teafao, and then it looks like we also have 335 is a Raihiti Marere. I'm wondering if that's family to the other Marere families, the ones that actually make paddles and boats as well.
Yeah, it would be likely.
It would be likely. I mean, they are. But as you can see, they're heading back to there's a good view of the start line. As you can see, there is looks like some people setting up right there on the beach. and they're
That'll probably
turning.
be the next heat of racers.
Yeah, it looks like the next heat is getting ready to go, but this is the turn back inside from the pass. And now you can see they're going to run inside of the lagoon, and they're making their way to Venus Point now.
Okay. Look at that. Nice black sand beaches in Tahiti. All the other paddlers. Looks like there's quite a bit going on. You can see some festival grounds in the background there. Yeah, we get turnout to a lot of our races, and we're lucky to have these big channels to cross with some unreal conditions like we did in the last solo, which was some incredible conditions that I think a lot of people were able to take advantage of. But it makes for often a logistical challenge, right?
Sure.
You're trying to get gear and people to another island,
right?
Escort boats and crossing and all that kind of stuff. And this kind of race in Tahiti, it really lends to having spectators, especially when they design the course.
Sure.
Leaving from the beach, coming back along the beach, finishing right there. It allows us, even though it's a distant sport in the ocean, the locals or the spectators can be a lot more involved in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see this right here. What's awesome is they actually went out of the pass, turned on 2 turn buoys outside of the pass, and they're heading back in. And it's pretty exciting to see where the field is right now. And then you'll see it as it comes back around one more time. So you'll see that they had seemed like a very clean start, and you're going to get to see maybe your son in this race and see where he's
your
at.
Nephew,
and
your family,
absolutely.
the competition, your club mate, whatever, yeah. And so these paddlers, definitely are coming from all islands of Tahiti, representing all the different clubs on every island, and it's big time. This is the deal, and you could tell by all the stickers and all the buoys and all the promo material that this is a sport that is really supported by business in Tahiti. This is where they put their marketing dollars.
It's amazing, and if you saw that start line, the infrastructure that they're able to host these events at are amazing.
Right.
And it seems like their government is very much behind this, and like you said, there's a lot of sponsors involved. You see some of the names up there, such as Sprite,
Ford.
Ford.
Yeah.
Amazing. Big time sponsors with some big time support for the local community. It's incredible to see.
Look how beautiful that is. What a great town.
Have you ever been to the Marche over there?
I have been to the Marche. It's good fun, especially late at night when you got a couple beers that you need to follow up with some food.
Right, 100%.
Yeah, those are good. The Marche is great.
Definitely want to give a big shout out to one of our Hawaii paddlers in this U19 division. We have Ali'i Udarian, all the way from Keokaha Canoe Club on the Big Island. Ali'i is a very accomplished paddler here in Hawaii, but he's been traveling most recently to Tahiti this past couple of years, and he's definitely been a really good role model for a lot of our up-and-coming athletes as well. And he's coming into his own, becoming one of those paddlers who everybody wants to be around and see and talk to and find out what he's been experiencing.
What you doing? So speaking of Hawaii paddlers going down to Tahiti, we were able to join Micah, we being the Ocean Paddler film crew, on your last trip down to Tahiti, and we'll be seeing some of that later on today. Obviously it wasn't your first trip down to Tahiti, but what this last trip that you went on, that we went with you, what was the goal? What were you there for? And what do you think made that trip the best for you?
Oh man, the goal was for us. The goal was to actually go down and to see how some of the organization runs their event. So we went to Bora Bora, and it was a Talifit event hosted by Jerome and his family, as well as some of the local community there.
God, look at that. That could be Kaneohe Bay, bro.
Oh, absolutely. Right?
That looks like it could be Kualoa in the background. Oh, my goodness. No wonder, you see this stuff, you just feel so at home.
Right. It's amazing. You see stuff like this, and you're like, we got to do this.
Yeah.
This is what we need. We need this all the time.
I hear you.
But, yes, we went down to Bora Bora, had an awesome event, and I think the highlight was being able to see outside we had about 40 people that were outside of Tahiti. This was members from California, Florida, Canada, and it was just the idea of being able to bring someone from the outside to see what it's like to really race in Tahiti and experience that race. I was also able to bring along Makana Dayton, youth athlete from Hawaii. He just graduated from high school. Congratulations on your graduation. But, to actually be able to see what it's like to compete down there and be around all of these young athletes. But I think the highlight for me was actually being able to jump in the six-man and steer an all-novice crew and, just give them an experience of a lifetime, because they were looking for a steersman last minute. I was like, let's go. Let's go do it. Yeah, let's go do it.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
awesome. Hey, you know what? I think there's no doubt that in the States, in Hawaii, we love paddling, for sure. But it's on a different level, of course, like we've been talking about in Tahiti. So what was it for you as somebody that has participated in races and is looking at this, when you go to some of these events and the level of just buzz that's in the air, and it's intense, it's lively, and man, the Tahitians, they know how to have a good time.
Oh, they have an incredible good time. I will say it is business on the course.
Yes,
and it's fun after. You know?
For sure.
But it's the feeling of being there, and it's. I think what's impressive is to see how many people show up to these events, family, friends, kids, and it's always talked about. It's like, when's the next big race, or what's happening this weekend? But to see an event live in person and competing against some of the best paddlers in the world it's something that you'll always try to achieve. And I think that's something we're looking forward to doing here in Hawaii. As you know, we have been hosting a few Rudderless events on island, and it's been growing progressively, actually pretty rapidly, actually.
Great.
So
great. So again, Micah, what are we looking at right here? Where are we? What event? Where are we at in the course?
Yep.
And what are you seeing?
So currently, we're about little over 20 minutes to 25 minutes into the course. We're hoping to get a race time, but we are looking at the U19 Kane men. These U19 men are heading towards Venus Point, where there will be a turn buoy. So they'll head towards the point. They're inside the lagoon currently, and they're making their way up north to the point. When they get there, that'll be about the halfway mark, just as they're approaching that point. And it looks like that might have been another start. It looks like...
No, this is coming back. Is this the major part of the field coming in here to that turn? So they went out, they came back in, they make a left-hand turn right near the shore.
Looks like it.
Yeah, this is the rest of the field. It'd be interesting to see if they hold the start of the next race prior to the completion of this race.
I would think so. I think you don't want it to get jumbled up, but I do think they're making it really spectator-friendly for sure.
Again, that's 335. Yarahiti Marere there looks like he's still leading this race at this point. A large field. Again, we do have one Hawaii paddler that went up there to compete.
Yeah, that's correct. We did.
Look at that. That's an armada. That is so great. That is so great.
Seeing a shot like that with that many athletes is incredible, and I think we're going to see a 3 times bigger field.
Is that? Let's see if we can get a number there.
Looks like 329 possibly.
Difficult to get some shots there. I can certainly feel the pressure that those cameramen on the boat have. Great drone footage. Again, mahalo to Hawaii Nui Audio Visual for sharing their incredible production with us, especially Terema and Ken and Oscar, the drone pilot. Great job, man. And Arnold over there, the camera on the boats. So 335 right there again. That's 001. 0612 or 0012?
Yeah, it looked like a 0012 or a
Yeah, I don't know if we're getting a number off of that. We have a list here of some of the paddlers that are involved that were projected to do well today. That's 313, I think.
Yeah, so 313, it looks like.
Tanerori Muwang.
And then we have 329, it's Tamatoa Tauhiro, right out of Mo'area Island.
I don't know, man. Call me biased if you like, but I love to see these Tahitians doing a Tahitian sport in their homeland, their generational homeland, and you see the names. You know, there's definitely names mixed in, French names and Chinese names,
right?
And it's much like Hawaii, where we have a melting pot of nationalities and cultures. But make no mistake, these are Tahitians racing Tahitian canoes in Tahiti, which is the biggest sport where and it's awesome. I love to see that. I love to see that. Again, please log in on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page, and we're gonna be looking for you there. Go ahead and throw out some comments if you got questions or want to send a shout out or anything like that. We're gonna start taking some of your comments and answering some questions and giving some shout outs to all of our folks that are going to be joining us on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page. Remember, you can also see us on Are Outrigger World or our Ocean Paddler YouTube. And then again, like we talked about earlier, if you're at home and you got your big TV and you want to really see this stuff on a large screen, check out our Adventure Zone Sports Network on Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. You'll be able to beam us to your big screen in full HD.
Yeah, we were just trying to get some of those numbers on there on screen. So it looks like this is still the leader pack here. Again, 335 is currently Raihiti Marere. And then it looks like right ahead of them looks like 310, which was Taimanu Maitere. So this looks like a little bit of the leader pack right here as what I'm watching. It looks like that's going to be your pack.
It does seem like they're creating a small bit of separation to that next little group of paddlers.
Right.
Looks like we got about 5 in that front pack being directed by that primary escort boat there. Look at the way they're weaving in through this pass. Hey, man, that's an easy course to get confused on. It must be beautiful to paddle there this morning. We'll see how the conditions change or might evolve throughout the day.
So you can actually see there's some pillar buoys, and those are like some marker buoys there,
right.
And it actually tells you where the reef line is.
Right.
So it kind of gives you an idea of where to avoid, but
if
you're feeling lucky and you kind of want to take a little bit inside track.
Well, hey, it's like Kaneohe Bay. If you know the tide and you know your reef, then you have the advantage, right?
Exactly.
You got to take full advantage. So
you do.
Maybe some of these guys are from the area and they know where to go, but it's pretty specific what the course is outlined.
Yeah.
To. And that's the great part, again, about a V1. When you're sitting in your Are Rudderless V1, how many inches of water do you think you're drafting?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. So these canoes, for example, their length is about 24 feet in length. But
which is longer, appreciably longer than your average ruddered canoe, yes?
Yes. An OC canoe is probably going to maybe be around 19 feet to your 23-foot, 24-foot length canoe.
Yeah.
But you definitely do run a pretty good draft on your water line. So I would say that if you're looking at these boats on screen currently,
how deep do you think they are in the water?
Man, they're not too deep.
Yeah, so I guess that's the point that I'm trying to
8
make.
inches.
Not 8. You think 8?
Maybe at most from the belly. But really, you're shallow. You're very, very shallow in there.
Yeah, and so that's what's great. You're not worried about smashing your rudder into the
that's for sure
into the reef. All right, yeah. So it's looking about 8 inches. So again, we are we got a bunch of people that are logging in on our Ocean Paddler TV Facebook page, and we can see you there. All folks, thank you for jumping in. You can go ahead and send us a comment with a question or a shout out or a what you want to see. We have somebody, we have Chev Reti right now asking us to please cover the Masters race. And I believe we are, and it's coming a little bit later in the day, Chev. So hold on with us.
That's correct.
Stay with us throughout the day. We also have Karen Hardney saying that she loves this sport. Well, hey, we love it too, Karen. That's why we're here. And so we definitely want to make sure that we are the place where you can get not only your fix on Hawaii paddling, but we're trying to take you international. We always are looking for events to be able to go throughout the world. We've covered the Sydney Harbor Challenge. We go up to the U.S. mainland and cover the U.S. National Champs Catalina race, the Catalina Crossing. And so we are looking forward to definitely working with more so with our brothers and sisters from south of the equator in Tahiti, which, you know, other than Hawaii, would arguably be the home of outrigger paddling in the world. So again, this is the men's U19, the Tane division here at the Te Aito 2024. We were talking earlier, Micah, about the Te Aito taking a break during the pandemic, as
Yes.
did pretty much every other sport. And last year was their first year back after. Did they run it in 20? They did in 2019.
Yes.
2020 was off.
Yeah, so for about 3 years, we went on a hiatus. There was not much going on.
So 20, 21, and 22, right?
Correct. And I believe they tried to run it towards the end of the pandemic in 2022, but I believe it only was inter-island, so it was only on island. There wasn't really no outside
They weren't trying to
entries.
get everybody to come to Papeete.
Yeah, I think at that time we still were under some travel restrictions, so having people come outside. But I do know that they, of course, wanted to keep doing these races and these events. I think we do have some word. I believe that might have been a secondary start. It might have been the Master Men, so we're just going to go ahead and confirm that to see if that the Master Men's actually might have started right after. So we're just going to get a confirmation.
So it may have a little bit of both going on.
Correct.
What I am seeing here is something that is kind of different about Tahitian paddling than Hawaii paddling. There is always a huge number of like local people following the race in motorboats. Like Hawaii Nui, I think it's the second day, right? It's just insane.
Man.
There's all these boats following, and the water is rough. And it isn't like somebody's going to stop because they're worried about somebody else riding the wake of their boat. Real quick, we'll break from that. I believe we just had our start of our next race. We're going to get confirmation on what this might be, but according to what we have going on, this may be the Wahine U19 at this time.
Yeah, I believe at this time, I think that could be the start of the Wahine. I think that's the U19 Open and Masters.
Okay.
I think they're all doing it at once.
Awesome.
Does that look like 70 canoes?
I don't know, my canoe counting ain't the best, bro. What did you want to right there?
So if
that is a beautiful sight either way, though. Look at that.
What a start.
What an idyllic day. A little bit overcast by Tahitian standards, I would say. But, man, beautiful water. I love those overhead shots of them coming into the lagoons with the reef and the channel markers and all the texture you can see. And it's amazing what another dimension of viewability the drone brings into this. I remember back in the day we used to have to hire helicopters.
Oh, I seen all the pictures, and I in fact I just was at the beach at Kailua Beach, and I was just with Uncle Kalai Hanley, and he showed me a picture of a 6-man crew right there when he was racing with Lani Kai, and it's a helicopter right above his canoe, and it was awesome. It was a great
in the
shot.
beginning days of our coverage of Molokai Hoe and Navahine Ocean Paddler, we is this maybe a Masters?
No, it looks like this is the women. I believe that shot right there on that red canoe is Iloha Aishine. Iloha is the reigning Te Aito champ from last year.
Okay, wow.
So it looks like that might be her, and I believe this is the start of the Open women, the U19 and Master women. And
nice are canoe there.
that's correct. So Iloha is paddling a red are marara, it looked like. So we'll be able to get a close-up, I'm sure, of her a little bit later, and especially as the field starts to maybe stretch out.
But yeah, man, the drones, it's such a night and day. And you know what you would have to pay for one flight on a helicopter, you could buy a whole drone setup nowadays. And so it made it very limited for us, and we did the best we could with footage from the escort boats and all that kind of stuff. But what was fun about the helicopter is that you could get a free ride to Molokai if he was covering the opening.
Score.
He would fly right into Haleolono and land, and you get a free ride. You wouldn't have to fly in the day before.
Well, what a deal!
Yeah.
What a deal!
The 2-for-1.
Yeah, currently, looks like this is the women's start here of the same course as the U19 men that are running currently. So they are going to head out the pass, and they're going to do the exact same thing. They're going to turn on 2 buoys, start line, and then make their way to the inside lagoon.
Yeah.
But as you can see, I think right there on screen, I will say it looks pretty safe to say that is Iloha currently. It does look like her style, and as soon as I get confirmation,
she looks strong. Look at that application. My goodness.
I was fortunate enough to be with Iloha this past year, and she actually came down to do a clinic here in Hawaii.
Wow.
She joined Louis Laughlin. They held a clinic right in Sand Island, and it was during the time of the Aloha Aito in March, and we've learned incredible things from her paddling style and skill set, and she got to share a little bit more about her lifestyle and what she does. But she is currently training a women's team from France, where she currently resides.
Oh, she lives in France. Interesting.
She lives there, but she does a lot of things in Tahiti, and her father's well-known masters in paddling, sailing, a little bit of everything. Just an athlete,
real waterman,
Olympian.
Yeah. We want to send some alohas out to Rusty Moika'a. He's logged on our Ocean Paddler TV Facebook page. He's watching there, and he said, "Let's go, brah." Yeah, this looks great. We're glad to have you on board, Rusty, and logging in with us. And we got Ted Sanchez asking, "Is this Hilo?" No, Ted, but it is kind of reminiscent of Hilo, isn't it? It kind of gives that feel, right?
You see that inside of the bay, it kind of has that nice look.
Yeah, with
Hilo,
the darker sand beach and all that. Yeah, it definitely has a Hilo feel, Ted. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And we got Kath over there saying, "Let's go, Jess Crow." She's a J19 from Australia. Good luck, Jess, out there. You got some fans on the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. So great to have all of you joining us. Please, if you are on our Facebook, type in a shout out, or if you got a question, or even it's something silly like, "Is this Hilo?" But I feel you, Ted. It definitely has reminiscent of Hilo.
Yeah, thank you again for tuning in and watching on the Ocean Paddler live Facebook page. If you guys have anyone that you want to shout out to that's racing currently, or if you want to ask any questions about maybe V1 or what's happening, feel free to drop it in the chat. We'll definitely try to address it as soon as we can. But on screen, it looks like we went back to the U19 men, and it looks like they are still on the inside of the lagoon. They're making their way up north, and they'll be turning back outside of the channel and making their way back to the finish line.
Beautiful stroke there. That's that same canoe that looks like it was in first place earlier. We had that pack of 5 that looks now like it's been increased to a pack of 8.
Right.
That, of course, being for the U19 Kane division, the men, young men. And then we've also since then had the start of the women's races, which appears to include the open women, the U19 women, and the Masters women.
Yep.
All together in one sortie, maybe we should call it.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see how exacting these event organizers are. If we can get those women out to the buoy and turn on the left, hand going up the coast before the top men come in, so that there's no conflict on the. That's the last thing somebody in the lead of one race wants to do is pick their way through the bottom of the pack of another race. But if anybody can do it, it's these Tahitian paddlers, man. So right now, looks like there's a little bit of water out there. We can see kind of where they are.
Yep.
I don't know if they've made that turn on the far right. Right now, our U19 men are making their way out to the right of your screen, that part of the going up the coastline. I don't think they've made that left-hand turn yet where they start coming down, but really, Micah, that's a part of the race I'm looking forward to.
Me too. I'm absolutely looking forward to it. I think we saw that there looks like a little bit of current and some swell that was running from the outside. So we might be able to see a little bit of action as we come back towards the pass. But again, this race is approximately, for those of you, it's about 12 miles long, and 10 miles long for this course. And that's, I think, a fast time right now is really anything under 8 minutes a mile on a V1 is in a flat water, if you will, in a sense. But if you have running water, I'm sure it can increase a lot quicker. I've definitely seen some really fast times, especially when you go into the open men. They fly. They are incredibly fast.
These U19. Okay, here we go.
Okay, perfect. So
there's our elapsed time.
Yeah,
you're going to see on the bottom of the screen. So the elapsed time for the U19 is 50. For the Masters is 45, and the Wahine have just gotten started at just under 9 minutes. So we're gonna be able to see how these different divisions are kind of mixing up in the open water right there. But it looks like, man, if you're saying it's roughly 10 miles. A fast time is 80 minutes, so we're looking at winning times being give or take in that hour 15 to hour 30 time range.
Yeah, I would say right around there. I would say you're definitely on the money on that. So currently, it looks like they're heading. So the U19 men, again, they're 50 minutes into their race, and it looks like they're getting to that point where they might get ready to start making their turn. As you can see on screen, again, it looks like the same leaders of the pack still in that same positioning. It looks like they're kind of making their way, definitely reserving a little bit, maybe energy. It doesn't seem as quick of a stroke. However, they're still keeping a nice, steady pace as they know that they're just about halfway done.
Right. And so, this is the point where, this kind of flatter water or more uphill leg, a paddler that is a bigger, stronger paddler is going to try to maybe take their advantage. They can really slug it out in this kind of flatter water. Once you make that turn downhill, and it looks like does it seem to you that they're going into the turn? Not quite yet. A paddler that is a better surfer, per se, and then not that a big paddler can't be a great surfer, but they're going to try to really take advantage once they are going down seas.
Yeah, I think you'll definitely see that. I think you've seen a little bit of a
little back and forth there.
Yeah, a little bit of a jockey in that. I think you do see a little bit of swells running towards as you get closer to the point. I think there is a little bit of energy, as you can see. But there's also some of that boat wake, I think, transferring from the outside as well and helping a little bit of the swell. But it's a good way to press your opponent, if you will, where you can maybe get on something and run away for a little bit.
And get in their head.
Yeah, a little bit of mental game there. Not so much the physical, because I believe they're pretty equal to each other at this point. They're definitely putting in a lot of effort, and looks like we have 313 still yet. So 313 still there, which is Tane Roddy Mu Wang, and then we have 335 is Rahiti Marere still up in that pack.
312.
And then we have Tefai Miria.
Yeah, on that Are canoe right there. So, Micah, real quick.
Yes.
In bigger open ocean water, definitely a canoe with a rudder is going to be easier to control, easier to surf when you got a lot going on out there. But when it comes to this kind of, a little bit more groundswell type stuff or smaller chop, I would think that if you know your way around a rudderless canoe, it's because there's no drag from a rudder, and because you have a longer water line.
Yep.
It almost seems like it would be easier to catch and use those small bumps than you would be able to in a regular ruddered canoe.
Yeah, for sure. I think you definitely see that ability to catch anything smaller, and if it's because of the water lines longer, you can actually run it for a long period of time as well, and you can extend the whole entire swell until it does kick out, especially if it's a ground swell that they're usually longer versus like a wind swell, which is just it's a lot of moving from one little point to the next swell and the next one and the next one. But again, it looks like this might be that turn buoy.
Yes, so it looks like we're there. If you look at the map, they're coming around a turn buoy on the far right top end of your screen on the bottom there and making their way back in towards the finish line. And so this is that portion of the race that Micah, I think we've been waiting for, and we were just kind of talking about. And so for our viewers, try to pay particular attention to things like stroke rate and how they're setting themselves up, type of strokes they're using. Are they J-turning? When they really get on a bump, are they using the blade up against the hull to steer themselves? We're going to see how much water is really out there for these young men to use and what the techniques are that they're using it.
Yeah, looking at that, it looks like a pretty big pack there. It looks like quite a few of them are.
What a competitive field. I mean, think about it. We've been going for almost an hour, and between first and 40th place is only a couple of 100 yards. Or meters, as you would be. Yeah. Yep. All right. So we got Dave Allen over on our Facebook page watching from Western Canada. What's up, Dave?
Awesome.
Dave is curious about the speed difference between V1 and OC1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we'll go into that real quick, but we have Annalie Taylor sending shout-outs to Ali'i Yoderain from Hawaii Island and Kona. Her and Tiger are cheering for you. So you got your team back home, Ali'i, cheering you on from the Big Island. And we want to get back to Dave Allen's question, though. He's checking in with us from Western Canada, and he's curious about the speed difference between V1 and OC1. And like anything, Dave, in my opinion, it's not the arrow, it's the Indian. But that being said, all things being the same, I think it would really depend on the water, like we've been talking about. What do you think, Michael?
I think so too. I think it will absolutely depend on the water. I think maybe if you were to race pristine conditions, maybe a lake or something, and you put a V1 and an OC1, I do think a V1 will outrun an OC1.
Yes.
And I think that's because of the rudder, and it keeps you from progressing quicker unless you maybe use a smaller rudder in something like flat water.
I also noticed, too, that, for a OC1 to stay up in flatter water, you're looking guys with a higher stroke rate. They're really staying on top of it, especially certain hull designs. You really got to stay up on top of it, paddling, a higher stroke rate.
Right.
Whereas as we're seeing here from this U19 paddler, you see how he's real big and long. And to me, that, especially in a flatter water race, that lends to the paddler being able to last or be stronger over time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. But if the water were bigger and there was heavy wind and you were struggling to maintain direction on your V1, your rudderless canoe, that would take a lot out of you.
Right.
And it would be very challenging.
It would be very challenging, and I don't think you could hold the speed for a longer period of time unless you are maybe an elite paddler. I think one of the coolest things that we saw was the Catalina race a few years back when V1 paddlers competed in the Catalina, and they actually did really well. They actually won it. And I think it was pretty fair water. It wasn't too rough. It was a lot smoother, and you could see the difference on a long period of time. And then the next year, a little bit more challenging water, rougher, a lot more wind, not as easy, right? So like you said, the trade-offs is probably the conditions.
Which is why I think it's great that Ade is trying to push V1 paddling out to the rest of the paddling world, because, when I look at places like the California coast, East Coast, or our paddlers in places like Arizona or Tahoe that are paddling in lakes,
right?
Man, a rudderless canoe on I would say almost the majority of days is the weapon of choice.
Right.
You think of those long down the coast swells that you have off in California. Man,
so
on a rudderless, it'd be so buttery, so nice just to get out there and stretch. And in my opinion, would improve the paddling in general. But when it's rough, that's when, and unfortunately, you got to have two boats, right?
Sure.
It's
the
like
quiver.
surfing. You don't have the
quiver.
same board for every wave, right?
I say the same thing. It's the quiver. It's the idea of having a short board, long board, a fish, or a tanker, or a gun. It's just, it's the quiver. But for me, I find myself, even on the challenging days, to be out there. And I think on screen, as you can see, we have these boys racing to this buoy. This is the turn buoy that we were looking for at the point. So earlier we saw the women. They were actually turning out the pass earlier.
Okay,
that was
gotcha.
that big group of women coming out the turn. But
thank you for the correction.
Here we go. This is the men. It looks like they want to try to create that dominance. I think they're trying to get to that buoy first, and maybe this is it. I think this is where you're gonna see a battle coming back home, because they know they're on their final stretch. They are more than halfway done, and it's go time.
Aloha to Eric Robertson checking in from San Diego. They're watching from Va'a paddle practice. So whether you guys are getting ready to jump in the canoe or just came back in from a hard training, we're happy to have you with us. And man, this is where it's at right here, gang. This is the pinnacle. And just to see the way that these Tahitians are paddling is beautiful. Yep. And so we also have who's that there? That looks like Guy Hort from Point Venus Lodge. They're checking in, watching us there.
And that's exactly where they are. They're looking right at probably the turn right now and being able to see everything that's happening. Probably head over 5 minutes and get to watch it live.
Look at that. I've been to that beach there. It's like a little beach park right there, right?
Yeah.
Where
right in there.
Yeah, I've been there.
Right,
it's a beautiful beach. You go there on a summer weekend. It's just loaded with people, and it's good fun over there.
So this is will be the finishing point, I believe, for Super in July.
Okay.
But again, I've seen that point. That's an iconic spot right there. I've seen 600 canoes coming off of that point. It's incredible.
Yeah,
amazing.
So you mentioned the coming up race, and so this race here today is called Te Aito.
Correct.
What is the difference, or what is the progression to Super Aito?
So currently, Te Aito is to me is the Super Bowl of racing for anybody on the outside. But this is actually the race that qualifies you for your cruise in Tahiti. So if you're racing for a big team and there's 12 of you, but only 6 can make the boat, this is the qualifier for you. So this is a way for them to start situating themselves going into.
Interesting. So let me get that right. So let's say you have 12 people on your 6-man team or whatever, and you enter everybody in the race and the top 6 guys. Wow.
A lot of times this is their way of trying to see where everybody plays out in their club. And it's also a way to, if you're a youth athlete, this is a way to be noticed.
Yes.
When you're U16, U19, they're looking for their next competitive paddler, and this is a way to prove yourself. And
especially if you come from like a small island or you're not,
Yeah, absolutely. And, and the other part is the top 100 usually qualifies for Super Aito. So if there's 300 racers in the men's event, I will get the numbers shortly.
Okay.
But usually the top 100 qualify for Super Aito, which is an incredible feat all by itself, going against that many racers. And I did got a chance to speak with Chase Vonnerheim from Big Island, a big-time paddler there. He raced Te Aito last year. He actually he did extremely well. He finished within the top 100. I believe he was in 80th, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll reach out to you, Chase. big shout out to him. He's an amazing athlete, but he definitely made his mark last year, and they invited him for Super Aito. So he'll be racing Super Aito next month, and so he actually got to bypass this one.
Really?
And
Wow.
there is some big news with the upcoming races for Aloha Aito here in Hawaii. It's going to become a qualifier for that event. So that way,
Wow,
if
look at
some
you,
of
man.
those are not able to get to Tahiti to race in Te Aito, they will have an opportunity to qualify.
Real quick, Micah, what we're seeing here is that top Ioloha
Yes.
paddler, women's paddler from Tahiti. There she is on her red Are canoe, like you were talking about.
So it looks
And
like she's coming back into that
already,
start.
right?
Yeah.
All by her lonesome. We have a. Oh, there we go. I thought we were gonna have a break in our feed, but our technicians salvaged that. Nice job, fellas. We're again about hour and 5 minutes into the U19 men's, about 1 hour into the Masters, and about 23 minutes just about into the Vahine, which the Vahine would include the U19, the Open, and the Masters divisions.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where the Masters are currently. I have a feeling. So the Master men is the 40s, 50 men. These men are incredibly fast. You're talking some heavy hitters.
Uncle still get them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt that they're creeping up
Yes.
on some of these U19 men. And
For sure.
We'll be definitely seeing a battle on that event as well.
I kind of after that turn buoy, we had the blue canoe in first place, and this young man in the purple has just kind of begun to eke out a little bit of a difference. The blue canoe, that fella looked a little more robust and bigger, stronger.
Yep.
But it seems like this purple canoe. What was let's try to see if we can get some numbers on that real quick for you folks, so we can get some identifiers. But that young man seems to really be able to keep that boat up and lively and making the most out of the water that's being provided.
Yeah, so it looks like right there is 313. That's Tani Radi Muang. And then
So this is our pack of four that's kind of in the lead. The canoe in the lead there, the purple one, is just made up a couple of boat lengths of ground on his competitor. And if he's able to keep that up going in, it's going to be a pretty interesting sprint to the finish.
Yeah, like you said, I believe for some of these competitors, to them this is more of a sprint. 10 miles to them is let's go.
Yeah, that's all out. But it's interesting. You can kind of go harder for a longer period of time because of the way these guys are so smooth and able to relax going through each stroke. And there's the top female paddler right there.
Yes.
She's actually the reigning champion, won last year, correct?
Yes, correct. Iloha. What an incredible paddler and athlete. I mean, she makes it look effortless, applying so much pressure on the right side and being so comfortable with flying her ama at any given time and not feeling uncomfortable. I believe that's something that happens to some athletes that just start paddling a V1. But like you said, when you're on a V1 this much and you see the separation, there is not a woman in sight of her.
Wow.
And
that was a very revealing shot.
If you look at that, you will see her coming.
Just take a look, folks. Try to get a small appreciation for how early they are in this race and how far ahead this woman is. Oh my goodness. What in the heck?
Iloha is an incredible paddler, but as you can see on our screen on our Facebook, she's coming into the start line, and she'll be making her way towards Venus Point.
All right, so is this a Masters paddler here?
You know what? That definitely looked like they shot a Master paddler there.
Sorry, folks. We're doing our best to try to cover all three of the events currently going on. We want to also give some aloha out to our buddy Joao, checking in from Salvador Bahia, Brazil, wishing a good race for all the Brazilian racers. We understand there's quite a few of them in the field today, and especially for my friend Paulo dos Reis and his wife Luana. Good job, guys, and good luck to you from all your family in Brazil.
Amazing. Yeah, and again, I believe we are still seeing Iloha. She's heading towards the point now, still inside the lagoon, and she's gonna be making her way to the point. But um, what an amazing feat that we're seeing right now, and the separation that she's created between the women is very impressive. And then currently up on your top left hand of the screen, you can see the race course there. Again, it currently have the Tane men, the U19 that started first. They are 1 hour and 10 minutes into their race. We have the master men. They are about an hour and 5 minutes. So they started 5 minutes behind. And then we have our Wahine. So the Wahine U19, the Open, Masters, and 40s. And for those of you that are tuning in, again, we want to go ahead and give a big mahalo to Te Aito Events for allowing us to rebroadcast this this Te Aito event 2024 right here. Thank you to Charlie, Mara, and Dana. Again, a big mahalo to the Hawaii Nui Audio Visual for sharing their production, especially Terema and Ken and Oscar and also Arnold. Thank you guys so much for allowing us to bring this footage here to all of our viewers. For those of you that haven't done so and you want to download our app, you can go to, again, any of the Roku, Apple TV, or Fire Stick, and you'll be able to download our app, or you can watch over 200 episodes of our TV shows, live events, and you can watch it in full HD or 4K right there on your large TV at home, and you guys could be watching this race on your big screen TV. It looks like right there is Mihi. She is a talented youth athlete. It looks like she was just flashed on screen there for a second. Right now, it looks like the men have already turned on the point at the north end of the island, and they're making their way back to the finish line. They are definitely on their way back to probably a tight finish. That leader pack was quite close. And currently, right now, you're seeing the women, Wahine. Looks like they're coming around to that starting line around those buoys. Want to give a big shout out to some of our Hawaii women paddlers that are currently racing. We have Angie Dolan. She is currently racing in the Open Women. We do have Donna Kahakui, no stranger to the Te Aito and no stranger to Tahiti, and an absolute beast in the water. We want to give a big shout out to her. We also have Nalani Pierce from Kauai Racing, and we have also Linda Robb, and we also have Lynn Christensen. Linda is from the Big Island, and Lynn is from Kauai. If you guys are tuning in and watching live, hopefully you'll get a good glimpse of them as we start covering some of this women's race here. They look like they just are starting to all make their way back to that starting line buoy, and they're going to make their way to Venus Point. If anybody's tuning in, they want to give a shout out, please go to our Facebook Live and drop some comments there. Any questions on the race, we'll be more than happy to answer for any of you. So right here we have, looks like some of the master women's are just rounding that turn right here at the starting line, which is also a turn buoy for them to make their way from the inside of the lagoon. I'm hoping we get a good shot, and maybe we'll be able to catch either Nalani or Angie, and maybe see where they are in this race, and it'd be really cool to follow some of those Hawaii paddlers. But we're really excited to see that there is about 73 women currently racing this event, which is a really big number. I mean, I see this number growing rapidly in Hawaii, and I hope those of you that are watching are inspired and want to go ahead and take this course and challenge yourself and races against some of the best women in the world. So this is going to be an incredible race for these women, and I'm just excited to watch how beautiful this lagoon is right now.
We have Merlin Grillier Bessencon. They were asking when are the U16 men's starting. I think it's going to be a little bit later towards the middle of the day. Looks like about 10:30 a.m. is going to be the U16s. We also have a bunch of folks chiming in and dropping comments on our Facebook page, as well as our YouTube page. We have a whole bunch of people dropping comments on the YouTube page, especially a whole number of folks from Brazil.
Awesome.
And just so that you folks know, we are not in charge and have no control over what is being shown as far as footage directly from Tahiti. Our friends from Te Aito Events and Hawaii Nui Audio Visual are supplying us with this feed. Micah and I are in the Ocean Paddler Studios over on the slopes of Mauna Lani over here on Oahu. We're getting this feed, and we are just trying to translate what we're seeing for all of you folks that don't speak French. So we're bringing you this. We don't have any control over which races they are covering. We do also notice that a lot of this coverage is being donated at this time to the U19 men's, which seems to be a very competitive race. But again, there are 3 races being held simultaneously on different parts of the course. As you can see at the bottom right hand of your screen, that's the U19s, which is I think what we're seeing here in front of us, the Masters, and then the Vahine. I think because the dominant paddlers, both 1-man and 6-man, tend to be in the open division, a lot of attention gets paid to the U19 because this is the up-and-coming crop, and all the paddling coaches and all the fans are scouting who's the next up-and-coming paddlers that they're going to try to court and try to draft and get onto their team. So, again, most of what you're seeing here is the U19 because that's probably the footage that's in the most demand by the cohort down there in Tahiti. But yes, we're also trying to bring you the Masters and the women's races as well. So again, this is the U19. They're on the downhill or second half of this course, making their way back from Venus Point to the finish line. And what an iconic, beautiful day in Tahiti. Look how green those hills are, and you can see how clean the water is and how healthy and alive the reefs are. What a special place it is down there. Place beloved by all Hawaii paddlers, and we are witnessing some of the best paddling and V1 athletes on the planet here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's pretty interesting to see it. We were just watching this battle right here between looks like some of the U19 men, and man, it's been tight. These paddlers have been going at it with each other for an hour and 16 minutes. And again, this is pretty much a sprint to the finish when you come outside of this pass. So we're gonna see a really good battle, and we're gonna see who's gonna finish and take the lead. Looks like we got some spectators out on the course trying to check it out and maybe see where one of their paddlers are at, and it's Tahiti. Everyone's on a V1.
Yeah. and so, Michael, what I kind of noticed there on the back half of the course is that there is a pretty indirect finish line. They're going to come back in the pass. They're going to veer to the right and take a turn buoy, almost like the Q-dom. Yep. So you're going to see it on the top left there.
Yep.
On the left-hand side, they're going to be coming in that pass.
Yep.
They're going to be turning and then shooting that last portion of the race along the coastline, which is going to be awesome for the viewing public there. And so just be aware that it's not going to be just straight into the beach on the pass. There definitely is designed a quick run along the beach for everybody to see a hopefully very a neck-and-neck and very competitive finish, which looks like it's going to be happening. These are some of the paddlers that are in the lead here. and they are really putting a distance between them and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely turned it on just a little bit. I feel like they know that they're coming towards the finish line again. They're more than halfway done. They're probably closer to almost, I would say, 60 to three-quarters done of this race. So I said it's going to be pretty spectator-friendly on the finish line. I think everyone's going to be yelling and screaming for the final, so it's going to be exciting to watch these U19 finish this race. But some of the things I did notice while watching it, you could see like this back and forth, I'll take the lead, you take the lead kind of deal. And I think they're just keeping each other close and honest, and we'll see if anybody makes a move maybe as we get inside.
Seems like it's almost this gentleman in the green canoe is making a move. Can we check on those numbers again, and which of the two paddlers that we are?
Yeah, absolutely.
We are viewing here. Was that 335? Was that our guy?
I do know that he was up front for a while. 335 was Rahiti Marere, and then I believe we had 330 was Ioane Marai Tefao, and then we also had a couple others. So. And then 312 we have Tefai Miti Media.
And so that's one of our paddlers here. 312 is what color canoe was he in?
Yeah, I think again, look at this drone shot though. You could see how far out they are, and you can see that there is some separation between the top 2 and top 4 paddlers, and then behind that, it's like a small pile of maybe 10 paddlers. Looks like they're.
You can also see that there's a little bit of a off of the starboard beam, so to speak, coming behind them, and so that's what these paddlers are able to use, even if just a little bit in these V1. And so you're going to see them pick up the stroke a little bit and try to get into sea. Right there, the green canoe is making a little bit of run for some water. They're trying to use every piece of it that they can to keep their position. Looks like that white and green canoe is making a bit of a run right here.
Yeah, it looks like he had that little bit of a groundswell. I think he looked like he gained a little bit of ground as we saw. They were pretty neck and neck not even a minute ago, and there is some separation, but still quite a bit of time left to finish this race. I think it's interesting because even as small as a boat wake is, you can run it for quite some time. It's impressive when you really are on it.
Looks like some of our U16 paddlers getting ready to go there.
Yeah, looks like a nice shot there of, again, that looks like some of the officials that usually help with that finish line. I believe they're going to, again, probably jump off their canoe, run to the finish line, and we had some close battles yesterday. I do know that the U14, the U12, and U10 raced yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't have the live coverage for that, but they did race yesterday.
So that's 313 right there. 313 is our guy, Tanerore Muwang. And so that's a green and white canoe. We'll make a note of that so that we can make sure we follow. And then we're going to try to get a number off of this canoe. What you got? 335. That was our one that we had earlier.
Yep.
Marere, right?
Yep. Yep.
Rahiti Marere.
So it looks like we have Rahiti Marere right there. It looks like he's battling for first place against Radi Muwang. So we're gonna.
Yeah, Tanerore Muwang is actually just opened up a lead right there. Oh, no, this is something else. This is the Masters, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, they're all over the place. Sorry. We're doing our best to keep up with the feed that we're being given. But this looks like Tanerore Muwang right here. He is running. Oh, no, this is the other one. Sorry. This is
a different one, I think.
Yeah, the green and white. The green and white was Tanerore Muwang. And then
the 335.
335 is Rahiti Marere in the blue 5.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we were correct, actually. And so, again, this is our U19 division, some of the up-and-comers in the sport. Say some of the guys that are paddling for instance, like Shell Va'a,
Yeah.
they're coming to, Molokai Hoi, Hawaii Kinui, and I've seen in the past, they're 18, 19, 20 years
Young.
old. So these are the guys that are in the mix.
Absolutely. I've seen some of the youth athletes over the last few years that I've been able to travel and spend some time with some of these Tahiti athletes, and a lot of them are very young, and they're racing with the best teams in the world. Right there, you see nice paddling right there with an Ade Va'a right there. But yes, these athletes again. I've seen some of the youngest athletes on the best teams in the world for Tahiti. It's incredible.
For sure. We're getting a bunch of commentary from our folks over not only on our YouTube page, but as well as our Facebook. So mahalo for all of you viewing here. We have a pile of guys on the YouTube page from Brazil. Looks like they're supporting a big Brazilian contingent, and just so happens that our producer spent a lot of his formative growing up years in Brazil himself, so he's able to respond in Portuguese to our Brazilian contingent. Seems like there's quite a few paddlers from Brazil that went down there to represent this year, and so, man, if it's one thing Brazilians got, it's game. They're always up for a competition or a fight or whatever, and so I'm sure they love to go down to places like Tahiti and compete and be part of this, and they're definitely ocean people along there in Brazil, and so good to see them being part of this sport and really taking it international. Outside of Polynesian places, like, of course, including Hawaii, Tahiti.
Yeah.
Really, Brazil is one of the largest populations of outrigger paddlers on the planet, for sure.
It's definitely. I mean, I've followed a lot of social media paddlers from Brazil, and it's incredible, man.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of V1s down there, and just seeing that looks like it's progressing quickly. But as I look through the list, there seems like quite a bit of masters from Brazil.
Nice.
Men's in their 40s. I mean, I went down the list. I think I found like 7 from Brazil. It's incredible to see.
Oh, cool. Yep.
And I had a feeling, I think what we're seeing on screen, it looks like some of the master men, I believe.
Yeah, this looks like masters men here.
And man, look at that!
Wow, this guy's flying.
He is jamming.
Oh my goodness!
You could see somebody in the groove, and you can see it on a V1. And like when they say masters, well, right there, we just got a master show of what he's doing, how he's attacking that groundswell, and looks.
Well, there's a couple things that don't diminish as you get into this 40s, 50s masters division, and some of the things that you can hang on to as you continue to be a paddler throughout your life is not only your strength, but your knowledge of the water. And look at him, man! He is using every ounce of this. This is beautiful paddling. You can see how he's picking it up.
This
happens to be who?
This gentleman is. I thought who this was. This is Charles Taie. Charles is a beast. I was fortunate enough to meet Charles about 8 years ago, and he actually raced one of our Aloha Aitos. Our Sand Island run, Hawaii Kai to Sand Island. He raced that, and Charles is incredible. He's paddling for Pirei Va.
362. Who's this here?
And then right there, 362. Again, this I actually know George Kronstad.
This
right
is
there.
George.
That is George.
I know George Kronstad as well. Great guy, man. He is in. This guy has stayed in top shape.
He's incredible.
He's won the Super Aito before in the past.
Yes.
I don't know if it was how many times, but he's definitely won at least once.
Yes.
He went on to be when stand-up paddling, distance stand-up paddling really started hitting the scene.
Yep.
He ventured into that and was doing fabulously alongside his wife as well, who is quite an ocean athlete herself. But George Kronstad is a great guy. I was talking to him once about his training, and he would talk about how, I have to work all day. And so I would go out, and he would paddle. He would leave his house in the late afternoon and not come back from paddling till like 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, gosh.
Putting in his theory was he wanted single training pieces at several hours long, as opposed to somebody like Manutea Owen. He wanted to go out every day, twice a day for 30 minutes. right? So all kind of different ways to look at it. But yes, both of these men are incredible. George is he's probably in his mid-40s, maybe, something like that. I'm not sure about Charles, but
Charles is young 40s.
Young 40s.
Yeah, and but Charles is awesome person when I met him, and George as well. So this is going to be a battle. I mean, when you say Masters 40s, they are definitely the two names that will be right in the picture for sure.
God, look at that flow, and you can really appreciate it when that camera angle gets nice and low to the water.
And it's when you watch a skill. Got it. When you right there again, we were just watching.
So here's George Kronstedt again. It's kind of flicking back and forth between drone shots and boat shots, but just trying to get the feel for you. So right now we get some great drone shots of the action that's going on. We're back and forth between the camera and boats, and sometimes it's a challenge to have the man switching the channels between the shots, going back and forth. But some beautiful paddling here as these paddlers, not only in the U19 division, but the open men's, are making their way back and forth. Back to the finish line into where they had originally started. So this is kind of, although it doesn't seem like a lot of big water, it appears like definitely something you can use on the Rudderless. This would be a way different race if you were on an OC1, Micah.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're watching kind of that skill set of being able to paddle and steer at the same time with a little bit of ground swells coming underneath them. But you could see just right there, I believe these are the two leaders of the U19 men. They've put a press on anybody else in the field. I think at this point it might be hard to catch them if they maybe don't slip up or anything. It'll be a hard time to catch. But like you said, I think if you were on OC1, you would be getting, probably with these kids, you'd be falling behind really quickly. There's not too much major swell, but you can catch anything on a V1.
Right, yeah, and with the V1, you kind of just get that feel, and you can see, although it's following, there's hardly anything. But with the water line and the length of the V1, not only do you not have the rudder, but you have that length that really allows you to kind of tip the nose down and ride in and through. Like you were saying earlier, you can carry a smaller swell for a longer duration on the V1.
Yeah, I think this drone shot gives you a really good view. If you watch the white and green Ama canoe, you can kind of see the line, and you can see that he's just holding it at the same rate of the swell line. And it looks like he's able to hold that for quite some time. And he did create a pretty good separation there with the blue canoe, just on that one little swell just now. So
I think the gentleman on the blue canoe kind of took a break and he looked
maybe
like he
water
adjusted something, whether he was reaching for his water. But man, at this level, even a couple seconds of break is going to be boat length, And now when we're coming into this last, 15% or less than a quarter of the race left,
right?
It's no time to be giving up anything.
Yeah, I think like you said, just the smallest slow in your, whether it's fixing the water pack or just anything. If they're still on a swell or a small bump, they're gonna run away from you.
Look at that. Yeah, I love these low shots that really give the feeling of flow.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was basically the same paddler from a drone shot to a low shot. And you can see definitely the water's looking a little stickier in there.
Yeah, I think as you come inside of that pass line, and it looks like they're making their way to that corner where they're going to do their last turn to the finish line. But when you see it, it definitely looked like it got sticky, less movement in there, and I think you're going to have to put a little bit effort in there.
So just an update for everyone logging on. As you can see on your screen right now, on the far left, we're kind of getting ready to come into that pass on the far left. This is the U19 Kane division. They're going to make a left-hand turn on the buoy, and they're going to be doing a kind of a sprint finish. And Micah, you mentioned that they hit the beach, jump out of the canoe, and have to sprint up the beach to the finish line.
Right, that's correct. It looks like they're going to get to the edge of the water and get out of the canoe and run up the line. That's kind of how they finish these races here. And it's a little bit more interactive, and you never know if it's both of you getting out of the canoe at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, if
you
the guy
know,
was practicing his
you might have
sprint.
jelly legs or something coming
True.
out. And
I mean, think about it. These
never
guys are sitting
know.
out.
So,
I wonder if coming up to the finish, they
know.
kind of shake out their legs a little bit,
Yeah.
and kind of get ready to use those muscles at that moment.
Yeah, how exciting.
But again, what a beautiful day in Tahiti. We're getting close to the finish of the U19 division. And a brief recap. I believe we have Tanerore Muwang in a green and white canoe. He is in the lead there. And in second place in a blue canoe right there next to him, just behind, is Raihiti Marere in a blue phi. And so that would be in the U19 division. Right behind them is the Masters division. And it looked like two well-known paddlers there.
Correct.
Fighting it out for the lead. Charles.
Yeah, it looked like Charles Tillier and then George Kronstadt.
Yeah, George Kronstadt. Okay, great. And then in the women's division, it was a race for second place.
At the start, and it's I'm sure these women are trying to put out every effort, but Iloha was just on a tear right from the start.
She was not playing, and she was not leaving anything for the guessing. We're just about that hour and a half mark in these two races, and so you can see that this is a long time to be paddling. They're coming around that.
Oh, it looked like George just passed Charles.
Really? Wow.
I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Because I believe George had his hat on backwards, right?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
The footage we saw earlier.
And I know that Charles had a phi, and I know that George was paddling a Marata. So it looked like that could have been the exchange right there at that red buoy. So. And now they're going to have to deal with maybe catching up the trail, I believe, of some of these U19. So it might be a little bit of in and
traffic.
Out. Right. And, traffic is like H1, H2. If there's stall.
Ain't nobody moving. It is what it is,
yeah.
Everybody's at the same pace in the same location.
So we're going to see, hopefully, a little bit later and see what happened there. Hopefully they'll maybe get a good idea of what happened on that turn or around that buoy. But I think on screen, as you can see, we have a drone shot here. Again, we are nearing our finish for the U19 Tane men and then the Master men as well. And that would be your Masters 40s, 50s, 60 plus.
So it seemed like some of our leaders in both the Masters and the U19 divisions have crossed over that buoy there, and they are making their way. They're going to have another left-hand turn into that final sprint. So here's our leader, Muwang. This is in the U19 division, yes?
Yes.
I believe. Hard to see the rest of the field around him, but it seems like he's still in the lead at this point.
Yeah, that's correct. I think.
And there's second place. That would be Marere.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Raihiti Marere, believe in second. So you see them kind of paddle steering their way.
Oh, nice. Look at that. Look like there's like a nice little bump right here coming past this green channel marker.
Reef. And then where is that turn buoy in comparison?
Yeah, hopefully they can maybe pan out and we'll be able to see there. Look at that pan. Can kind of get an idea of the lay of the land going into this final.
Oh, almost like you're
finish.
directing the drone. Look at that.
I think so.
They're hearing you, buddy.
And as you can see right there is that inside is the shoreline finish. It looks like this is the stretch right here that we're gonna see that circular wrap around to that inside finish. And let's see who this is.
That looked like Marere right there.
Yeah, looked like Raihiti.
Coming around the buoy. Okay.
Oh, this is gonna be tight. Here we go.
Here we go.
This is it.
For sure. That's Tanerore Muwang in that white and green canoe, and Raihiti Marere in the blue. And they have just rounded the final buoy and are going to be having a sprint finish down the coast, right along the beach, just offshore, heading into a finish line where they will hand off the canoe as they hit the beach and have to sprint up onto a finish line. And you can see some of the spectators there lining up. And on the far side, there's a bunch of V1s over there for the next race, which probably is the U16.
Look at this battle.
Whoa.
This is going to be a battle. You have both athletes right here.
Marere closed that gap in the last, half mile?
If anything. And this is it. This is where this is who we're going to see. We're going to see who's going to win this and take it for the U19.
And if you look at it, these two paddlers are pretty evenly matched. One is not a lot bigger than the other. They're both kind of tall, good-sized guys. They have look at that, almost a very similar stroke rate, a similar-looking stroke. And so really this is a battle of the tough guys, and Marere is looking tough right now.
He came back
look at him.
He's battling, and he
wants it.
Look at him attack that little groundswell and just keep moving. But, Tane Rowdy Muang, he's right there. This is it. This is the battle, the last stretch of Little Reef. It feels like he's just waiting for that little swell maybe and is going to run it. It's impressive to watch, though. I mean, anybody that's watching and seeing what's happening and you've been in a tight race like this, it comes down to as simple as staying on the bump and making sure it doesn't run away from you.
And all of that just lends right down to mental focus. And it seems like Muang is having a challenge because of his position on the inside.
I think so.
Like Marere keeps is bouncing down towards him, and he's having a hard time kind of keeping his canoe where he wants it.
And then the one thing I do see is right here. You see what he's doing? He's stuck his foot out to make this turn. It just right-hand turn right here. They both drag their feet, just slow down their boat to give a little bit
that was
angle.
It right there.
And that's the winning right there. That's what happens at the final.
That for sure. You see right there, Muang gave a little kick to the buoy, trying to get it out of his way, a little bit of frustration. And just in that moment is going to be the mental breakdown. But there's little rollers coming in. Muang could jump on a little bump right here, as we've seen at every Waikiki regatta. Come from behind and make it happen.
Always.
But, man, Marere is not giving up.
Nope. And
it seems he's on one himself.
Look at the sprint. Final sprint. He's jamming. He's
Marere is all out. Tahiti Marere coming in with just a boat length ahead of Tanerore Muang.
Watch this finish.
An exciting finish here in the U19 division of the Te Aito. Just past an hour and 40 mark of paddling. And we're going to have these two young gentlemen sprinting up the beach to a finish.
This is what it's all about.
It's close enough right now, Micah, where it's anybody's race.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be any little hiccup that could make the difference. Somebody stumbles or trips or doesn't get over their amma in enough time. Here they go. Right there was a stumble.
This is going to be crazy.
Look at that.
Oh, my God. Incredible.
What a finish.
Wow.
That was insane.
That was a battle.
That was worth watching. And you know what? You see the way those two guys were like arm over each other's shoulder and laughing as they were coming into the finish line. So maybe they're teammates. Something like that.
Look at this fight for third place is incredible too. Watch this fight for third place. This is going to be insane.
High step it. I don't know. You better run faster, bro. They better move those metal stanchions back a little bit. Somebody's going to get hurt over here. He's going to take a metal pipe to the forehead.
Competition all the way to the end.
Who would have known that it all came down to foot speed?
I think
excellent racing by these top four finishers in the U19 division, and man, they are taxed. The last 10 minutes was an all-out sprint, Micah. Not only with the paddle, but on the feet as well.
That was impressive, though. I mean, that finish right there, and like you said, as simple little hiccup or a little delay in your paddle technique or your stroke coming to the finish, that's all it took.
Wow, that was exciting. Let's see if Charles and George are going to give us the same kind of finish in the 40s or the Masters division.
Man, if it was me, I might need a walker going up at that end.
So, you know what? It's just too close to tell, but definitely the 1 and 2 was between Tanerore Muang and Rahiti Marere. Both of these paddlers put on an incredible performance, just trading back and forth in the lead, and so that was worth waking up early and waiting an hour and 40 minutes. So it seems like our friends over there in Tahiti are interviewing some of the winners. Again, unfortunately, me and Micah, maybe Micah, do you speak a little bit of French?
I've been learning. I've been learning. I know some French, but might not be appropriate for TV. No, but
how come it's that's
I don't
the
know.
French that everybody always learns. It's the first part. Anyhow, this is a family show, Micah. We are excited to be bringing you such a great finish here at Te Aito 24. Mahalo again to our partners over at Te Aito Events and Hawaii Kinui Audio Visual for supplying us this live feed. Unofficially, the times for the U19 division are just past the hour 40 mark, hour 41 right there, and that is approximately a 10-mile course in and out of the lagoon, up the coast, down to Venus Point, turning there and coming back into a great finish with a sprint up the beach that after all of that beautiful paddling, it was the foot race that was maybe the most exciting.
Man, that was exciting. That's what it's about, though, right?
Yeah.
That's what racing comes down to. It's just all the way to the end.
Yeah, and now you know why it's all these Tahitian teams are known for sprinting up the mountain every time they're running, right?
Yep.
It's so that you can finish well.
So you can finish at Te Aito. I mean, that was impressive, though, and I think we all got to see what talent Tahiti has and what they brought to the table.
Sure.
That was impressive.
Mahalo again to all of you that are tuning on our Facebook feed at Ocean Paddler. We also have the Ade Facebook feed that you could be able to see our coverage on Ade Outrigger World. We also have our YouTube page. We have some folks logging on there, and it's great to have all of you. Cecilia Piper, mahalo for streaming. Well, Cecilia, mahalo for joining us. We're here to make sure that you folks are getting all the best content for in your outrigger paddling world. We have Chev Reti chiming in about Maya Campbell from New Zealand coming third in the U19. Good for her. Shout outs to Maya. And what a awesome finish we were able to witness there. Ho'omai from Cecilia Piper. Yes, Ho'omai is for real. What great effort from all these paddlers. And look at these young Tahitians are just taxed. They left it all out on the field today.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely left it all on the table. And I think they just got to our winner. It looks like they're going to be interviewing our winner shortly. So.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we're going to bring in the audio from the interview right now, and we're going to see
Parce que tu as un peu fait la course à tête en revenant de la Pointe Vénus, hein, et tous ces jouets-là, bon, il y a eu une petite boule naturelle à l'arrivée, mais le sprint final magnifique, c'est toi qui es tombé?
On est tombés tous les deux.
Et t'as quelque chose à dire peut-être pour ton club de regard?
J'aimerais remercier mes parents pour le soutien, ma famille, mes amis, tous ceux qui me soutiennent, mon coach, mes entraînements, et mon sponsor
On te souhaite évidemment le meilleur peut-être pour l'année prochaine, pour l'arrivée pour première position. Merci beaucoup d'Anne.
I'm sure he's all excited. I'm sure his family is happy, and all his friends are stoked for him. So, congratulations to their.
That's big time in Tahiti for a young man to win a race like this is huge.
Right. I mean, any of these kids finishing up in this top 10 is it's an incredible feat for them. Obviously, if they podium, it's even better.
Yeah, and just to give, it's not exactly the same sport for sure, but to give a comparison of level. And I'm sorry if this almost doesn't seem fair, but when top Hawaii paddlers go to paddle to race in something like the Te Aito, they are finishing pretty far from pretty far down. Again, not Hawaii waters.
Yep.
We're not so centered around rudderless like they are. They're all rudderless. That's all they do. That's all they grew up doing. This is definitely their sport. But when you're talking some of our top paddlers like Chase Van Ardheim,
paddlers go down there, and the likes of Kai Hei Chang, Alan Pfluger took a bunch of kids down as well. Hunter, I know Tua Rango is from there, but he was training in Hawaii for quite some time and was able to bring some paddlers to the Te Aito, and a lot of them came down there to compete. But for example, like Chase last year, qualifying at for Super Aito that's impressive to anybody.
But he was 80th.
Yeah, he was.
Chase is a easy top 5, top 10 paddler here. In Hawaii.
Easy.
Yeah. So I just a comparison for all you folks that have kind of been watching the events today. What is going on? Just prior to this, in the red canoe that you were watching, that is Aloha. She is dominating the women's race right now. We're going to try to get some information on other the standings of other racers in the women's races that are happening right now. But we're looking for a feed on the Aloha right there. Again, you're able to see. But we're looking for some information about our top masters paddlers as they come in, skirting the edge of that reef right there.
Yeah.
And how's this?
Yeah.
Wow, they do not care.
So these are some of the things that happen in Tahiti, guys. Is you'll see big boats and big ships, and they'll come right through, and we just have to.
Wow.
I mean, I've seen it in California, but to see it here live during the race, wild.
Wow.
So on our screen,
that's called the law of tonnage. Whoever's got the bigger boat that's harder to stop, they have the say. Well, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a gap in the field there, and hopefully we'll be able to get this. Maybe it's a fishing boat or something like that. Get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just a ferry. But well, we're going to continue to bring you coverage of the current field that is still on there. We have some finishers still in the U19 division. We're looking for our top finishers in the Masters division. And then, of course, the women's divisions are on the field now. And then once, I believe, all of these canoes come off the course, then we're going to be doing our U16, yes?
Yes, that's correct. So as of right now, we're just trying to follow the field that we're given the footage from our Tahitian counterparts there. As you can see, that was the race course that they have put up on our screen. It's, again, the Master Men's will be finishing very shortly, so we're trying to get an idea of who's going to be there. But just want to give a shout-out, U19. We just had Ali'i Udarian in that race. Again, Ali'i's been paddling for about 13 years. He's also been on a V1 for just as long as he's been paddling. Mm-hmm. He's one of those kids who started off on a V1, and just some of his feats. So in 2021, he actually did go down to Te Aito. He actually placed 25th overall in that division, and then he increased himself, and last year he actually finished 11th overall.
Wow, we're looking for a good performance out of him.
Yeah, so we'll see where he finishes
and
up.
Speaking of good performances and top finishers, we wanted to acknowledge Mr. Pat Dolan, who's chiming in on our Facebook page. How you doing, Pat? And congratulations on your championship run this last year. Who even knew that you were training, Pat? But I guess if you live on the marina and you have the kind of discipline that Pat does, you're going to find time. Pat's wife is down there racing today, and we're going to try to see if we can get eyes on your wife there, Pat, for you to see how she's doing today. But congratulations, Pat, as we just mentioned, won our big OC1 championship here in big water. It was
heavy.
Literally the opposite of what you're seeing here on the screen today. It was, by many estimations, the biggest channel for that race that's ever happened. And, Pat really put on a clinic, not only with his ability to handle and surf and use that big water, but just how fit and tough and strong he is. Whether it was coming to the finish or getting a good start off the top, Pat is a great guy and a hell of an athlete, and continues to represent Hawaii and the sport of paddling well. Always good to see him do well.
Yep.
He's a very soft-spoken and humble guy, and really somebody that you're able to have your kids and point him out and say, hey, you see that guy, watch what he does, and follow, because that's the formula for success. Right?
Yeah, Pat's an awesome guy. Pat actually competed in the Aloha Aito this past year as well, and he paddled against literally some of the best paddlers from Tahiti, and he also finished top 10 in Aloha Aito and doesn't paddle V1. So for him to just come out and race, he absolutely crushed it.
And so for you, Pat, hoi pa.
Yes.
So again, great to have everybody tuning in on our Facebook page and our YouTube page. They're looking for his wife Angie, supporting her. He's at home with the kids, and so was that the trade-off, Pat? Was, hey, you let me train and then do the pa'a solo, and I'll do that championship, and then Angie gets to go to Tahiti. I don't know, man. She may have gotten the better end of the deal, buddy. She got a trip to Tahiti. So anyway,
yeah.
We'll see.
So. Andrew's actually competing right now. She's probably still on the course. We're trying to get a visual on maybe what's happening. I do think they've been jumping a little bit back and forth. Right there is Mihi Noa. So Mihi's a U19, I believe, paddler.
Wow, what a rate. Look at that rate.
So she's placed top 5, and I believe that might be Donna.
Looks like Kahakui.
Looks like Auntie Donna right there. Right behind Mihi, just right on her.
There. All right. Aloha, Donna. Go get him.
Looking nice and smooth as always. Again, so there's so much you could say about Donna Kahakui. I mean, just an incredible athlete. Just wanted to congratulate her again on her 2022 Duke Kahanamoku Watermen. She got inducted.
The Waterman Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
yep.
so
and definitely well deserved. Donna is, dedicated her life really to the sport of outrigger paddling. I remember that year she paddled every channel. Went out, got her own escort and boat, and paddled the whole state, which was pretty amazing. So she placed first place in Hawaii Kinui 3 times. Naveini Molokai to Oahu, she won that 2 times. She won the solo 2 times. She won the relay 2 times. Her list of accolades.
One wasn't enough.
Yeah, her list of accolades. She likes to do everything at least twice. The Sydney Harbor Challenge, Catalina Island, Hamilton Island Cup, the Queen Liliuokalani, Team Hawaii World Sprints. But she says one of the most important things for her is that she was inducted into that Duke Kahanamoku Watermen's Hall of Fame back in 2022. So what is amazing though, when you talk about, look at Donna and where she is in the field and who she's paddling against, and even you take Donna and you just watch the technique, the drive, the fire that this woman still has, and you do the math. She's been paddling 45 years since she was 15 years old. And that is impressive, man or woman, any creed, color, where are you from, whatever your sport, to be performing at that level after that many, shall we say, years of experience. Donna is incredible. And she continues to, season after season, year after year, dedicate herself not only to her own paddling, but she coaches, she helps develop other teams. There are so many young Wahine paddlers that have been, really under the tutelage of Donna and gotten tips and improved their game by either paddling with Donna or being coached by her. So we can't say enough about her, and she is certainly an icon in women's outrigger paddling in Hawaii.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely. It was really cool to see her on screen. I've been able and had the privilege to paddle with Auntie Donna a handful of times. She's definitely come out and supported our Rudderless Hawaii VA program by just being there, and we've had like mock races in Kailua Bay and elsewhere, and she's always participating. She's raced Aloha Aito almost every year. This past year, I do know she was traveling, but she just supported everything that's been going on back home in Hawaii.
Okay. Are we having... it's hard to know what divisions are, but these are some of our Masters paddlers coming in. Hard to tell. So I believe that you could tell what division you were in by the jersey. Those red jerseys were the U19. The light blue look like they are the Masters division. Allows not only the spectators but the race officials to be able to kind of keep track of who's doing what.
And then right there on screen is 354. Looks like Jimmy Apeang from Arue that just finished.
Some more of these finishers coming in here. Wow, isn't that great to see that? Man. Look at that classic Tahitian background with just loaded rudderless canoes on the beach there, and all the Tahitians coming out to celebrate and support their paddlers. What a great event, man.
Yeah, what gets me is just all the colors and the liveliness and just what you get to see and experience is incredible. But these are all the master men's. They're coming in by the loads right now. This is your 40s, 50s master men's coming in. And right there on screen, looks like we flash back to one of the women's open. So I believe when I was watching that women's open, I was trying to get the number, but I believe she was in part of the top of the pack as well. I know she rounded the starting buoy around 4th place, so we'll see how she fares on this one.
I'm curious to see how far ahead Aloha is now. I'm just curious. There's her, and then there's the race.
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. I mean, we all saw it from that start, man. That separation it's like she started the race by herself for sure. But I think 10-mile course by no means is easy. I think it's definitely a challenge. I know that for I would say for a lot of the Hawaii paddlers, unless you're doing channel runs, the races don't necessarily go too far. I mean, OC races can average anywhere between, say, like 16 and 21 miles. And then I think for V1, with the fact that it's a challenge, I think anything at 10 miles is a feat for many new paddlers.
It's definitely a different kind of work. You know, you go out there and you're really pushing yourself on the rudderless, and you're going to be sore in different places that
you never
didn't
knew
know you had.
Yep.
Here's some more of our. We're getting ready to watch some of our. Mostly looks like our Masters men's finishers coming in here. Just a few still left in the U19 division.
Right.
What a beautiful day of racing at Te Aito 24 in Papeete in Tahiti. And mahalo again to our friends from Te Aito and Hawaiian Audiovisual for sharing with us, especially to Terema and Ken, Oscar the drone pilot, and Arnold. He's our guy on the giving us those nice low water shots from the boat. So we're loving all of the content. And thank you for allowing us to be part of this and bring this to the, I guess, non-French speaking world,
right,
so to speak. Mahalo to all of our friends, whether it's from Canada, here in Hawaii, California, Brazil, that are joining in on our Facebook Live and our YouTube page. We love the comments. Keep sending them our way. We'll try to answer you not only in English but Portuguese as appropriate. But mahalo. Again, we really have no control over the footage that you're seeing. We're simply providing. And excellent, by the way, Micah. Great job. I don't know if this is your first time doing this. You're fantastic, and thank you for learning all your expertise on the sport. But we're just giving you commentary on what we're seeing the same time that you see it. So please stay with us. We have more racing going throughout the day. We're looking at the finishers in the Masters men and U19 men's divisions. And then also on the course today, right now, is our women's divisions, which is going to be not only U19 and Open, but Masters as well. Right. And our good friend, Donna Kahakui, out there, looks like she's smashing, doing really good. And then, of course, another Hawaii girl, Angie Dolan. We're sending alohas out to her.
Yeah, and then we do have a few others from Hawaii. Looks like we have Lynn Christensen coming out of Kauai. We also have Linda Robb in there as well, and Nalani Pierce on the course. So it's really nice to see some of our Hawaii paddlers, maybe taking advantage of going down to Tahiti, especially if they're maybe not racing regatta, and get an opportunity to go down there and do a little bit outside paddling. I think for many of our youth paddlers, kind of hard. They're in regatta season, and some of them might not want to venture out of their crews and their clubs, but this is the pre-amp to the whole entire Super Bowl. But again, this is a selective portion for a lot of these U19 racers that are competing to maybe make an open team with some maybe like Air Tahiti or Shell or OPT, and it's is a good way to kind of stamp their mark, if you will.
And this is where they're, we believe this is our top Masters finishers. Our apologies. We're not sure. We're not able just to identify him just based on on a visual. But we also want to let you know out there that we have a whole bunch of Kalahui Kai paddlers out there. And Elaine Ebro-Reynolds is mentioning good luck to all the KLK paddlers. So in this youth division, I'm sure there were, not only for the boys but for the girls, there were several KLK paddlers, Kalahui Kai. And so just as they're using this race to look for the next crop of paddlers in Tahiti, we're able to get some paddlers, young paddlers from Hawaii out to Tahiti to see really, what happens down there and how they can improve their paddling and get some experience and exposure and up our game.
Yeah, definitely. I think so for the KOK, I know we have a handful that went down, but they will be racing actually within the next half hour. A lot of the U16s. Okay. We have Wyatt Aikberg will be racing. It looks like Spencer Allen will be in there. Jesse Solis, I believe. Teva Reynolds, 14-year-old youth hammer. Just finished. He also raced. All of them raced Molokai. They said, first race, biggest conditions ever.
Yeah.
Right? First race, just hammered.
And some of them did really well. That kid Egbert did great.
I mean,
Egbert,
seventh?
Just
seventh overall.
In that kind of water.
At 15 years old.
That's smashing, man.
Wow.
And really what that does is it's a testament to the program that they have over there. They're developing these young men in so many ways from a very young age, young men and women.
Yep.
And so when it comes to that bigger water, it's just another day on the ocean for them.
Yeah, it is good for them, and it's exciting to see them come down. And it's a good experience to see where they fare against these Tahitian athletes, especially if you want to challenge yourself as an individual. And they'll definitely get a test, And also, I didn't want to forget, I believe we have Kalai Ho. So Kalai is from Big Island. So last week there was the Tahoe race, another race held in Tahiti. And Kalai was the U16 champ. He won the entire thing, and he's from Hawaii. So in that division, and
wow,
man, it was impressive. And I know
he's there this weekend as well.
Yes.
All right. Well, so he did great last weekend,
and we'll see how it happens in about half an hour.
Well, when you're that age and you're being exposed to this sport at the level that the things that he's seen, he's learning every day.
Right.
That young man probably was able to get better in just this 1 week.
Oh, absolutely. And I know that just being a youth athlete at 16, man, to see all this and experience it and be that guy, wow, incredible.
Yeah, good for him.
And then we also have Marcus Lizarraga, another talented 16-year-old from Kauai. He's all these kids that I just mentioned, they all definitely have some accolades at such a young age. It's incredible to kind of go through their resume and it's already this long. It's wild.
And that is what we needed to bring Hawaii paddling back. Not necessarily back up to where it should be, but always, in places like Tahiti, they're always upping their level in paddling. And if we want to hang with the Tahitians, we constantly got to be upping our level.
Yeah, and I think we all kind of know that if you're not on a V1 at a young age, you're already behind a lot of these athletes in Tahiti. They're starting at 7, 8 years old. The understanding of the va'a is past a lot of people that may have never experienced it and just go right into a 6-man. And you'll learn what you learn. But if you're just in a same seat for the 5 seasons and you never get into a steersman seat or seat 1, your knowledge is only extended as far as you paddle in your seat sometimes.
Correct.
And then even OC1, I think there's definitely a place for it. Like I said, in Hawaii, it's great to have a quiver of everything. No matter if it's OC1, surf ski, stand-up, the more you're on a water vessel, the more you'll learn. But in Tahiti, they're all on a V1, and that's where they start.
Because this is their typical conditions.
Yep.
This is the right craft for these conditions, for
Absolutely.
sure. Yep. And so, I think there's no doubt about it, but I agree with you 100% that it's great to have a quiver, and as much as somebody can jump on a V1 here is great. And what's happened recently, we've been seeing a lot of the V1 exposure is coming out of the club level.
Yes.
So a lot of these different clubs, my club where I live is Keaiakahoi, and I notice a lot of the kids, adults, everyone, there seems to be sometimes purchased by the club.
Yep.
A group of V1s that everybody's been able to be exposed to and open their eyes really, because most people can't afford to have an OC1
Sure.
and a V1.
Sure.
They're not cheap toys.
No, they're not. And like you said, just the idea of being able to bring it on a club level, I believe the clubs are starting to recognize that, and they're starting to say, you know what, like we can get them in our clubs, and we are fortunate that it's more accessible. I think, a handful of years ago, there wasn't many V1 opportunities. I think you could get them, but it wasn't really happening. There's been a lot of push in V1, I think, in this last 5 to 6 years, and now I think we're starting to see how quick some of the people are progressing. I mean, I will say, and I'll go on a little testament of my own. I mean, in our club, almost all of our paddlers all V1, and I've been watching 1 year paddlers look like they've been paddling for about 4 to 5 years, and I think a lot of it to them is their will and drive to be on a V1. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Again, we're here watching the finish of this morning's events at the Te Aito 2024 in Papeete, Tahiti. We've had the finish of our U19 and men's masters divisions. We're waiting to see who our top paddler in the female division is, but our women's race had 3 divisions take off simultaneously. That was the U19, the Masters, and the Open. And I think that's the footage we're seeing right now is some of our female paddlers. And so we're going to try to get some numbers and check in on who it is here that we're watching.
And again, we keep going back and forth. We are seeing the finish line. So I believe these are mostly the U19s finishing up. We're an hour and 29 minutes into the Wahine race. So I think our top finisher was just about 140 for the U19.
Yeah, U19 is about 141. We're not sure about the Masters division yet.
Right. So I feel like we're going to see the women's time might be, I think Aloha might be pretty close to that. Mm-hmm. I think she was flying.
She looked like it. She
so
was flying.
I wouldn't put it out there to say that she will actually come in around that time. And so again, it's a 129 into that race. So we'll see how close they are. I think they're probably no less than 15 minutes out from finishing this race, maybe the top finisher. And we're going to be able to see the placement of each of these women.
Yep. And we're looking forward, again, after this to the U16. In fact, on our YouTube page, we had our Luis Izarraga from Kauai chiming in, definitely cheering on Marcus Lizagara. I believe that's his son, who's going to be competing in the U16, a great up-and-coming paddler from the island of Kauai. And then also a bunch of folks chiming in from down south in Brazil. Gustavo Machado, thanks, bro, for sharing this transmission to us. Hey, we're glad to have you tuning in. Right on, gang. Mahalo for checking us out on our YouTube page and our Facebook as well. And don't forget, if you want to see us on the big screen, you can download Adventure Zone Sport Network on your Roku or Apple TV or Fire TV. Micah, who doesn't have either Apple TV or Fire TV at this point? You are not in the age of technology if you don't have either one of those.
At this point, when you buy a TV nowadays, it's already on there.
Exactly. So, or you got that or Roku or something. Yep. So check it out. Log on there. Look for Adventure Zone Sports Network. You can be seeing this live coverage on your big screen TV, and at any time you'll be able to watch over 200 episodes of some of the best episodes of Ocean Paddler, live events, linear TV channels, and all of it's going to be in full HD and even 4K on your large TV at home. So download the app on your Roku, your Apple TV, or Fire TV. Again, that's Adventure Zone Sports Network. And again, thank you for joining us for our coverage here of the 2024 Te Aito in Tahiti. Now, we talked earlier, Micah, what does Te Aito mean, and what was the premise kind of behind this race when they first got started?
Yeah, so the Te Aito has been going on this is the 35th year currently, and Te Aito, Te, the, and Aito, warrior.
Okay.
So the warrior race, and the idea behind that was in Tahiti, they were trying to progress their way of paddling, and the way they decided to do that was to create the Te Aito and create champions for Molokai. I think the Tahitians were on this verge of kind of creating a challenge for themselves to be able to come to Molokai and put together a team that could go out into the open ocean and challenge anything, whether it's inside the lagoon or actually coming outside of the lagoon. And so they created it. When you look at the history of Te Aito, you can see where the Tahitians started to really build and generate this flow of consistency and their paddling and their style, and they are everything.
And so one of those elements that led towards that, dominance in outrigger paddling was the creation of this race. And so what's neat about that, and what it seems to be a lot of paddlers, whether you're from New Zealand, Hawaii, mainland U.S., wherever, what they're beginning to tap into is that it doesn't just happen.
Nope.
You, as a community, as a sport, as the entities that have an organizational say on what's happening, it has to be intentional.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of intention behind it, and I think even with the way the sport is growing for V1, especially here in Hawaii, we're seeing paddlers really come along and progress and enjoy it and want to battle the best, right? And for us now going there, it's a good exchange of what it should be, right? The idea of, okay, let's go. Like I'm gonna go do your sport and let's see where we are, and it's exciting. It's such a good feeling.
And I think a residual benefit not only to the sport itself but to the paddlers is the cultural interaction. And one of the things I love about the couple times that I was able to be in Tahiti was it reminds me of what Hawaii was when I was really young, or even the stories that I hear of what Hawaii was like from our parents' time.
Man, I just came back from Bora Bora this past year, wow. And what an incredible trip. But you're so right. I mean, every time I've gone to Tahiti, it feels like you step back in time. You're living, breathing everything of the culture. I feel like I'm very lucky growing up in Backroads, Waimanalo, where, I come from a family. We still practice a lot of the things we do here in Hawaii. But you go there, it's everywhere.
It's another level.
It's everywhere. It doesn't matter what part of the island, you're living, breathing the culture always.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's coming back and creating friendships. And over this past handful of years, hosting Aloha Aito and having many of our Tahitian friends now, right, family now, coming and supporting us.
And so many of the Tahitians, I can't think of one that I don't like. And they're lovely people, so full of genuine, like, aloha and good feeling.
Yep.
and they're great. And speaking of, there's I believe our top women's paddler,
yep.
Aloha. I'd love to have that drone shot expanded to see how far in front she is. But in that signature red Are canoe,
she loves this.
Crushing it.
She loves this Marata. She's Iloha is 1 hour and 35 minutes into this race. She's in the lead, and it looks like they're coming back to that pass where they'll turn into towards the finish line. Obviously, got a little ways to go. I think probably no more than 3 miles maybe to finish this up. But she has not stopped. Her rate
is pretty high, and I notice, although she is, of course, the dominant by far female paddler,
yep.
her stroke isn't as big. She takes more strokes per minute,
yep.
and she kind of stays right in the pocket. She's not reaching out as far and grabbing as much water forward,
yep.
as a kane paddler.
Oh, there's
would
that
necessarily. Oh my goodness,
there's that pan.
Is that the same race?
I think she might have been racing the men's race. She's out there.
She's trying to catch up to somebody.
She's trying to catch him, but it's amazing. You look at that drone, but you're right. Iloha is kind of as you said, sitting in the pocket, but you see her consistency. She is on a whole nother level.
Wow.
But as I was fortunate enough to be a part of the clinic that she hosted this past year, her style is very different, and it's very technical for her build and her style, and it works for her.
Don't say.
And I think for any V1 paddler, though, I think everyone will eventually have their own style. There's nothing that you can kind of compare a 6-man style stroke to that, other than just the idea of learning the feel in the va'a and how it feels. But what the V1 can teach you is how to regulate your stroke rate, when to bring it up, when to drop it down. And I mean, you just watch her. A lot of it is up front on her canoe, and she attacks everything. Every feeling she gets.
She's very intense.
She's
very intense
on it.
She is not. She's totally focused, in the groove.
Yep.
And to be, I had a discussion the other day with a friend about flow state. She can even stop and
She
wave
stopped
for
and
the
drone camera wave. That was incredible.
But flow state, and you can achieve flow state in whatever it is your sport, whether it's playing an instrument or whatever. Maybe it's a particular sport, different kinds of sports. But I think ocean sports in particular lend to the achievement of flow state, and this is one of them, definitely. And it's because there's so much going on, the way the canoe is reacting, the feel of the water, how the water is changing, what's being presented to you differently. Are you seeing a little bump here? Can you go for it?
Right.
How am I going to increase all that? And you get to a point where you're doing that unconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And the body feels good. The lungs feel open. The body feels strong. The canoe is running. Your paddle feels nice.
Yep.
And when all of those little elements that have taken time really to put together, you've got the right equipment.
Right.
You've increased your fitness to a level where you can. You've got knowledge. You've built a feel for the water, and all of those things come together and allow a racer like so many of the ones we see today who are top, and they're out there, they're competing, and yes, they're in the middle of it. But when you're all alone, like how she is right there, you just are flowing, bro.
No, you're so right. That flow state you're talking about. I mean, I was just watching the WSL Te Aito Challenge, and they were talking about it with some of the athletes, and you're right. I mean, you can visually see a flow state on somebody based on just watching. And you know, when you watch somebody and you see like someone like Iloha right now, she's grooving, she's feeling it. She's probably got her ear pods on and just in it. And that flow state, I feel, is something many top athletes want to achieve, and then when they do achieve it, they try to get right back to that spot all the time.
And whether you are a CrossFit athlete,
anything,
a quarterback, a golfer, whatever, they all have a flow state. But when you're doing a repetitive sport that is linked in a medium like the ocean, to me that is like quintessential flow. Wow. Because you're putting so many elements together, and there's no thinking.
Nope.
There's no thinking. There's only feeling and responding in real time. And so you almost get to that point where the brain, it doesn't shut off, but it almost goes into like subconscious. And that's why so many people, they love to paddle with their, some good music.
Yep.
And that music, whatever their choice is, or whatever their feel is,
it's connecting them and
that
their
connects
inner
to the flow.
Yeah.
Or, I know some paddlers, and one of my favorite things is I love going out on the Rudderless at night when it's dead wind. And it's like paddling in water, and it's just feel, and it's just you and the stars. And when you can get into that flow state, it's like, man, it's almost like being pitch perfect.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's almost like you're hitting the right notes.
Yep.
Not that I know what that sounds like, because I can't sing a lick.
Oh, don't ask me to sing.
Yeah. But that feeling, and I hope that I'm speaking a language that a lot of our paddlers
I think so many of us can feel that, and you're right. And with the conditions, right? With the way conditions are, sometimes conditions won't be ideal, but once you start paddling and you connect yourself, and everything just kind of resonates properly, that's the flow. The flow state is there.
Yeah,
and I agree with you, man. Flow state is something that a lot of these athletes, if you've felt it before, and we're talking about, they know. They know what you're talking about.
Well, not only do they know, but they have, each of them, their own shortcut to achieving that flow state. they can just get right into
right
it.
to it.
Yeah, they're there.
Yeah.
Right, as opposed to somebody that's new that has to find it, like in a 6-man. Right?
Yeah.
Like, to me, if you can find flow state with
Oh,
6
in a
guys,
crew? Oh.
there's something magical about that.
You could see that, though. I mean, I was just saying that we were talking about Hawaii Nui, and we were seeing some of these crews, and they were just dialed in. Wave after wave was coming, but it's just that feeling of being in the right place always.
There's no words. There's no conscious. It's just doing, and it's beautiful. So we're speaking of flow state. We've been enjoying watching Iloa. She looks like she's coming in towards the finish line.
Yep.
And she's just flowing. In fact, she's flowing away from the rest of the pack. Amazing performance by this woman here today. She is in the open division, and you say she actually lives in France and is working with a team up there.
Yeah, so she currently was just training a few athletes. I know that they just competed actually in France. I know some women that went from Tahiti to go compete. So I believe Ihilani, one of the women's teams here at Tahiti, they went to France to compete. And then, but Iloa is, man, she's a great coach. She's young. She's
really, how old is she?
I believe Iloa is. I want to say she's about 27.
Wow.
I don't know exactly her age, but I believe it's right around there. I know she's she's under 30. She's coaching open women, and they are doing really, really well.
That's a pretty, a sport like paddling. It's awesome to see her achieve that level that young.
She also has a very good understanding of the body and physiology. I know that's something that she studied,
really?
And just the fact that she also is very critical on herself and how she performs, and she's always pushing her level, and as you can see, it hasn't stopped. She's it is incredible. I feel like 10 miles though is like let's go. She's gonna sprint the whole thing.
Oh yeah. So we're looking at, I believe that red buoy
This
is
is
the
the
one that you turn into to come into the finish.
Yeah,
line
this
there.
is the rounded finish here. Again, Iloa is the Open Women's reigning champ. Looks like she's going to retain that title once again. This is the final stretch for her. She's coming in at about 1 hour and 45 minutes. I believe she'll finish probably right around 150. And, wow, what an incredible showing. And we said it right from the start. I mean, she got out on the start. She was about 10 canoe lengths out on everyone going to the outside buoy, and then she was about 25 canoe lengths, if more, maybe.
She's an easy half mile from the rest of the field right now.
Yeah.
And it looks like our U16s are over there on the far side getting ready to get in the water. Mahalo to everyone for joining us again.
Yeah, we want to give a big mahalo to the Te Aito events for allowing us to broadcast this across all of our channels here for the Te Aito 2024. Big thank you to Charlie, Mara, and Dana. We want to also go ahead and say mahalo to our Hawaii Nui audio-visual team for sharing their production with us. Terema, Ken, Oscar, the drone pilot, and, of course, Arnold with all the boat cameras. But thank you, Tahiti. And, this is just really exciting to bring this to all of our audience because we want to be able to share this with the world and show some of the talent that's out there. And, it's just really exciting to see more paddlers from outside of Tahiti trying to compete and see where they stand against some of the best paddlers in the world.
Speaking of V1 paddlers outside of Tahiti, as we watch,
could be Donna. Potentially. The way she's paddling, very smooth, but
hard for us to tell with a shot this far away. But again, this is
I believe that was because
some of the paddlers in our women's division.
And that looks like the green boat right there. Looks like Vaimiti Maoni. She was the captain for Ihilani, the team there. And I believe that would be her. So, wow. This is a battle for the Ihilani women currently at the moment. But I do know that Mihi's the girl on the inside with the red and white canoe. And I believe Donna was just edging her right before this. So I believe we're going to see. It looks like Donna might be in second place.
That's pretty impressive.
We're about to find out. And I wouldn't put it past her that she's there.
Donna's an incredible athlete at any age. at any age, she's an incredible athlete. So again, mahalo for you guys tuning in. Go ahead and send us a question or something like that. But as we watch these women come into the end, we want to know a little bit more about the Aloha Aito race that you put on, Micah. Tell us about that, and tell us how some of the people that are watching are curious about Rudderless, or they've been paddling, and how can they get more information? Because it sounds like you had some clinics as well that were part of your.
Yeah, that's correct.
Race.
So the Aloha Aito we are on our 7th annual for 2025 will be our 7th annual. It would have been 10, but we had 3 years off due to the COVID.
Right.
So we've been doing Rudderless V1 in Hawaii for a little over about a decade, and it's just been growing throughout the years. How it started was Christian Marston started the Aloha Aito on Kauai. And this is right around 2017, and then brought it over to Oahu because there was just a little bit more people with V1s and was able to access. This is our finish. So we'll cut back to Aloha Aito, but there's Aloha, the reigning champ, defending her championship and coming in and just blazing. She is blazing through this course. Gotta look good for the camera. Fix the hat. Let's go.
Fix the hat. Fix the hair. Coming in. Wow. That is a commanding lead. Holy mackerel.
So that is your champion, Aloha Aishin. She's finishing probably about 150, I want to say. I don't have the time on there, but unofficially, that is your first place Women's Open champion right there. What an incredible race for her.
I mean, just another level of dominance on a sport. You know, we saw a very competitive field in the U19 and in the Masters division. Very, very competitive field. As I'm sure it is out there for the women. But, man, this Wahine is really standing out and shining as a dominant figure in her sport. Yes. So we're going to be trying to pay attention to some of the other the women's other paddlers in the other categories for the women as we continue to watch that race finish up, and after this will be the U16s.
Yeah, so the Aloha Aito, though, just going back to that, we started that. We moved it here to 2018 on Oahu, and the number jumped from probably about 20 entries on the first one to almost double, so about 40 entries. And then it's progressed now to over 200 entries now. So we're just really excited for that. You can find some information on the Rudderless Hawaii Va'a page. Looks like we're going to an interview with our champion, Aloha, and they're trying to find out a little bit of information on the course, I'm sure.
Young, huh?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we can't get that translation in real time, but we do. Yeah, we're going to try to bring in the audio.
Johan nous disait tout à l'heure que tu allais participer au championnat du monde. C'est quoi l'appli Te Aito? Qu'est-ce qui va se passer juste après?
Juste après, il y a la Vodafone, et là, j'ai des copines de mon équipe française qui sont là en train de courir, et la semaine prochaine.
And Aloha speaks really good English.
Really?
Yes, really good English. She's very professional. And
I noticed that for a Tahitian paddler trying to branch outside and get exposure in other countries, and particularly Hawaii, really establish themselves internationally. It not only matters how they're able to perform, of course, but their ability to translate that information, you know, through interviews, through giving clinics. Like, for instance, Manu Te Aito.
Yeah.
He's Tahitian, but his father, I believe, was American, right? And so he speaks fantastic English.
Awesome.
And so he's able to, you know, really make good friendships. Right. He's able to give clinics, he's able to explain things on another level, or have an interview that other paddlers in Tahiti that might be just as good.
Yep.
But they can't cross over, and so if she speaks English, great for her.
And so her communication levels with all of us was excellent, and it looks like coming into this final turn.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get some numbers for you and identify these paddlers here, but we're not quite sure. Again, these are some other paddlers in the women's, probably the other age divisions. Yeah.
So just currently, we had Aloha that just finished up. Aloha was in the women's open. She was first, and there was 33 entries for that women's race there. So it's really cool to see that number is growing as well for all of these open women. And we're seeing looks like second, third, and fourth all coming down the line. I'm going to go out on a stretch. I'm going to say in this green canoe that we're watching, I believe it looks like Vaimiti Maoni. She was the captain for the Iolani women. As soon as we get a close-up, I'm sure we'll be able to identify some of these top women paddlers. But she looks like she's on a green Mako, but I believe that is
Donna?
That looks like Donna, and I think Auntie Donna Kaukui right there on a Phi.
You get in trouble, you keep calling her Auntie Donna, bro.
Yeah, she knows, but otherwise I'm going to get scoldings from my mom.
She knows if you don't, right? If you don't call her Auntie, you get scoldings from mom.
Yeah, it's okay.
But so we'll try to remember her. She was on that white hull and brownish or goldish ama there. Okay,
Yeah.
And then
I believe
Vaimiti maybe in that green canoe.
Looks like Vaimiti in that green canoe right there in the Mako. Yeah. So it looks like again, this is our finish right here. So our women, there was about 70 competitors in the open women, under 19 and masters total. So we're gonna see them finish up, and I believe right after that we'll probably see a start of the men's
U16.
16. Yeah. She's got a really powerful stroke. Vaimiti sits a lot of seat 3 and the captain's seat for a lot of her crews. An excellent coach, very good coach. But she always gives back to her community. Her focus right now is on the youth. She loves coaching a lot of the youth women and the youth men from her city, and just one of the nicest, sweetest people you can meet.
Awesome.
But man, look at this water, just nice and clean. It's amazing. Sometimes you can be above a reef and it'll be like 30 feet deep, but you can see everything.
Yeah, but it feels like 10.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Donna.
Let's see if we can get a number on that to confirm. Looking for a number on this canoe. Oh, well.
Is that? Oh, she's maybe not in second.
She might be.
I think there's somebody in front of her, actually. Hopefully we can get a visual. It is, or maybe 827. Oh, it's Marguerite.
827.
I believe it's 827. I think they're sharing the canoe. I think the boys. I have an 827, but it looks like Marguerite. Marguerite also is from Tahiti. Te Maiana. Looks like she's paddling a Timmy canoe, coming in second. I believe it is Marguerite, and she usually does really, really well.
I don't know why she stopped paddling.
Oh, I know. I think she maybe doesn't know that she's got to run up the beach.
Hurry.
Yeah. Go.
Great finish for her, second overall in the women's division.
Yep.
Did it give an age? Is she masters or is she open?
So she signed up, but it was listed under open. I'm assuming she's racing. And that is Donna.
That is Donna Kakui. What is she?
Sprinting
is she
up
in
there.
Open or?
Donna's. She was actually racing in the 50s, I believe. Is what I seen her name on there. Yep.
Okay.
She was racing in the Masters 50. And then U19, Mihi.
Congratulations, Donna, representing Hawaii well. And that canoe is number 817.
So 817 is Vaimiti. Vaimiti Maoni. So she was also in the open women. So it looks like she's taking the third place.
Who'd you have on 819?
And then 819 is Mihinoa. She is also in the open. She's paddling out of also Team Tamari'i, Mataya. So there's Mihi. She is an awesome paddler. I got the privilege of watching her race in Bora Bora, and an absolute beast paddler. She's young, she's up and coming, and everyone knows her name there. And I think she might be taller than me, and I'm just shy 6 feet.
That's a big, strong gal right there.
Yeah.
And obviously she knows, hey, they're interviewing Donna.
Wow, what an awesome job, Donna.
I'm very fortunate to paddle with the kids. Tahitians are so good.
Wow, I
So
can't
we
hear
try
that.
to
Right
come
now
to
we're
learn
gonna try to
and
get an audio
appreciate
right
being
here
a part of the
Donna.
race.
C'est la troisième fois qu'elle participe au Te Aito et elle était avec les enfants et puis elle essaie de s'entraîner et d'apprendre avec eux. Et how can you tell us more about the race today? Est-ce que tu peux nous parler un peu plus de ta course aujourd'hui?
It was good. I just tried to stay with Mihi because she's so good. And I just tried to surf a little bit because in Hawaii we surf better. And I just tried to slowly go and do the best. But I learn every time I come because the Tahitians are the best.
Elle a essayé de rester avec Mihi pour pouvoir surfer parce qu'à Hawaii, il surfe beaucoup. Donc, ça a été comme ça. And Donna, it was so close at the end. Vemiti was just behind you. And how did you do to keep your third place?
I tried to focus on Maggie because, you know, she's good. Peperu, she's good. She knows where to go. So I just tried to focus on her and then hope I had the legs to run up the beach. And I just kept going. But, you know, Vaimiti's a champion. So I feel very fortunate to do well today.
Elle a suivi Marguerite et elle a continué. And do you want to say something to somebody watching us live on Facebook?
Thank you to all the gang in Hawaii, the Canal Gang, my boys. To Teva Reynolds, who's my partner, the kid down there. To Charlie Maitere for putting on such a great race. And thank you to Tahitians to help teach us how to paddle V1.
Thank you very much, Donna. Thank you so much. Have a good one. On est avec aussi...
Congratulations to Donna Kahakui representing well all of our ohana here in Hawaii, and what an amazing job by her. Although she entered in the 50s division, she was third place overall, Micah. Impressive.
Yeah, Donna is what an athlete, and she was, stating that the Tahitian paddlers, and their surfing ability and being able to do the things here and how talented they are, and she sees how much they are, how well they perform, and it's really cool to see Donna go there and compete, and again, third place overall.
That's pretty heavy.
Oh,
she's a heck of a competitor and a very humble champion.
Yeah, I chatted with her. I was texting a little bit with Donna back and forth prior to her going to Tahiti, and just kind of hearing what she's got going on. And it's really exciting though to see her perform and do as well as she does. And if anybody's around her, she's a magnet for women in Hawaii. And if you get a chance to ever sit down, go ask her questions. She's not afraid to share anything she knows and what she's learned over the years. So
yeah, and she's been at it at a high level for quite some time, and it doesn't seem like she's letting up or tapering off as she ages. Like she seems to be actually getting stronger and better, and she walks into a race like this in the biggest, most competitive stage in the world.
Yep.
Not only wins her division, but with many of these girls that could be her daughter, she's smashing them and coming in third overall. She is an incredible athlete and really an inspiration. And to me, that's one of the things I love about paddling. Not only it's part of our culture, and a lot of us, you're into paddling as a kid, and life steers you in other directions.
Yep.
You can always come back,
right.
And it's something that you can do your whole life.
Forever.
Look at the regattas. I know last weekend they didn't finish till 8 o'clock at night,
man.
and it's because there's 60s and 65s and 70s, and
Yep.
these people are competitive and racing at these higher ages, and it's awesome, and it's good for their mental and physical health.
Absolutely.
And it gets them out there with a social circle and participating and being involved with something, and it's a great sport in that measure. How gets you in the ocean. what a fantastic thing to be involved with. You know,
Right.
I think it's great, and Donna's definitely an example of that. I mean, even you look at Nakua Kona, those guys, they're in their 50s,
Yep.
and they're like third place
Yeah,
in the
smashing.
Queen Leokalani or fifth or whatever they did. It's like, holy mackerel. These
Right
guys,
there.
Very, very inspiring, very inspirational. And so we're continuing to see the end of this women's race that spanned 3 different divisions. We had the U19, the Open, and the Masters divisions here in this race. And then after this will be coming up the U16. I know at some point we're going to be taking a break in our coverage to be able to bring you continue coverage throughout the day. We are going to be sticking around throughout the day with the culminating in the men's Open, where we're looking at having over 300 paddlers on the beach.
Yeah, I believe we're gonna have around that number. We've been trying to kind of like go out through the day to see how we're gonna progress. So again, we started with the U19 men, followed by the Master men's 40s, 50s, and up, and then we again followed with the Wahine U19 Open and Masters.
Yeah, we have logging on our Facebook page. We have a bunch of our ohana there, like Mario Mausio, now from the Big Island. He is our man that is runs that Team Oceania. Great guy, heck of a paddler. Him and Khaleesi and their family have relocated to the Big Island a few years back. Still heavily involved in paddling, and he's cheering on Donna. So is Tom Allen, and saying what an incredible job she did, as well as Walter Bell saying, yeah, Donna. So she's got a lot of fans out there on our Facebook feed. Again, looking and what an Actual Wines. That's what Actual Wines think about Tahitian paddling. Great job, everybody. So mahalo.
No, So currently on screen we have Marguerite. She's the second place winner
in the Open,
in the Women's Open, and sure.
Yeah, we're gonna listen in on this interview of Marguerite. She was our second in the second overall and second in the Open Women's Division.
Pour tout le monde qui sont là présents pour cette course événement. Hein. Comme l'année dernière, j'avais pas fait Te Aito, pas du tout. Bon, cette année, je suis toujours là. Voilà.
Et l'année prochaine, est-ce que tu seras là?
Ah oui, tout à fait. Hein. Toujours, je reprends petit à petit mes entraînements, mais après, voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Marguerite. Encore félicitations à toi. Passez un bon après-midi. Oui. On continue les arrivées.
Merci, Havana. Encore on voit le placement des VA de la catégorie U16 qui va
and we're back, just getting a little coverage of the interview with Marguerite. She was second in the Open division there. Number of women paddlers, look like some of them from all over the world, places like Brazil and Hawaii, and even maybe some came down from France. Beautiful day over there in Tahiti, and it looks like they're lining up for the U16 division. All right, so let's go back to what you were talking about earlier, an event that you are an integral part of, the Aloha Aito, and how that experience of running a race here in Hawaii and getting exposed to Hawaii paddlers with the V1 Rudderless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I've been the race director for the Aloha Aito for the past few years, and it's been really exciting to bring V1 paddling to Hawaii and bring it on a more global scale. Mm-hmm. So this past year for the Aloha Aito number 5.
And real quick, for everybody that's watching, just on the bottom of your screen, here's some footage from the Aloha Aito there. And there you are.
There I am. And, it's awesome because we have age divisions basically from our 12 and under division. So we have at 8 and under, 10 and under, 12 and under, and 14 and under. So we do a keiki race. We had about 80 kids, paddlers coming to compete. And it was just really awesome to see all of these young athletes from all over the island. We had a handful from Kauai, Big Island, a couple from Maui, and just being able to bring V1 and establish our culture as well, because traditional rudderless paddling isn't all just Tahitian. It's definitely part of Hawaiian culture as well, whether it's, as simple as opelu fishing, with your fishing canoe, and but bringing the competitive asset to it is what we have been able to do. So we've been hosting the Aloha Aito now for would have been 10 years, but we're on our 7th annual, and we now have about 15 Tahitian paddlers come from Tahiti, a couple from New Zealand as well as Canada, and as you can see on our screen here, this race is awesome to see. These kids at 7, 8 years old, and I've known some of the kids that have been paddling from 7 and 8 years old, and now they're 14 and 15, and they're some of the best paddlers in Hawaii. And but you can see how exciting it is for us. And our race was at Sand Island. It's a really good location because the waters on the inside are relatively similar to Tahiti. It gives you a little bit of that lagoon feeling. But we go out for our opens, and they go out into the channel.
Yeah, and you're seeing that here. It's much
action.
Bigger water than we were just watching.
It's definitely and our waters are a little bit challenging and a little bit rougher, but
guaranteed.
They loved it. The Tahitians loved the surf from the outside because it was surf. There was definitely surf coming outside from the needle and heading back in towards Reef Runway. That's Iloha Aishin right there. She won Aloha Aito as well. And you've seen her pausing, doing a shaka, but man, incredible. That was this past year's winner, Hiti Tua Terai from Tahiti as well. But I think for us, it's just the idea of being able to bring the sport here to Hawaii and kind of cultivate a little bit more of a place where Tahitians love coming to Hawaii to paddle. They just love the idea, and I mean, we are the same way as they are. We're very welcoming and love seeing them in our races. And but this event will eventually become a qualifying event for Super.
Wow.
And I think that's one of our biggest goals, is to have an event that if you can't make it to Tahiti, it's easier for California to fly here, and Florida and anywhere else in the world might be an easier location for them, being able to come into Hawaii. But that was our race.
Pretty cool. Good for you, man. Yeah, it's cool you're playing an integral part in that. It's kind of neat. Well, we obviously have the right guy in studio here to talk V1 paddling. And we're seeing probably one of our top finishers in, I would gander this to be the U19 division.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just finished up that interview there. So getting ready for the next deal going on here. The next race probably looks like it's going to be according to our sheet, the U16 is going to be starting up. And does the U16 boys and girls go same time?
So the U16 is all going at one time, from what we were told, and it looks like the course is shorter. It's not as long. It looks like it's just right outside of that first reef, and it's like a big circle. So I believe you're looking at probably about 6 miles instead of 9.5.
And then the men's is going to come in at 1 p.m.
Yeah, and the men's course is about 14
Okay, we have
miles.
it right there on screen showing definitely a shorter course. This is what the course is going to be for the U16. Just as Micah had mentioned, it does that same deal where you go out to the head buoy of the channel and kind of do a 180, come back in and around that nice slab of barrier reef there, working into those interior waters of those lagoons, and then coming back around a short downwind course and back around. Do we have a approximate length of this course? Is it half or less?
Less, no?
Yeah, I think it's less.
Yeah, I think so. I'm assuming this is going to be probably closer to just under
6 or 8 miles,
under 7 miles, I would say. But when you're looking at this course, very similar, except for we're just not going towards the point. We're just taking that away and hugging the reef. So it should be a little bit shorter.
They don't head all the way up to Venus and make that turn off the peninsula there. Yeah, U16 is age. All the paddlers are 16 and under.
Yeah.
Or is it 16 and under or under 16?
Under 16. 16 and under.
16 and under?
Yeah,
or under 16?
Under 16, yeah. So I believe 14 through 16 is usually around the age division. Pretty excited for this race. We do have a handful of Hawaii paddlers that will be entered here. So we'll get all of those shout outs to our comments of the Kalama Kai kids, as well as some of those from Big Island and a couple outside from, I believe we have a kid from Canada, also one from Brazil. So it's going to be exciting to give some coverage on the U16. But this is where most of our Hawaii paddlers are going to be entered. So it'd be really cool for us to maybe get to see some footage of them. So as you can see right there, they're doing some interviews of some of our top finishers. It looks like the U16s are all getting stretched out, making sure their water packs are ready to go. And we're about to see another race, a shorter course as you saw previously. But really excited. Yeah.
Au niveau du monde de la natation, avec Te Aito, au niveau du sauvetage de Pré Ellis, entraîneur de Kutira. Donc, coucou à vous tous. Et oui, c'est vrai que dans quelques instants, nous allons découvrir la course des U16. So, yeah, in just a few moments, we're going to be looking at the under 16 race, and we're going to look at the map of the race. We'll see the course.
And then again, just on screen currently, looks like they have the U16 course there. So all the courses run relatively the same. This one is just shorter. It doesn't go all the way up to the point. As you can see, they're going to race out from the start line, out the pass, and they're going to do a 180 turn, come back down to the start, and make its way inside the lagoon, and just right outside of Arue Reef. And then do that finish as all the other courses have done so.
U19 40, 50 et 60. Alors en attendant bien sûr les dernières concurrentes, on va arriver. Nous allons bien sûr attendre le départ de la course, c'est un départ imminent. Bien sûr, on attend la fin des dernières concurrentes compétitrices pour lancer la course des U16. Et aux alentours de midi, nous allons avoir la course des U7. Et à peu près à 13h, nous allons découvrir bien sûr les hommes en catégorie Open qui vont concourir aujourd'hui. Alors apparemment, il y a quelques juniors qui vont concourir. Je ne sais pas s'ils sont venus toujours. Il y a des juniors après leur course. Ils ont envie de s'affronter sur les...
So it looks like currently right now what we're going to do is we're just watching the start of the line here and see when they're going to get started. We're just watching everyone set up. Some of the things that we could have took from the last couple of races was it looks like the winds were kind of down on the last race, which is really good. That's been the most challenging thing for most of our competitors this last couple of days, where when I spoke to Angie, she was a little worried about the wind. I know that she was posting it on her Instagram story.
About too much or too little?
About too much.
Really?
Man, she didn't want to get blown around a little bit, but I think it fared out pretty well. As you can see, the weather was pretty good. I mean,
yeah,
overall.
I would think even for somebody that, you know, being that Angie is a pretty experienced paddler in general.
Yeah.
Even though she probably has a limited amount of time on the V1, there didn't seem like there was any water in there that would be too challenging to kind of navigate, you know. And even that being said, I think you'd be able to figure it out pretty quick, you know.
Yeah,
so somebody like Angie would be able to figure it out pretty quick.
Yeah. And I think it was kind of interesting, though, because I do think about our waters in Hawaii, and I try to compare the Te Aito to Aloha Aito and try to keep the distances within reason. So one of our runs that we want to bring back, and we did it on our second and third run, was Hawaii Kai to Sand Island. So a little about 14 miles. But I will tell you, the Open and the U19 men that did that course, it was 42 entries.
Mm-hmm.
they loved it, and it was a south swell. The south swell was about 4 to 8 feet.
Really?
And it was unreal, and they loved it. That race was the third one. Abel Te Aito, he won that race. I know Chase and Kainoa all raced it, and they all loved it. The fact that there was actually like running water and swell, and that was exciting. And we tried to bring it back, but they were working on the marina side, so the permitting was a little bit of a challenge over there.
What about doing like a Kaimana to Sand Island?
So
a little bit, not as rough.
Sure.
You can get out there and you can get
Yep.
open ocean going in the direction you want it to go.
Right. No, yeah. So, and that's the thing is trying to, that's the part about organizing courses. And over the years, we want to try to keep it similar to Tahiti so we could have that experience. But anybody that's in Hawaii loves the surf run. I mean, I know I do. I know most of the boys do. So it is an idea that we've been looking into on courses and trying to just navigate a little bit of the permitting and things like that. But for sure, it's
yeah. Although I mean, in comparison to Sand Island, Kaimana is not
an
ideal place to run a race. There's no place to park.
Yeah.
There's no,
The logistics are challenging.
Yeah.
I think if you get community involvement, though, I think it's absolutely possible, and that's the thing that I've been trying to do a little bit of, reaching out to our representatives and people that can advocate for an event like this. I mean, you see things like this, and it's kind of hard to be in a state where you're like, that's to me, canoe paddling should be our state sport, right? It's our nation's sport in my eyes. But then a lot of times we refer to a lot of other things, but that's just me because I come from a family that builds canoes, wants to paddle canoes, and a little bit biased on my end. But I think it's...
Preach to the choir, brother.
Yeah. I think it'd be great to have a lot of our, our government officials be able to provide similar to what you see in Tahiti. I do know that the government is widely involved here. I mean, their infrastructure is geared around something like this versus some of ours. I don't think we're geared around it. I was on some talks with the last Okra meeting, and, the idea of fixing our state parks such as Kehi Lagoon or maybe Sand Island Access or anywhere to just make the infrastructure better for something like this. Because you go to Tahiti, and this is what you want to see when you go to Tahiti. When you come to Hawaii, I think we would be happy to see an event like this and want to watch something like this if you're not from here. Absolutely.
Yeah, there are so many items to try to figure out in the course of logistics for a race, where people are going to park, where you're going to have your tent. It's not so bad for one man's, because you can pull them in and out of the water pretty easy, but getting six-man trailers to the beach and all that stuff is an incredible feat to be able to figure them out. And when you really try to do that on a statewide basis, you're realizing that there's some places that are great, and there's a lot of places that are less than ideal. We were just talking about, for instance, this weekend is the OHCRA Kailua Regatta. And whether you live in Kailua and have to deal with the traffic, or you are a paddler trying to get in to the race and drop your kids off, or paddle yourself and find parking, it's a gosh darn nightmare.
Yeah.
It is. And so I think that turns off people a lot to it. And we need to continue to try to identify alternate locations, and concede some locations and just say, like, hey, you know what? This is not a good spot to start a race from, and we need to look elsewhere.
Sure.
Like, I don't know if you remember back in the day, Huinala used to have a regatta over at the Marine base, Kaneohe Marine Corps Air Station.
Yeah.
They did it just outside of the marina on the other side of that pier, right? And it was at the edge of I guess it's the helicopter landing pad airfield. Parking was limitless, right?
Ideal.
The beach wasn't great, but hey, neither is Kehi.
Yeah.
Right? But the course was super fair. It was in and out of the wind. There wasn't one lane that was way better than the others. It was a good course to race on because it was in and out of the water, especially for more novice paddlers. Now, I agree. the side chop of Waimanalo and Kailua. Hey, you know what? Your better steersmen, your better crews, they're going to shine. They're going to shine, and they're going to be. But for a lot of regatta paddling, and in my mind, especially for the those older divisions and the kids divisions, you want to make it friendly for that. And I miss that being a location. I hope they bring it back. And this location that we're seeing here, it looks beautiful. It looks like we're getting ready for the start of the U16. We're going to be keeping an eye out for some Hawaii paddlers to do well in this division. Do we have a count on the number of entrants we had for this race?
Yeah, let me take a look at that. But yeah, absolutely. I think right now, I think when we're looking at certain numbers of events that we hold in Hawaii, K-Bay, wow, that's a great venue. So it looks like we currently getting ready for the U16 men and women.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like there's 64 U16 men, and then there's
it's a big field.
About 22. So there's close to 100 racers in this event right here.
You can see them all lined up along the beach there. Yeah, we've been talking about some of the Hawaii participants that we've been looking at. Kalai Ho did really well last weekend, you mentioned.
That's correct.
He's from the Big Island of Hawaii in the Hilo area. Marcus Lizaraga from Kauai, another top paddler. Wyatt Egbert, who really kind of stepped into the limelight off of this last Molokai crossing in the big water where he placed 7th overall, which is pretty impressive. Teva Reynolds, I believe he's part of that very well-known Waterman Reynolds family. He's part of the KLK gang. Kalu'i Kai, and as we look, we've seen, of course, a lot of entries from French Polynesia, but some from Australia, Aotearoa, Hawaii. Spencer Allen is here. He's going to be competing today from Hawaii. So good luck to all of these paddlers from near and far that are going to be going. But we as always, are going to be keeping a special eye out on some of these Hawaii paddlers. And of course, I know all of you that are watching from places like Australia and New Zealand will be looking out for your paddlers as well. Let's see. Teva Reynolds. How about in the women, for the young ladies? Who do we have there?
So for the young ladies, currently looks like we have almost an all Tahitian field. I think there was just 2 women from New Zealand, also one from Australia. But if you guys are watching and you guys want to put in a comment of who you guys are following, please drop it in there and tell us a little bit of something about them, where they're from, what club they represent, and maybe what kind of canoe or va'a that they're using. Mm-hmm. We would love to hear some of your guys' opinions and share with us some of your knowledge.
Marcus Lizaraga from Kauai is getting a big following on our YouTube page. I'm
go.
Sure all of his family are logging in there. But for example, here's a young man out of Auckland, New Zealand. His name is Caden Thrupp. His home club is called Horuta Wakahoi, and we're going to be trying to look for him, see how he does today. Another young man from Australia, Jarvis Webb. Jarvis, how's it going? We'll be watching for you. Hopefully your ohana in Australia is following us as well today. But of course, this is a French Polynesia or Tahitian dominated entries, but we're great to see all these young paddlers coming from places near and far to test themselves amongst the best of the best. And when you start getting to that level at a young age like this, there's nowhere to go but up, right?
Yep, nowhere but up. And if you're watching on the screen, that's a great drone shot of all of these boats lined up. Again, we've got pretty close to almost 100 entries, and right now they're doing their last-minute checks, making sure their footwells are all in place. If they're carrying water packs or anything like that, that it's all, ready to go. I believe the conditions are very, very good right now. I mean, you could see that there's no white caps up on the water. There's no real ripples or anything other than a boat wake. And I feel like always pretty fair start. The one of the most important things in a race is your race start when it comes to V1. Positioning is everything. Knowing who's next to you and what that's going to be like might not be your best self, but it looks like I'm kind of curious to see where people. And there we go. We are starting. The U16 men and women looks like they are ready to go. They have taken off, and we are started. They are jamming. And
wow. That is amazing just to see the disparity about how quickly some of those kids are off the line.
Oh, they are.
I wonder how young you can be to enter. Can some of these kids be as young as 12 and enter this race?
You know, I didn't get a chance to ask, but I do know, for example, our youngest paddler from Hawaii is 14, and he is racing currently. So he might be one of the younger ones, but I'm pretty sure there is going to be some younger Tahitian paddlers in there as well, and they're going to want to test themselves against their older brother, you know?
Yeah. I'm going to beat my cousin.
But here we go. This is the U16 category here. Again, this course is a very similar start. They will be heading up the pass, turning left hand on a buoy and going out, but this will be exciting. This will be an exciting race. I do think that this will be a closer race, being that it might be shorter. But we'll find out as we progress.
I wonder if the difference in ages, you know, at such a pivotal point in your development is going to be making a big difference. You know, a 16, almost 17-year-old boy and a 12-year-old boy is not the same kid.
No,
for sure.
You're so right. I mean, I definitely can see the difference, and I think we saw some of that the day before. Some of the 14-year-olds. I will say these are some giant kids. I was not expecting some of these kids to be so well developed at 14.
It's like the Kahuku Intermediate.
Yes,
team,
yes.
Like, wow, look at the size of these kids. They're monsters.
Yeah, I was one of those kids, you know, going against all the big boys from Kalama and St. Louis and looking across like, oh, you sure?
I was definitely a late bloomer also, but all good. So, you know, on the U16 Wahine side, some paddlers from outside of French Polynesia, hopefully some of their families are logging on and watching them. We're looking at Hine Kahukura Brooking from New Zealand, from Auckland, and Raihani Renvoy from Australia, and Chelsea Reti from New Zealand as well. So go get them, ladies. Get out. Good to see all of you getting out here, competing, and taking back what you see and what you learn back home to help develop your own clubs.
Yeah, I think in some of these races, I believe there is some people that are favored in some of these races, but at this age, I believe anyone can win. The U16, I think anyone can perform really well and have their day and have their moment.
Oh, for sure.
It's going to be exciting to see.
We're going to look to get some numbers as soon as we can. But it's a pretty tight pack, as it should be, going into that first turn at the top of the channel. Again, you saw the course earlier. It's basically a shortened version of the course we were watching earlier this morning. Thank you for joining us for this Te Aito Live in English. Again, on our Facebook and YouTube feeds, please go ahead and log in and let us know how we're doing. Send a shout out to anybody. Yep.
For those of you that are watching the feed, I feel like you got a couple lines. Looks like you got one line where somebody's following the inside track. You do have somebody way out on the outside left. I feel like he's got to close that distance at some point when they get closer.
All right,
to
I'm
the
getting
buoy.
some information updates from our Facebook page. I got Kai Chong logging on, and he's saying go Spencer, and then Tom Allen, who I think is Spencer's dad, right, is saying, is that Spencer in the red boat? And Kai says yes, he thinks it might be.
Let's go.
So Tom Allen cheering him on. Elaine Avil Reynolds, go Spencer. So it's great. We're getting a lot of people chiming in on our feed here for our Facebook and as well as our YouTube page. Aloha to all of you. Looks like our YouTube page is definitely dominated by the Brazilians. They have a lot of folks logging on there and giving feedback and putting their 2 cents in, which we welcome. Please send your comments, your questions. We're going to do our best to get to you, but we're looking for a great race here, and we're going to be keeping a particular eye on some of our paddlers from Hawaii Island. From the Hawaiian Islands, sorry.
Yeah, it's right here on screen. What we're watching is just everyone. The U16 just started. They're a few minutes into their race. They're going to head out the pass, take a left-hand turn, and then they're going to head right back to where they started and then stay on the inside of the lagoon. Then they're going to take a left-hand turn and go outside of Arui Reef and finish up the same way as all the other courses. But this is going to be exciting. I think we're going to see how these kids fare on this course. But I think some of us mentioned right there on that screen in the red canoe is Spencer Allen. He has a Kalahui Kai blade in his hand. You can see the paddle. It's very much him. I just had the pleasure of watching him race not only just the Molokai Solo, but he also entered the Aloha Aito and had a very good showing.
Yeah, all that work is paying off. He's getting cheered on by his uncle Brett Chukovich here. Go, Spencer!
Yeah.
And Kai Hei Chong is on here, too, confirming that, that's a KLK paddle for sure.
Yep.
Cecilia Piper is cheering on Wyatt, Teva, and Spencer. And so a great showing from these young Hawaii boys.
Yeah, and I was speaking with Teva, the dad, Mark, and a few of the Kalahui Kai paddlers, as well as Bob and Wyatt, and just kind of picking their brain over this last week and see what their training has been like. And man, they've been going out and training hard. And like a lot of them said, is they were really prepping for Molo Solo, but being able to be here and come out and race, man, they're excited. And I believe I just saw Kalai Ho as well up in that top pack. Once we get the numbers, we'll be able to bring a little bit more feed for you guys. But what an exciting race for this one. It's interesting. We're seeing kind of like two lines, someone hugging up a little bit north and some staying a little bit down. So trying to see what they're looking at on their turn to see how they address it as they get to the first buoy.
Yep. Teva Reynolds, his dad, Mark, I believe his paternal grandmother is at least part Tahitian. So that's where he gets that name Teva
Awesome.
And where their family connection is to the islands. I think, he definitely is tied into French Polynesia in his lineage, in his DNA. So this is nothing for me. Any of these other boys out here from French Polynesia could be one of his cousins.
Yeah, right on.
He's exactly where he should be by all estimates.
Awesome. Yeah, I got the privilege. Teva does come out to a lot of the Rudderless Hawaii little clinics that we have, and he's been on the part of the team too as well. And man, that kid goes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, if you've been paddling for a while with Teva, you'll know he's going to put you down sometime in that race. But here we go. We see our leaders of the pack. Really strong start right here from Spencer Allen, as well as I believe chasing him might also be, it looks like another Hawaii paddler. So we'll get confirmation on these paddlers as we progress throughout this race. But he is paddling a 5 it looks like the snap-in version of looks like a 4SI, I believe.
Wow, this is Spencer Allen here, and he's having a great race. He's already attacking the water and getting what he can out of it, running that ama nice and light, popping it out here and there, but just a real consistent, long, a little bit kind of a little bit of a windmill to his stroke, but he's just grinding it out right there. And the machine is just running. And like we talked about earlier, he's in flow right now. Look at him. He's already opening up a 2-3 boat lead in front of the next rudderless behind him. And let's keep our fingers crossed for this young man that he's able to connect the dots and put it through put it together all race long.
Yeah, here we see him. So Spencer is 16. He's from Honolulu, Hawaii, from Manoa, and he's paddling with KOK for since the age of 10.
Wow.
So he's been with them for a handful of years, and he said that he only started paddling the V1 about 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And he's got a couple years of experience on the V1, but not a lot. And he said that he's some of his big accomplishments was he paddled Molo Solo 2 times, and that he was excited because he got to do Aloha Aito last year. So right on, cool. Spencer, and that's a little bit about him. So we're excited to see how he fares on this race.
Yeah, well, Spencer Allen is another young man that comes from a lineage of top watermen. His dad and the brother are excellent watermen, good people, and you can really see how this young man is at home here on the water and has been doing it from a very young age. Certainly one of the up-and-comers in Hawaii right now, somebody that everybody in the paddling community is keeping an eye on. And really kudos out to guys like Kaihei Chong, who have been coaching and training up this young man, and to the Fluger Ohana for what they've started there with KOK. And so it so to speak takes a village to have a paddler like this and like a couple of these other guys like Teva that are able to come here to really the home of this sport and compete at a high level at a young age. Those developmental programs that they're working with, by all accounts, it's working.
It's working. And so we see right here, this is just a start. So we're about less than maybe 10 minutes in or 11 minutes
11
in.
11 and a half minutes.
So we're 11 and a half minutes into this race. We've got a long ways to go still yet. But it's always good to get a good start. What do you think, Kalai?
Hey, man. A good start, a good middle, a good finish. You got to have them all. Yeah. A good start for a top competitor is good because it gets you out of the traffic. It allows you to have a cleaner race. There's a better chance that you're not going to have your race impeded by another paddler that maybe just trying to do their own thing. And so that's always good for a top paddler to get out there and get in the lead. Although having a really good start, depending on the paddler, is not always good.
Sure.
Because some paddlers do better when there's a rabbit in front to chase.
I will say that I agree with you 100%. I've definitely watched a bunch of races over the last few years with the Te Aito, and some of the more favorite paddlers, they like to hold back a little. You'll see a pack up front, and
they'll wait.
They tend to chase it down, at a certain point where they know they can get there.
Mm-hmm. Looks like our second place paddler in that turn sequence made up a little bit of ground on Spencer Allen. It seems to me that he took advantage of that little downwind run between the two legs, and we'll see what's happening with that right now.
Yeah. So it looks like they were just meant to wrap around the second boat as another turn buoy.
Mm-hmm. 290s instead of a 180, right?
Yeah, so that way I think it'll give it a little bit more time to get around. But we'll try to get a number on the second boat. It looks like we have one kid, Spencer's on a red 5, and the person battling for that top spot is on a green Timmy canoe. Once we get some numbers, we can bring you some names to this.
Alors, plusieurs compétiteurs étrangers dans cette catégorie U16. On voit à l'image sur notre CCF de Rongirois. Et voilà la lumière sur le contournement des deux dans la balise.
You can see all of these U16 paddlers rounding the two turn buoys there. Just because of the water line and the challenge of steering these boats, it makes more sense to have 290s instead of a 180 turn. It's much less chance for canoes banging into each other or confusion or creating a big problem at the turn when you spread it out into 290s.
Yeah.
Rudderless canoes are not designed to make 180-degree turns, not by a long shot.
Not at all.
They're meant to be smooth, go downwind, transfer, a lot of water line, nice smooth progression through the water. They don't turn that well necessarily. And so right now, Spencer Allen is still maintaining his first place, but our second place canoe is definitely making up some ground there, but looking tough and smooth, both of these paddlers, as they're heading back in towards the beach at the second set of turns there. So you look again at the course there. On your far left, the paddlers have come out. They've made that turn on the buoy way outside. Now they're making their way back to the beach where they'll be making a nice, long, sweeping left turn and following the coastline up to the reef area.
Can we just appreciate how big this lagoon is and how much space they're able to operate within this course? But so they're coming back towards that start line, and then they'll make their way inside of the reef line, heading towards the north end. And then they'll go around Arue Reef and finish up. But great start. I think we had a really clean race start. I think everyone is starting to settle in, but still a lot of racing to go. But does look like it's a little sticky on the inside as well right now. Looks like there's a little bit of a ground swell moving against the AMA. And kind of just maybe going to be like that for a while, I think.
Yeah, until they start heading up the coastline where it's real nice flat water inside.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a closer look at. So we know that in the red canoe is Spencer. We're trying to see who this is in second place. If anybody's online and you guys can identify canoes and you have an idea of who it is, feel free to share with us. But we're going to give you this live coverage for the U16 men for this entire race. And any shout-outs, we'll be more than happy to bring them for you guys. So we want to go ahead and shout out a big mahalo to Te Aito Events for allowing us to broadcast this for you live. And again, for Te Aito 2024, thank you, Charlie, Mara, and Dana. Also, a big mahalo to the Haviki Nui audio-visual team there, Terema and Ken, and Oscar, the drone pilot, as well as Arnold on the camera boats. Thank you guys very much from Tahiti. So currently, right now, we just have this panning drone shot here of your current leaders there. Looks like 1 and 2 have a pretty fair boat length, about 20 boats ahead of the mid pack, and I feel like we'll see where everybody stands as we get around the reef line. But for now, it's still early in the race.
Still very early. Looks like maybe getting a little stormy out there.
Looks windy.
Kind of choppy wind at their side.
We definitely didn't see that in the first race.
It looks almost like there's a squall coming through here. And we'll see how long that'll be lasting for.
Yeah, you can see the weather looks like even on the outside, it looks like it's a little bit gloomier. It was kind of dark in the morning, but right now maybe it's that mid-morning wind and starting to change a little bit. The flags aren't moving too much, so it might be just out in the open water.
Yeah, a little bit farther out the channel. Looks like on the inside it's a bit lighter.
Yep.
We got Eddie Hayward chiming in on our Facebook feed, cheering on Spencer and Kalai. Again, we're looking to get ID on that paddler there in the green, trying to see if we can pull off a number. Something. Oh, man, that's hard.
Almost there. We almost got it. Oh, he said it.
He said it, but I'm not getting what his. So 640 for Spencer.
Yeah. He looks so clean. Really effortless right now.
Okay, here we go. 622. 622.
And so 622, we have Chance Tavita.
Tavita.
Yeah.
All right. And he is from where? Pape?
So he is actually from Rangiroa. And
Chance Tavita. Where we go? Okay. Yep. Oh, Rangiroa. Cool. His home club is Terevatane Va'a Rairoa.
Yeah. So he's currently right on Spencer's tail right there, and it looks like it's going to be nice to have that little battle there. It'll keep you on your toes.
Yep. Nice footage of these two young men battling it out. Very smooth. Yeah, they're looking great.
And
try to get some ID numbers on. This is like kind of
the pack.
The pack right behind them. Huh?
Yeah. But you could see both Spencer and Chance looks like they've definitely pushed each other to kind of hold a good pace right now in the front two. And I think Spencer looks quite informed right now. He's ready to go.
Yeah, they look great. I love these low water shots, especially in this kind of paddling. You really get a feel for what these paddlers are doing, what they're feeling out there. And they're kind of just in the groove. This is real smooth stuff. But, you're going to notice one thing that's different from six-man paddling or even OC1 paddling is the frequency of switching sides. They're going to be switching different sides of the canoe with their paddles depending on how they're needing to paddle steer and make this canoe go. So when you can switch sides of the canoe very efficiently, or perhaps being able to paddle such that you don't need to switch as often, it's going to make you a faster and more efficient paddler. And so it's kind of neat to see, like, this is part of the reason why you watch Tahitian six-man paddlers. The changes are clean.
Yeah, clean. And absolutely, I think when you're watching like these paddlers currently, you can see there's a lot of paddle steering. Sometimes, again, they're just reaching right where they need to be in order to adjust the canoe into the direction they want. But as you see, both on two different canoes, and both canoes function similar for the steering side of paddling and the types of strokes. However, canoes are all different. All V1 canoes, different makes, are all different. Some have a little bit better rockers. Some are a little bit more V'd for tracking better. Currently, we see a host of Timmy Vaz and 5 Vaz seem to be like the choice of canoe at this point. I do see right here we have a Phi and a Timmy canoe racing against each other for the top spot.
Looks like Spencer's opening up a little bit there.
Yep.
We'll see how he does in this flatter water. It did seem to me, though, that the gentleman next to him, what was the young man's name again? Chance in that short period where they were able to kind of go downhill in between the buoys, Chance definitely seemed like he was able to capitalize right there. That was a point in the race he looked like he was pressing Spencer the most. And so maybe he's a good surfer and he's just trying to hang with Spencer until he gets to that other turn buoy where they're able to surf down on the outside, and then he's going to open it up. So there is still, even though it may look like just paddling, there is still a lot of strategy in all of this going forward.
Yeah, and it looks like a couple of these boys, I think the one in the purple canoe, I see them at the Bora Bora race. A lot of these kids from Tahiti and all over the different islands, all extremely talented, and they train really, really hard. I remember getting up at some of the mornings at like 5 o'clock, and they were up before me running. I was like, oh man,
young kids like this.
Young kids,
wow,
it's impressive. Training, running, going. What a good shot here of our leaders of the U16 race, and a nice shot of this pack here of paddlers here in the same group.
This young man that we were just seeing earlier with the sunglasses on and that backpack, man, he is a very smooth paddler. Love watching him. But it is Spencer Allen that is really setting the pace here. He's out in front. Looks like they're going to be taking a nice gradual left around this these buoys here and heading up the coastline. So coming into the beach here, Spencer is in the lead by at least a couple canoe lengths, representing well himself, his family, KLK, Kalama, and of course Hawaii in this race here, the Te Aito U16 2024.
I'm sure you got a bunch of people yelling on the beach right now, cheering them on. You're going to hear a lot of whistling and a lot of shouting. And here we go. So we're negotiating a turn now. We'll be running towards the inside of the lagoon. They'll be heading out the Arue Reef area. And so right now we're going to see, maybe we'll see a little bit of that separation is kind of growing, I think, for the 1 and 2 place right now. You can see the pack hasn't really reached that starting buoys yet. So let's see, that is 633.
Running in about third place, right?
So yeah, running in about third place, we have 633. That's gonna be
Toriki Wemitan. He is from Papeete,
representing Iritiva.
Very smooth. I just like watching that young man paddle. He's very smooth.
Let's see who's in this blue canoe. That blue canoe looks pretty familiar, that kid in there. Let's see. I feel like this is a really tight pack of boys trying to stick to each other. Kind of feeding off of the energy off of one another and see if they can hold this group together for a while and see if there's any separation.
So as you mentioned earlier, some of these canoes, like the one that Spencer is on, clicks in. You can see it there. There's Spencer again. It clicks in with a tubular aluminum Yakos.
Yep.
And there is only a particular amount of or a finite amount of adjustments you can make on that canoe, and I'm sure it comes rigged from the manufacturer pretty much where you want it.
Sure.
Depending, and it would be based upon your experience level and how you can deal with the AMA, and of course the weight and size of the paddler.
Yeah.
Right? But for folks that aren't too knowledgeable on it, for the V1, you look at a lot of the rest of these canoes, and they have like a regular vai on the front of the canoe. A vai where they are rigging their wooden yako or sometimes carbon yako to the canoe itself with rubber strips.
Yep.
And it basically has like an infinite amount of adjustment that you can put into it.
Infinite. So we call it rubber rigs.
Rubber rigs?
Rubber rigging. And so this rubber rigging type of technique, that's been used for forever.
Millennia.
And I think for that is like you said, is infinite amount of ways to adjust your canoe. Obviously, you're either using wooden yakus or you can use carbon yakus that are formed for the ama that you have on your canoe. But the rigging styles are all different. But rubber rigging is good because it teaches you kind of the ground up ways to. It keeps you connected to the traditional style of what it was. So to me, I still use my rubber rig canoes. I do have snap-ins, but the rubber rig teaches you a little bit how to. When you rig it and it falls apart, it's on you, And then if you rig it and it stays together, you're definitely doing something right. But it teaches you like different ways to rig a canoe, whether you want to rig out or in or further out for more stability or closer in for a little bit more tippiness, or how to wedge it. And that's all coming on either the vai or even the
beautiful shot of Spencer here from the drone overhead. And you can really get a feel for the amount of separation he has between him and our second place canoe. Spencer has one of those snap-in canoes. It looks like the young man behind him has a little bit different setup. Here you go. That's one of the couple of the rubber rig canoes there. You can see.
Yeah, and then as you see that, it's funny because we were just looking at something as simple as this. It's a simple strap.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a rubber. So these definitely do come in handy. But like any rubber, over time in the sun, they tend to kind of get frail and they fade really quickly. So manufacturers that will use this rubber straps, you kind of rather use the inner tube from an old bike tire.
That works too.
Yeah, they work really well because you can cut it to your length and your size and stuff. But these come manufactured like that.
Right.
They have been using these on like 6-man canoes because of the length and the
I know some guys that they use this in canoe surfing because it has a lot of give
flex
as opposed to snap, right? So you have a better chance to take a wave or get spun around or huli or whatever it might be without actually like breaking your canoe. Right now it looks like we have 931 that was looked like a U16 young lady there.
Yep.
That we were looking at. 931, that is Keale Te Amo. She's from Tahiti as well. Maybe that was our first place.
Female,
we're gonna think that might be our first place. Keale Te Amo, 931.
Yeah. And it looks like we just have a spectator on the inside, just checking out the course, and who knows, maybe just trying to see what's going on. But there we go. We got a drone shot. Spencer Allen kind of holding that lead.
Continues to do well.
And I feel like he's definitely done the training. I mean, coming off of the Molo Solo and, just being in the whole one-man racing scene, I definitely feel like he's got a lot in the tank, and he's holding strong, and he's paddling very consistent and well. Looks like a really tall kid in a canoe here.
Is that 6'4", 8"? Is that what I see there?
Yeah, it looks like 6'4", 8". 6'4", 8". We have Timona Ripiu.
Awesome work by these young men and women.
So currently on screen, we just have this drone pan view. It looks like we got 1 and 2 still up in the front. Probably won't see some changes for a little while until we get outside of the reef, and then we'll see if anybody gains or loses positioning right here. Hopefully we can pan back into the lineup and see a little bit of the other racers, but we're 32 minutes in. This is the U16 men and women U16 here, and this course is just about 7 miles long. It's shorter than the last 2 courses that we watched with the last course that we watched with the Open Women, the Master Men, and the U19. So currently we have a nice shot here of Chance. Chance Tavita coming out of Rangiroa, Tereva Taneva Rairoa. Very strong paddler. He's right there sticking pretty consistently with the leader of the pack. Here we got a nice shot. It looks like there is, I think that canoe on the inside is just somebody paddling the course. I don't see any decal on there, but see some really nice paddling here from our leader. You can see a nice steady smooth rhythm in his technique, and he's just being consistent, staying on the boat, keeping it running. Very clean here. For 2 years of being on the V1, looks like he's been paddling a V1 for a long time, but I think Spencer has put in a lot of time with his teammates, and you can see it right here. He's definitely comfortable. He's definitely in that flow of keeping it running.
We're gonna see how long he's able to hold that, and once he makes that turn coming back down the coastline, if he's able to maintain that lead, or if once he gets into a little more open water, the other paddler in second place will be able to close that gap. But right now, he's continuing to hold a pretty solid lead, not only on second place, but on that small group of, what is that, maybe 4 or 5 paddlers that are battling for, I guess, what would that be, like third to seventh place, something like that in there. But great job by Spencer either way. So, last week you talked about Kalaiho doing really good and winning that other one-man race. Can you kind of give perspective after having been down to Tahiti recently and seen races and be part of this? Can you kind of give perspective on how big of a deal it would be if some kid from Hawaii rolls up to Papeete and wins the Te Aito U16s?
Yeah, I think it's a big deal. I mean, not coming from Tahiti and maybe never racing there, or even if you have, the idea of, it's a big feat. It's you're going to somebody else's home and competing in a watercraft that you don't necessarily compete in all the time, and trying to put in the effort and seeing how you fare. I think he's doing a really good job of that. I mean, being Kalai, congratulations to him, by the way, for winning last weekend for that U16. Incredible talent. He also did extremely well for our Aloha Aito race. But it's a big deal. You're going to Tahiti. You're racing against about 60 different U16 paddlers and coming out on top.
And it may not seem as much of a big deal here to our general paddling community, but I think you'd be very mistaken if you didn't think it raised the eyebrows of a lot of these Tahitian paddlers, and not only the youth paddlers, but the coaches, the organizations, the guys at the top of organizations like EDT and Shelva. They're like, oh, how's these young? Because they know it's only a matter of time before that guy that's winning U16, he's not out there by himself.
Nope.
He's got a team of guys that are pushing each other and getting them to this level. And now what happens when that team starts putting it together? Now, KLK has had a great showing at the Hawaii Kinui.
Yep.
They do good and really well in other races where they're competing with the Tahitians, but they have yet to come out on top. And so it's races like this where Hawaii paddlers are able to kind of poke holes and looking for the chink in the armor, so to speak, of this Tahitian, outrigger paddling juggernaut that has really been just dominating the sport over the last decade easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can say that for many of these paddlers, V1 allows you to become an individually dominant paddler. But if you're all paddling V1 and you're all becoming in the same level and you keep excelling, it's definitely going to raise eyebrows for sure. And it's a great experience to be Spencer right now and maintaining and being competitive and providing that opportunity for white paddlers.
And can you even imagine? Aloha to our followers on Instagram. Mahalo for joining us and checking us out. We're in the middle of the U16s race, but mahalo, gang. Tune in on our Facebook page. So can you even imagine, as a side note to this whole thing about, focusing on Spencer and what he may be able to pull off today, but can you imagine what's going on in that young Tahitian's mind in the green canoe?
Yeah.
He's like, this Hawaiian, he wants to come over here and beat us in our waters, in our race. And right now, he don't have to turn around and look. He knows there's nobody right behind him. He knows it's the two of them. And pretty much, like, that rests on his shoulders. And
defending your home.
Imagine the pressure he's going to get if he doesn't beat this Hawaiian kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Spencer's got nothing to lose right here, right? He's the dark horse. He's in the lead, whatever. But by all accounts, that young man in the green canoe and all his buddies right behind him shouldn't even be letting Spencer in right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're right.
So there's a lot of pressure on that young man, and I would imagine he's versed enough in competitive paddling to know what's up.
Yep. You're right. I think there is a precedence happening, and I think we're excited, to see that. And it's good to have the competition on both sides, right? Hawaii going to Tahiti, Tahiti coming to Hawaii, and but we're finally there. I think if more Hawaii paddlers see this, we're here. You know, like we are.
And in my eyes, here may be the difference. So Spencer obviously can make that canoe move. He has a great feel for the water. And from what I've been watching today, this is the leg of the race that's going to make
the difference,
make or break you, right?
Yep.
Great turn by Spencer there, by the way. Great turn.
Yep.
But now they're heading downwind.
Yep.
And now it's about being able to use what little bump there is there, because there's a little something.
There is.
Yeah, there's a little something.
I mean, we saw it on the last race.
And can you use it?
Yeah, we saw it on the last race. As soon as you come outside of this reef, right, they'll be able to run the reef line. But you can see there's definitely some movement out there as we pan out. You can see there's some lines and some swells. And I think we're kind of excited to, like you said, see how he will hold the line and see if he can run with the swells and the ground swells, and maybe the surfing outside of Outrigger paid off, you know, and see.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt this, young Spencer Allen knows how to catch some waves. That's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
But on this particular craft, can he do it as well as that young Tahitian right behind him? And here's his chance to show the world.
Yep.
But either way, a phenomenal performance so far by young Spencer Allen from Hawaii, paddling here, flying the red colors of Kalahui Kai. And this, for me personally, is the portion of this race that I've wanted to watch. You know, every race so far has not disappointed.
I mean, we saw what happened with Charles and George. We see it at one point.
Exactly.
It was
one point, George was just able to surf away from him.
Yeah.
You know, and so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm excited for both of these young men. I mean, to have this stage and be those two men racing this race and putting it out there and see who comes out on top.
It's very possible in the young man. Chance. Chance's mind, he was thinking, okay, I'm just going to draft this guy. I'm going to stay with him. And then when we get outside, I'm gonna drop the hammer.
Yeah.
Right. And you don't know what kind of strategy he was working with.
For sure.
Or even Spencer, he might not know this water. You don't know, this kid is from Papeete. He might know this water and every little piece of reef that you're paddling along. I'm sure he's done it 100 times.
Right.
He knows
I agree.
right where you can catch a little bit more energy out of the water because there's a low spot or whatever it is.
Yep.
And Spencer is just grinding it out and
Yeah.
making sure, like, okay, I don't want to miss the turn on any boats. And that's the pressure. Having never done this course, he's in the lead and trying not to make a wrong turn. And the course officials, he doesn't even speak their language.
Yeah.
They couldn't even correct him if they wanted to verbally, right? They may have to wave arms and that kind of stuff. But that's a lot of pressure on this 16-year-old boy. I mean, and he is doing a great job. But really, this is a portion of this race where all of these elements are going to start to come together, and we're going to see where the chips are going to fall.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with the whole idea that he's never raced this course, and we got to see what happens. And do you go high? Do you stay low? It is. Am I going to run the reef line? There's a bunch to it for sure.
Has this young Tahitian been waiting for this opportunity? Is he purposely running a little higher? I mean, there's a lot of things that from our position we can always only guess at, but it'll be interesting to see how it goes and what they do.
Yeah, you can see there is some nice ground swell right now.
Yeah, and this is the perspective where you can really see
they're moving.
Yes.
And what a great battle it is right now. I mean,
just looks like Chase is coming alive a little bit here. Spencer is continuing to have a nice grind, whereas you try watch Chase, he's going to pick it up a little bit here and there to catch a little bump. He is slowly closing that gap next to Spencer, and these two young men are going at it, and they have opened up an appreciable lead between them and the rest of the field. That is an easy couple 100-yard lead, and they are battling neck and neck, trading, going blow for blow. Nice little pickup there by Spencer to feel some energy. Great work. These two young guys are going at it.
I mean, just look at their styles and their techniques.
Beautiful paddling.
You
Beautiful
can see
paddling.
they're just on. They are on.
And to see them, long arms, nice posture, big, long reach, getting their body into it. Really when you get close up, you're able to see the movement in the legs and letting you know where they're driving their power from. Look how on every stroke, Chance's legs coming up and down, up and down, up and down, where he's driving. Even Spencer, look at that. They're pulling that energy all the way from the foot where they're pushing against that foot pedal down inside and driving this canoe forward.
I mean, watching this you just know that the future is strong and looking really, really good. But I got a feeling this is going to be a dogfight, man, to the end. I think these two are not going to give up. I think they're just going to battle each other until
we got Spencer's uncle, a man of few words, Jimmy Austin III, saying, "Heck yeah, go Spencer." Seth Allen crushing it and cheering on our young man here, and what a great performance by both of these young guys.
Yeah, so it looks like our cameramen are definitely focused on these two here. These are the two leaders of the pack. It does look like there might be a little bit edge on the outside. I think that swell is running pretty decent along this reef line, which I'm sure both of these are excited to be a part of. Like you said, we're just going to see who can hold that line and keep on those swells and keep running. But both paddlers look extremely comfortable, very smooth. They're attacking the swell as it comes underneath the boat, and they are allowed to apply a little bit more pressure onto each stroke and maintain their speed.
And a good surfer in an OC1, V1, or whatever, they're actually, if there's waves to be had, they're working less hard. They're more efficient. And so, it seems like the tide, the lead has changed. We have Spencer close second, almost to the same spot where Chance was the whole time. And so, great performance continuing by these two young men.
Yeah, so currently what we see is Chance Tavita, he's inside the green canoe. It's a green Timmy. And then we've got Spencer in the red Phi. A little bit of a change in position, but it's anyone's race still yet. There's still a long ways to go along this reef line before they get back into the pass. They are halfway done. They are just about halfway done or more. And I think we'll be seeing the finish probably about 1:15, right around there. It's 47 minutes into this race. There is still some energy to be had coming into the pass, so we'll see if there's any changes within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
So, Michael, you've been here. What's going through Spencer's head right now?
I think he's still confident. He's comfortable where he's at. I think in his mind is just keeping the gap small, not letting it get too wide, but also just anticipating what's coming up, whether it's into the pass, maintaining the pressure because he's not too far behind. He is got pushed back probably on that little bit of exchanges here. But he just needs to read his competitor and see if his competitor is trying to run away and make a move. And he needs to know what he's got in the tank as well and whether he can maintain it. But I think he trusts his abilities, and I think he's going to have to just go with be confident in what he's capable of doing.
What about Chance? Where do you think he's at right now in his head?
In his head is probably making a move. It's probably a good time for him to start pushing and see if he can break Spencer a little bit and try to get a little bit of distance, because that's kind of what happens when you're battling for such a long time. You're just waiting to see which one of you breaks first, and then it's can you maintain it once you pull away. But I think both mindsets are probably pretty positive. I think they both know that there's a lot at stake to win this race.
And although maybe this is Spencer's first time in this race and he's in a new place, and even for Chance, a young man racing here, they've been in a ton of races.
Yeah.
Right? And every day they go to one-man practice with their friends.
Yep.
It's a race.
Yep.
Every day is a race. So this is really not foreign territory to them. I'm sure there was a bit of a game plan for either of them. I'd be curious to see what it was.
Me too.
I may never know, but it did seem like this young Tahitian almost planned to open this up here. And like you talked about, look at that. Wow, he's running.
Yeah,
beautiful.
I think he definitely, like you said, I think he's probably been in this pass and practiced around here, or if not, at least understands it or has a lot more acknowledgement to it versus maybe Spencer who just got there, right? Not even a few days ago and is like, I'm here, let's go, let's race.
Right.
Let's put on a race. But still plenty of time to make up that ground. I think there's still some things to expect, but I think you just try to recover. If you get pushed behind a little bit, you look for something to give you a little bit of that boost to get back into that front. But we also see another battle here between two more Timmy
Looks
Vaz.
like third place, huh?
I believe so. I believe this is just that mid-pack that's starting to put on the pressure right now. And again, I think we just went right back to our leader, Chance Herea Tearai Tavita. He's from Rangiroa. Tereva Tane Va'a Rairoa is the canoe club that he's representing.
Rangiroa.
But you can see there is definitely some energy on the bottom of the groundswell. You can see it. He's like on it right now and just maintaining. And I think he's looking back, just trying to get a good sneak at where Spencer is in relationship to him. And it's all about maintaining, I think, at this point.
Yeah, he's got maybe another mile to 2 miles left in this race.
Yep.
He's trying to capitalize on a portion of the race where he feels he would be strong. And it's paying off for him right now. He seems to be surfing this coastline pretty well.
6 to 8. So right there on screen, 6 to 8, we have Hitiragi Tomasini from French Polynesia.
Oh, Hitiragi Tomasini. Nice.
So right here, we've got probably maybe about 8 canoe lengths or so. Probably just one swell behind. Spencer's just a little bit behind. But again, we're just coming towards the pass shortly where they go back inside to the starting line. What a shot, though, right there of that reef that they just circled. So basically, they just circled that entire reef that we are seeing right now on screen. We're 52 minutes into this race. We've probably got no less than 10 to 12 minutes before we see a finish, most likely.
Mm-hmm. Great performance by these young paddlers. We have Chance Tavita out in first place. He just kind of opened up on Spencer Allen, who was our leader for the majority of the race. He's surfing well downhill. Spencer is just behind him, right on his heels. And then there's another gap to the paddlers in third and fourth place. But an exciting race. Both of these, top competitors looking very fluid, very smooth, and we'll see how the inside part turns out. If either one of these paddlers has enough in the tank to hold on to their position and make it in to a strong finish. Look like Spencer's shortening up there a little bit. Make sure that he stays long on his paddle. There's a lot of work, man. These young men have been at it hard for almost an hour. They have got to be fatigued. I mean, they're no doubt in great shape, but this has been a tough hour for these young men.
Yeah, as you can see, there's our race course up on the top left. So they're just rounding out the last part of the reef before they come back into the pass. And that's just the inlet to the finish line. But they still got to circle. They still got to finish along the coastline, just as the same as all the other races. But I will say this race is still close. There's still a good, probably about just maybe a mile left. And we'll see a good showing at the end of this race. It looks like they're still running that reef line. You can see there's a nice looks like a nice couple of lines coming from behind.
Yeah.
If you notice, looks like Chance stayed high up on the right side. He started kind of hugging up on the top of
so he could surf down.
Yeah, I would say he was reading the water a little bit. Even if you can't see it, you definitely feel it out there in the ocean. And you know, if you got one, there's probably one more right behind. So you just keep attacking when you can. But he's putting on a really good show as well. And he's holding strong because I know he doesn't want to give up that first place.
Nobody does. He's definitely putting some energy into his blade, trying to hold on to this lead that he's got going on. And I'm looking forward to the next time we get to check in on the U16 young ladies and see how they're doing. There's Spencer right there. And Chance, and they're coming in. They're going to be taking a left turn on that buoy, I believe, huh?
Yeah, it looks like this will be their turn buoy. They got the escort boat, the lead boat up there in front, probably telling them to turn down at this buoy. And then they've got to get to the coastline. And once they get there, they'll be finishing up. So we're 55 minutes into this race. We've got Chance Tavita in first place currently, and followed closely behind is Spencer Allen of Hawaii. What a race, though. What a battle. The conditions look like it cleaned up right here in the pass. I mean, no texture on the water, nice and smooth. But we'll see how this finish looks here. Always.
Great job. Looks like catching a little bump coming in there. Look at that. Yeah. Nice work, Chance.
And you could see right here when he turns down, there's more surf for him to be had. I'm just watching that buoy line, and there we go.
Right here. Here he's going to pick one off.
Yep. That boat is moving. So Chance is currently on his...
right there. Look at that. Look at that nose come down.
Oh, running.
Beautiful stuff. All right, we got Spencer Allen coming around that buoy there, and it looks like Chance has opened up a lead. And at this point, there is not a lot of real estate left, but Spencer's got to be looking in the rearview mirror right now because those other Tahitian paddlers are not far behind. He's almost split the gap between himself and
the team.
Chance and the leader. So Spencer looks to be running about halfway between first place and third and fourth place. So that's kind of the feel we're getting from our drone shot, and we're fingers crossed that Chance is able to hold on to his position there in second place. I'm sorry, Spencer is able to hold on to position in second place, and Chance is here coming into the finish. He knows he's got a good lead. He's just trying to have a smooth finish, unmitigated by any unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, so it looks like right here he's looks like he's paddling a Timmy Va'a, and then shortly right behind we've got Spencer on a Phi. But what a race! So there's a little bit of surf coming into this little channel here. So it looks like he's gonna try to get everything he can, and it looks like that's the back of the pack.
Yeah, the battle for third place is tough.
Yep, here we go. The race is on for third.
We need a good aerial shot to figure out how far up our
here we go.
Our KLK paddler is. Here's a nice. You can see the separation there between first and second place, and they still got a ways to go. They still need to get to the beach and then make that left-hand turn and race down the beach.
I will say I think Spencer had a really good turn earlier on the turn buoys. I didn't get the chance to see where Chance was at on that, but I do know Spencer did really well. Looks like he's got a little bit of that wake coming in, and he's taking advantage of all of that wake.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
He's running
right
it.
Here.
Yeah, just a lot of good skill right here by this 16-year-old. And, wow. Great job. And pretty good drone shot here. Trying to get some positioning on these paddlers, but we have Tavita here, Chance Tavita right here, holding on to the lead, representing Rangiroa. He looks like a pretty seasoned
still
paddler.
pretty fresh, yeah.
Yeah, he looks like a really
pretty
seasoned
fresh.
paddler.
Like he's grinding it out when he needs to. He's picking up the pace to capitalize on a little bump here and there as he needs to. And he looks like he's still got plenty left in the tank to get to that finish line.
Yeah, so here we go. We're seeing quite a bit of separation between the entire pack here. But we've got our leader. He's probably going to be rounding that turn, the finishing turn, very shortly. And then we're going to see exactly how this all plays out. He's definitely done a few head checks just to see where he's at, just to make sure he doesn't let the gap close up between him and Spencer. And anybody tuned in to this finish? Let's hear it for our finishers. If anybody's tuned in and you're looking for somebody.
Some folks chiming in on our Facebook feed, like Susan Brown and Jack Seymour, cheering on Spencer, Tom Allen, Seth Allen, some family members there. And then we're also seeing a lot of good commentary from folks on our YouTube page. Our live feed just passed the 1 hour mark in the U16 boys and girls. Right here, it looks like Chance Tavita from Rangiroa is in first place, followed by Spencer Allen from Hawaii. And then we got a nice battle going on there for third place between a couple of paddlers, and we're going to try to get you some info on those paddlers as soon as we can.
Wow.
But it looks like
Spencer closed that gap just a little bit.
Yeah.
And it looked like our paddler for Rangiroa was pressing hard. He is
pressing hard, but you watch him, he keeps kind of wiping his face like he's suffering a little bit there. I mean, he's working hard. He's still going for it 100%, but he's
just making sure that gap doesn't close too
working.
Tight.
This young man is working right here.
And he's making him earn it, and hats off to this kid holding into this.
Yeah. Hopefully he's got enough to be able to get up the beach.
Yeah, he still looks pretty fresh, though. He's applying as much pressure as he can. He's holding on to this lead. But what a talented young man. What a great race for him.
Yes,
coming into that finish line, looks like the last stretch of everything and giving it all he's got. Giving a couple head checks, making sure he's not getting chased down.
Ooh, man, he's working it.
He's going for it. Flying water. There you go. We see that drone right overhead of him. Probably got a really good shot of him coming into this finish. And there we go. We see our gap between first and second.
He's doing good. He's holding that in, but man, he's still getting pressed by those third and fourth place paddlers right behind him.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough course left for anybody to make a big move at this point. It would have to be a huli or something like that, but these paddlers are not prone to that kind of mistakes. So we'll see how it goes, but looks like Chance Tavita is going to be holding on to that lead. He was quick on the heels of Spencer Allen for the first more than half of the race.
Right.
Once we came into the downhill surf portion, was really able to kind of separate himself and open it up, open up a little bit of a gap, move from second place into first. But great work by all these paddlers and all these young men representing well their families and their hometowns.
Yeah, what an exciting race for this 60-year-old. He's going to likely, if he holds it off, he'll be able to claim the title for the U16 Te Aito Championship here. But anything can happen on the final legs. You never know. And we'll see if that gap closes.
Yeah, it looks like Chance has only got about 100 yards or so to the beach.
Yep. And then we still see some panning of the last turn buoy going into the pass. But here we go. We're at the finish line. And we're about to see this finish by Chance Tavita here from Rangiroa, French Polynesia. And what a great race. He did really, really well, actually, kind of keeping with Spencer and maintaining for quite some time.
Actually. He was drafting Spencer for a
The
big
whole
portion
way.
of that front of the race, letting Spencer cut water for him.
Yeah, and then I think just maybe reading that reef coming on the outside and with that little surf line, I think he was able to
He's a big, tall boy. Look
make
at
a little bit of a move. But there you go. You see him coming in first. There's Chance Tavita with the first place. And right behind him, not that far at all. Like very, very close.
Spencer,
within
great
seconds.
race.
What an awesome, awesome race by that young man right there. Spencer Allen representing KOK and Hawaii. What an awesome job by Spencer. He did awesome.
Yeah,
what
he
a great
he
race.
was incredible. Great work by Spencer. Put together a good race. Held on there. We're going to see some second and third place finishers here. I've liked watching this young man with the glasses. 6'8".
Yeah, 6'8". We have Hitiragi.
Hitiragi Tomasini. Italian French Polynesian.
Coming in third place right behind Spencer. So we just got our first, second, and third there for the U16s. We had Chance Tavita from Rangiroa, Spencer Allen from Hawaii Island, and then Tomasini from French Polynesia.
Yeah, Maitea Va'a. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's from, it doesn't say.
All right. We're going to hear from our champ in a second.
Ouais, hein. Puis après, celui-là, je vois pas aussi qui c'est, hein. C'est un Hawaii, je l'avais pas dans ma tête, hein. Et après, sur le parti au fond, quand on est venu, j'ai vu, il était puissant, hein.
Et qu'est-ce qui a fait la différence sur la fin?
Non, après, sur le retour, j'ai vu, ouais, qu'il n'arrivait pas bien à se faire les routes pentantes. Après, je me suis dit, ouais, c'était là.
David, félicitations. Tu veux remercier quelqu'un?
Ouais. Je vais remercier mon papa, enfin mes parents. C'est eux qui sont là pour moi. Ouais. Et sponsor Timiba.
Merci beaucoup, David. Prends soin de toi. Et on est directement avec le deuxième Spencer Allen qui vient de Hawaii. Spencer, hi, how are you?
Hi.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You were in the lead for the first half of the race.
Yeah.
So what happens? So il était en tête de la course pendant plus de la moitié. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
I didn't bring water and I need to practice in the surf more. I couldn't figure it out.
Donc il a dit qu'il avait pas d'eau et qu'il aurait dû s'entraîner plus sur la partie du surf. Et so Spencer, how did you prepare for the race?
I did a little bit of V1 and just practice at home in Hawaii, Oahu. Yeah.
Donc il a fait un peu de V1 à Hawaii, à Oahu. Spencer, est-ce qu'on va te voir l'année prochaine? We'll be seeing you next year?
Yes, sir.
Yes, for sure.
Yep.
And you want to say something to somebody watching us on Facebook?
Just want to say thank you to my mom and dad.
Congratulations again, Spencer.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
All right, so we just got able to hear the interview there with young Spencer Allen from Hawaii Team KOK. He's what a nice young guy. He was thanking his mom and dad for allowing him to come and supporting his paddling habits. He did mention that the surfing was a little bit of a challenge for him, and that he's going to work on that when he goes back home. But other than that, what a great performance, and probably more importantly, what a humble and poised young man. You know, I think it's great for the parents and Ohana members to see him do so well, but to see him be a good champion is probably more important.
Yeah, he did awesome. He great showing for the Kill Club, and just good representation. What a professional at such a young age.
Yep.
And just such a
Nice
good
young
talent. Just super proud of him. Super happy that he was able to do as well as he did, and what a great experience.
Great experiences. So we're gonna hopefully get a little bit more information about our top female paddlers in this race here. So Spencer coming in at just over an hour there, second place overall. Chance de Vita in first, and in third it was Hitiragi Tomasini.
What was the most difficult on the race today? Le plus difficile.
I don't know. It was just fun though. Good experience racing with the best, I would say, in the world.
And you want to say hello to somebody from Kona, maybe in Hawaii?
I would like to say hello to my friends, family, my team.
Thank you, Kala.
Oh yeah, my parents too.
Thank you, Kala. Have a good one. Hein? Voilà, il salue ses parents évidemment à la fin, mais sa maman est haïtienne. Il a plein de membres de sa famille qui sont haïtiens. Johan,
and just then we got to see another Hawaii boy on the list, Kalaiho, who just did really, really well last week, and obviously a really strong showing as well just now. But what an incredible race by some of our Hawaii athletes, and just what a great job by all of them. And I'm sure they're excited. I know they're stoked on this race, and they're going to enjoy it right after this.
Yeah, it was great to see another, as our commentator in Tahiti had mentioned, it's great to see another Hawaii paddler on the top of the list, Kalaiho over there from the big island of Hawaii. Again, a very humble young man. He had a great showing today. He, again, was very thankful to his mom and dad and giving shout-outs all over. So it's kind of neat to see these young guys do their thing. Yeah, we have another paddler here. We're going to try to get an identification on him.
Are there any differences between you practicing at home in New Zealand and here? Est-ce qu'il y a des différences entre la Nouvelle-Zélande et ici?
Yeah, the main difference is probably just the heat. It's a lot hotter here and a lot more humid. And yeah, it's probably...
La chaleur, l'humidité. Et do you want to say something to somebody watching us?
Yeah, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Retis and Charlie Maitere for giving me this opportunity to participate in this race. And next, I'd like to thank my coach, Michel Arai, and all the boys back at home, Torio boys, show boys. And I'd also like to thank my parents as well. I could not be here without them, and yeah.
Thank you so much, man. Have a good one. Hein? Il remercie évidemment son coach, ses parents, tous ses collègues, et puis Johan, on peut revenir avec toi.
Yep, very cool. So that was a young paddler from New Zealand. Mentioning that it was the challenge for him today was that it was much hotter than where they practiced back at home. Much more humid. The air was hot and sticky, but all these young men doing such a great job here at this race. So we are going to be looking for our first female paddler in the U16, and then we're going to be going on a break, I believe, and coming back with the open men's division a little bit later in the afternoon. All right, so here we go. Johan there coming up on our feed. Glad he's doing well. We're going to look to get some information on our first female paddler, but David Borges logging in from, not sure exactly, but he's glad to see the Big Island represented by Kalaiho out there. And appreciating our coverage. Well, we appreciate you, David, for logging on and giving us a look as you spend your busy Saturday enjoying some paddling.
Yeah, so it looks like we're just going to go ahead and see if we can identify our first female competitor, and I'm sure they're going to get an interview shortly. But we're 1 hour and 13 minutes into our race. And there you go. You still see some of the U19, the U16 finishers right there sprinting up it's not easy to run up the beach after you just raced an hour and 15 minutes in a V1.
No, it's not.
But what an awesome job by all of the volunteers there at the beach, receiving those canoes as the U16s get off of it. Still gonna go ahead and see if we can see our first female champion for this U16, but currently we have majority of our U16 men finishing up this race. But what a great drone shot there of that starting line and finish line of all of our competitors. Our open men, our big event is coming up after this race. We will have a small break and a little intermission before we bring you that live feed of the open men, which will be a really awesome event. We will have Brees Punua Ta'a. He was the first place winner, and he will be defending his title for Te Aito 2024 in the likes of some of the favorites, such as Manutea Millon, who will be challenging that Te Aito championship. And there is probably close to 200 plus names on this list for the open men, so that's going to be exciting to watch 200 take off of that.
I can't imagine. It's
just going to be incredible.
We're going to witness it a little bit later today. So yeah, sounds great. So we're going to be again continuing our coverage of today's Te Aito race a little bit later. Event organizers have a pre-planned break between these races, allowing them to clear the beach and get all the rest of the for the open men's division set up. And so we're going to be taking a break ourselves, but please stay with us. Come back. We're probably going to be back online in somewhere about the 1 o'clock hour, taking a quick break here. But you don't have to log off, or you don't have to turn off the TV. We're going to be supplying coverage of Micah's trip to Bora Bora. And it's a really great episode that we had on Ocean Paddler TV. We might also be throwing in some Aloha Aito or some old some footage of Race Around the Hat. But we are all V1 today at Ocean Paddler. We're checking out not only what's happening right now here at the Te Aito in Tahiti, but supplying you with some footage from the past and some from the recent past, and getting geared up for our 1 o'clock coverage of the big one, the open men here at Te Aito 24.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. So again, big shout out, mahalo to Te Aito Events. Big thank you to Charlie, Mara, and Dana, and also to Haviki Nui Audio Visual with the team down there, Terema and Ken and Oscar, as well as Arnold. Thank you guys.
Right on, gang. Mahalo. And again, please continue to stay with us, whether it's on Facebook or our YouTube page, or you can always check out Audio Rigger World. They're offering this live coverage as well for all us non-Tahitian speakers. But it's going to continues to be a great day of racing down in Tahiti, and we're happy to bring you the coverage from right here in our Ocean Paddler studios. So we'll be catching up with you in about another half hour or so. So stick with us. We'll be looking to see you after this quick lunch break. Ahui ho.
See you later.
Aloha, I'm Kalai Miller. Welcome to Ocean Paddler. On today's episode, we follow Hawaii paddlers Micah Kalama and Makana Dayton on a V1 rudderless mission to Tahiti. This week-long trip allowed the two to explore, discover, make friends, and of course, take a deep dive into Tahitian paddling culture.
Here we are in the island of Tahiti, and we are receiving Micah, Kalama and Makana Dayton from Hawaii. So it's always good to receive paddlers from Hawaii come and visit in Tahiti, you know, because they're going to head to Bora Bora for the Tahiti race, V1, which is really the biggest sport in Tahiti.
The mission here this week, getting ready for this Tahiti race and, you know, meeting new friends from Tahiti.
We were presented this idea a few months back through Audi Outrigger World and Audi Tahiti, and the idea that we wanted to support an event here in Bora Bora. We signed up probably less than 2 weeks ago. We hopped on a plane from Honolulu. We landed in Papaete, woke up in the morning right there in Virao, not even a half a mile from Chopo, so, you know, pretty excited to be here in Tahiti.
My excitement level coming into Tahiti, like my first time waking up in Tupu was just amazing. It's like I was living a dream. This is one of those dreams that I have envisioned as a kid for years, you know. This is just the beginning.
Every time we receive visitors, they always loved it here because the big difference is the lagoon so calm, you know, so you have like all the wave on the outside, around on the coral, and they always like are amazed on how flat it can be in the lagoon. Sometimes it's like a mirror. So we always take them for like a boat ride. We show them the pass, we show them Chopo. Sometimes they go surf, you know. They see it's really laid back here, you know, like it's really remote. It's a special place in Tahiti, you know. It's at the end of the road, you know. We try to really make them feel home and discover, you know, like this part of paradise.
It's not every day where you can wake up and just say, hey, I'm going to go surf Te Aito. The local friendly people there are usually there when it's really, really big. We're fortunate enough to actually get it just probably overhead. I was lucky enough to jump in with Kenji from Ocean Paddler, and we had a good time. Sat in the water for a couple hours, caught a couple good ones, and got to experience Chopo. Holo Holo, jump on with V1. We headed over to what they call the small pass. When you get there, it's common for some V1 surf, so had a lot of good action.
We got to play around, had some very good fun surfing with dolphins, having the value on your back. It's like you got to pinch yourself. It's magic.
It's always good when visitors are coming, you know, like to share a nice dinner, you know, around the poisson cru, you know. Usually it's funny because they love poisson cru, you know. Once you give them one, they want for every meal, breakfast, lunch and dinner if they could, you know.
That's what it is, a bunch of fresh fish every day, fresh coconut milk, fresh coconuts. You know, over here it's just, you get to enjoy yourself and really take it all in. Sometimes we don't get the time to slow down and realize how special of a life we have. So coming here allows you to experience that.
So leaving the house, you know, we took the long commute to Papeete. I want to say like the Honolulu of Tahiti. but you know, looked a lot more calm and rural than Honolulu. Honolulu's more, you know, big city. This is a lot windward side, you know, not too much development. It's humbling, very small compared to the big cities in Hawaii.
First stop, all your moms, sisters, aunties, uncles, everybody wants a Tahitian pearl. So, you know, first stop coming back before we're going to head over to Bora Bora, stop at the Marché. Marché is just an open market, somewhat as swap meet or something similar to that. So just local vendors. A lot of them are selling things like, obviously, pearls, pareos, small gift items that you can take home for the family and friends.
Next, more travel adventures from Tahiti. If you love the water, you'll love outrigger paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started. Join us this Saturday, June 8th at 8 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time for our live broadcast in English of the world's most competitive rudderless competition, the Te Aito from Tahiti. The best paddlers in the world will be in attendance, so join us here on the Ocean Paddler TV Facebook page and on Ocean Paddler TV's YouTube, as well as streaming. Just search for Adventure Zone Sports Network on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. Adventure Zone Sports Network. Mark your calendars and please share with your paddling ohana. Let's catch up with Micah Kalama and Makana Dayton as they make their way to the iconic Tahitian island of Bora Bora. There they meet up with several U.S. mainland paddlers to participate in the Talifit Bora Bora V1 race and, of course, explore this island paradise.
From Papaete, you know, when you get to the airport at Fa'a, it's about a 350 kilometer from Papaete to Bora Bora. It has the most spectacular view that you can see when coming into almost any island chain, but you know, you come to a place like Bora Bora, it just, you know, it brings you back. As a Hawaiian boy from the islands, it just almost brings tears to your eyes to be in some place like this where it feels so natural and untouched and special place to be.
Words can't really describe how beautiful these places are, man. Like the islands, the vegetation, the people, the waters, the lagoons, the weather. It's honestly surreal.
So there's about 45 California paddlers. Most of these paddlers are here for the experience of V1 and V6. They're here for some clinics hosted by Lewis Laughlin, one of the most well-known and renowned paddlers in all of Tahiti. And if you ever go to a Lewis Laughlin clinic, he will bring out something inside of you that you never knew you had.
Most of all, I'm sharing my knowledge of the sport. We're all from different areas, we're all from different cultures, and I have my legacy, I have my elders back in the days which I've learned from. I'm simply sharing it to the world.
I think this is the most beautiful place I've ever been to on Earth, and I don't think that's going to change for a while. I've paddled with stingrays, I've paddled with manta rays, I've paddled with fish, I've paddled with sharks. I've been able to swim in this perfect clear blue water.
Swimming in Bora Bora, you know, it's like you swim through pods of fish and they just cruise by you, you know? It's like no care in the world, they'll come right up next to you. And then even rock running through like schools of fish and a lot of the bigger wildlife like rays and sharks, you know, they're all so friendly.
So we were fortunate enough to be hosted and invited by Mark Monate. Mark Monate is Bora Bora. He is the head coach and the pinnacle for Toa Mak, a Bora Bora canoe club, and to be sitting down with someone like him just gives us a lot of insight and connection to both our worlds.
Like you guys coming from California or Hawaii, and we also go there, and it's good to share our knowledge. You know? I know we Tahitian, I want to say we ahead for many knowledge of the technique of the paddling, all that. But it's important to share. Yeah.
The va'a, the canoe, is the #1 sport here. It's really important because we still feel and live our culture, not just through va'a, but through dancing and all the other sports. But va'a is really the base of our culture. Even when we talk in the Polynesian words for the village and stuff, it's all named into va'a words, you know. We're a majority of Polynesians, you know, and that's why we still live our culture.
Next, day 1 and day 2 of the Talifit Bora Bora race. If you love the water, you'll love outrigger paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started. Join us this Saturday, June 8th at 8 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time for our live broadcast in English of the world's most competitive rudderless competition, the Te Aito from Tahiti. The best paddlers in the world will be in attendance, so join us here on the Ocean Paddler TV Facebook page and on Ocean Paddler TV's YouTube, as well as streaming. Just search for Adventure Zone Sports Network on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. Adventure Zone Sports Network. Mark your calendars and please share with your paddling ohana. Outrigger canoe paddling is Tahiti's primary sport, and it's no surprise that the whole community gets involved when it's time for competition. Day 1 and day 2 of the Talifit Bora Bora race is reserved for youth and sprint racing.
We are in Bora Bora, the Pearl of Pacific, and this is the Talifit race. This is the 6th edition, and we have 3 days of competition.
On Thursday, we have just the cadets, the Benjamins, the Minimis. So you're going to have a few V1 sprints in there. The courses were very short, 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. And then we had a V6 event for these young kids as well. So in Hawaii, we would call them keikis. So the keiki event from 6 years all the way up to about 14 years of age.
If there's no kids, you know, paddling today, if we don't push our kids to go into the va'a, our culture is going to die, the va'a is going to die. That's why it's very important to have people working for va'a, you know, supporting kids. Just like in Hawaii too, you have people promoting the va'a even though they don't get, you know, they give more than they get. That's the mana of the va'a, you got to give.
You know what was really incredible to see was to watch their mom and dad set them up on their V1s, and you know, some of them were holding them on the line. I was watching some of the parents run down from the start line all the way to the finish line, just watching and cheering on their kids.
It's like me. If I'm not on a micro, I go and follow my son. I run to the beach and say, let's go. It's like this here in Bora Bora. I think it's not in Bora Bora only. It's everywhere in Polynesia. We do like that. We just like, we support on maximum.
And then Friday, day 2, is a lot more of some open paddlers and still some juniors.
It's a 250-meter sprint. It's all out. So you're going to see some fast times and you're going to see some really tight finishes. This event is hosted from the cadet level all the way up to Masters 50s. It's going to be a good morning of just straight all-out sprints.
Next, more action from the Talifit Bora Bora race. If you love the water, you'll love outrigger paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started. Join us this Saturday, June 8th at 8 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time for our live broadcast in English of the world's most competitive rudderless competition, the Te Aito from Tahiti. The best paddlers in the world will be in attendance, so join us here on the Ocean Paddler TV Facebook page and on Ocean Paddler TV's YouTube, as well as streaming. Just search for Adventure Zone Sports Network on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. Adventure Zone Sports Network. Mark your calendars and please share with your paddling ohana. Day 3 of the Talifit Bora Bora race is where some of Tahiti's top paddlers are in attendance, and we were lucky to watch some of the world's best in action.
Day 3 will be the marathon race. We have 2 different courses, one short course and one long course. But this one will be the main because we have a lot of champions of Tahiti coming. We have the best paddler in the world.
So in the very beginning, in the morning at 8 o'clock, you're going to have a V6 entry. So this is an open entry for anyone that wants to paddle V6. Then you'll have V1, surf ski, and kayaks. This is just an all-open event in the morning. This allows more people to be included, such as our friends from California, some of them that came from New Zealand, and anywhere from away. It's allowing the opportunity to race right here in Bora Bora's backyard. This is going to be a give or take just about 5 miles. It is starting right at Matira. It's going towards the harbor mouth and then back out. The long course is going to be a 19-kilometer race. That's going to be about 12 miles. This is going to be a sprint for most of these elite paddlers. This course is more of a mild course, but it will bring out some of the elite paddlers right here racing in the backyard of Bora Bora.
The paddlers here are the best in the world. They are incredible at this sport. They've grown up with it, and I've just started like 2 years ago. So the fact that I'm able to compete with them is mind-blowing.
I'd rather be racing against the fastest paddlers in the world and them showing me how it is to win. Of course we're going to give up a good fight, but I'm sure we're also going to learn from this experience racing against them.
Now is traditional sport and also very competitive sport. So they always improve their skill. They want to be on top. So we have many different paddler one. So it's always surprise. So the level is always high. So we don't know who can win Saturday, but this is the surprise.
I would say V1 is the key to becoming a better paddler all around. V1 is such a technical watercraft, and in order for you to get out on the water, you're paddling and steering at the same time.
V1, you have really to be good technically. Instead of V6 is really, really different. We use much power, much physical, and V1 is so technical.
The kids here in Tahiti are kind of bred on that, and look at the outcome. You look at all these elite paddlers, you look at where they started. You know, it all originates at the V1.
If you don't know how to go from point E to point B on your canoe without a rudder, then you don't really know how to paddle, you know. It's not about the performance, it's about the knowledge on how to paddle, you know. That's the base for me of paddling, and that's why it's very important, because that's how you learn how to paddle, and that's how you can really improve, by getting that feel. When you get the feeling, just like surfing, you know, like we say, only a surfer knows the feeling, you know. Only a V1 paddler knows the feeling. Mana Va'a is about sharing also, you know, and that's why I think it's very important not just to share with Hawaiians, but everybody, you know, even with Aotearoa people and California people all around the world. That's why a lot of paddlers, you know, start to travel and do more clinics, and that's how I think we can really improve to make the sport grow bigger. And the paddlers from Tahiti, we're always about sharing and always being happy to meet each other.
It was a very exciting experience, seeing a lot of these great paddlers, you know, from very big name teams, seeing them welcoming me like as one of them, right, as a family member. It's very heartwarming, and you know, it really made me feel like I was a part of a family, you know, in Ohana.
If you get here, there's not too many places in the world that you can feel like everything is so pure. You definitely are stepping back, get to enjoy things at its most natural form.
What an amazing experience for these paddlers, and we're really looking forward to see a closer connection between places like Tahiti, Hawaii, and California. For detailed race results, you can check out Talifit Bora Bora Facebook page. We hope you enjoyed this episode of Ocean Paddler. I'm Kalama Miller, and until next time, hoi pa. We're on Oahu's windward side for Hawaii's premier V1 event that takes place in the scenic waters off of Kualoa Beach. We're talking, of course, about the yearly Race Around the Hat.
We're at Kualoa Beach Park. We're sitting here looking at Chinaman's Hat, or Mokuli'i Island. This is the Hawaii Va'a Association Race Around the Hat, our 11th annual race.
This side of the island is beautiful. We got the hat, we got the kolaus. The mountain range is amazing out here. It's a spectator-friendly event. Everyone can participate and watch. It's such a beautiful place to just bring your family, you know, pop-up tents, people bring barbecues, and just kind of make a day out of it. But what we have today is a V1, which has no rudder or no steering other than your manual steering, which makes it a lot more difficult. It'll overall make you a better paddler, I believe.
The V1 is different. The OC1 is the feeling with you, with the canoe and the water. Just follow the feeling, follow the way.
We try and promote the use of this style of canoe because that's what's used in World Sprints. This is one of 2 races in the state that uses exclusively rudderless boats. The start's going to start here on the beach. We're going to go out around the island, then we'll head into the bay, turn on another buoy inside Kaneohe Bay, and then come back and finish running up the beach. And we'll have 4 preliminary races of about 20 minutes. This location is perfect. There's an upwind, and then you'll have a fun surfing run coming straight downwind.
But when I'm in a V1, it slows me down, and I have to focus on actually realizing what the water is doing and where the wave wants me to go.
I'm gonna say right off the bat, it's definitely harder than the OC1. It takes a whole different skill. I feel like the learning curve is a lot more steep than the OC1. It's less forgiving. The more you move, the more the canoe moves, and you really want your canoe to go straight as possible. But what's most important, I think, is the connection you have with the water, with the canoe, and just yourself. So I think that's special.
V1 is actually more mainstream in Tahiti, and it's kind of all they do there. It's rare to see a OC1 down there.
So I'm from Tahiti, and I have plenty experience for paddle the V1. It's a little bit easy for me for catch the wave. And so I know for the Hawaiian guys, it's a little bit hard.
Not only are you paddling and with the power with your paddle, but you're also steering with your paddle. And it forces you to be a lot more connected to the ocean and a lot more aware of how the ocean is moving you.
Next on Ocean Paddler, more from the race around the hat. If you love the water, you'll love outrigger paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started. Join us this Saturday, June 8th at 8 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time for our live broadcast in English of the world's most competitive rudderless competition, the Te Aito from Tahiti. The best paddlers in the world will be in attendance, so join us here on the Ocean Paddler TV Facebook page and on Ocean Paddler TV's YouTube, as well as streaming. Just search for Adventure Zone Sports Network on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. Adventure Zone Sports Network. Mark your calendars and please share with your paddling ohana. The Race Around the Hat is where paddlers in the sport of V1 or rudderless one-man outrigger canoe paddling get put to the test in Hawaii. Not only do top paddlers battle it out for the crown, but the event brings in youth and beginners to the sport.
Yes, it's highly competitive in the open men's. As we get more and more paddlers coming from California and Tahiti, On the kids' side, it's all about fun. We let all kids who have a canoe to use race for free. They show up, they get a free shirt, they get free lunch, and we have raffle prizes for them.
I was pretty hyped to come over here from Big Island for the race. I feel like pretty special to use these boats, and I think if we had more people do rudderless, then I think we'd get way better paddlers.
It's good for juniors to participate in the sport. Just keep it alive, so it can continue on through generations.
I think the excitement of it for the kids is that every year there's a few kids who are fast enough to qualify and race the final with the adults. And so that's part of the fun of it too. After the preliminary races, we'll seed a final with the top 20 to 30 paddlers qualifying for the final. And that race will go straight out the channel to a buoy about 2.5, 3 miles out and back. It takes about 45 to 50 minutes for the final. And then everybody's finishing times are cumulative from the preliminary and the final. And that's how we choose the overall winner.
It's fun. I always say it's a 3-mile sprint, basically.
So everyone's coming off of 6-man shape. We just did the Molokai last weekend, so everyone's going to be top shape. All the top V1 paddles will be here just to support the sport. I think it'll be very competitive.
Paddling in different locations, it gives you a feel for the different waters that there are.
Being out here and racing it's so beautiful.
I think it gives everybody kind of a variety of all conditions, so that makes it awesome. Yeah.
It's a good experience that not many people can have.
For these guys to be putting this race on year after year, and they truly understand and know how influential V1 paddling is for your overall paddling growth.
The race around the hat is a really special event. I mean, Chinaman's hat is iconic. You have the beautiful scenery of Kaneohe Bay, and this is my Saturday. It's freaking awesome.
All right, welcome back to our afternoon's broadcast of the Open Men's for Te Aito. And it seems as though they started a little prematurely, and we have a clean start to our men's division, our Open Men's division, the big race here at Te Aito 24. We're trying to get that streaming into you right now. You can kind of see it behind Micah over here. Looks like we're about, there we go. We have it there. 3 minutes just into the race. They're going to have a similar course to the women and the U19 race that we saw earlier in the day, roughly about 10 miles. We had finish times of about an hour and a half earlier in the day, hour 40 minutes to be more exact. And so the field today looks pretty big. About how many paddlers we got out there, Micah?
So we got just about 200 paddlers here. It looks like there's 186 registered paddlers currently for this Open Men's race. So as you can see, they have started. They're just getting outside the pass. This is going to be interesting because they added about 4 miles more than the U19 Open.
Oh, okay, so they go a little bit more up towards Venus Point then.
Yeah, well, they're actually going to go slightly to the left. They're going to go around the small reef run on the left, and then they're going to come back around and sweep all the way to Venus Point. So,
they do a whole nother circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit different.
Small track, big track.
Yeah, big track and big time paddlers in this event here. There's definitely a lot of heavy hitters in this event that we're going to see. So as you can see, it looks like they went ahead and opened up Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it looks like they're giving us the wrong map there. Or is that our map that's wrong?
There we go.
There we go.
And so there's the open.
Oh, they actually go down the other way.
Yeah, so they're going to go around the harbor reef to the left by the port. So they're going to sweep around, go counterclockwise. They're going to go left out of the pass, and then they're going to run inside all of the lagoon and then make their way to Venus Point and then finish as all the other ones. But this is what it's all about. Here we go. The big race for
that is
the
a big field. Look at that. There's a lot of paddlers out there today. And so, what are some of the names that we're going to be looking for that have done well in this last season? I see names like Manutea Million.
Yeah, so we're going to also have the returning champ, Breeze, who's a Shell Va'a paddler who won last year. So we'll be trying to defend the title here. But you do have quite a bunch of paddlers throughout this list that we can go through in the likes of names like Manutea Dupont. We have a handful of other paddlers that we will be looking at, such as Richie Labi from Shell Va'a. But you got clubs, all big-time name clubs, EDT, OPT. All of these clubs are looking to solidify some of their six-man paddlers going into season for their six-man races. So this is also a way for them to establish themselves within their club, and how they fare in this race will determine maybe their seeding as they go into their six-man
Interesting.
season.
Kind of different from the way we do it here in Hawaii. They're almost expected to participate. Once you're at a certain level, you are racing in Te Aito, like it or not, right?
Right, and I think it's also one of those things, if you love paddling and you love the sport, participating and kind of seeing how you do over the course of time really can determine, how successful you'll be in the future with a club. But in Hawaii, it's a little bit different. Sometimes you just go with what you have if you're a small club, and you just try to keep everything close. But if you're a recruiting club, I would say, in Tahiti, and you're trying to build a legacy in your club, you're definitely going to use Te Aito as a way to measure your paddlers for sure.
Kind of a barometer of how your paddlers are doing, not only amongst each other, but in comparison to other clubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like for those of you that are tuned in, you might want to leave us some comments on some of the paddlers that you're following. You can leave those comments on our YouTube or Facebook page. But we have started. We are almost 8 minutes into the open men's race. This is the grand finale of V1 here. This is also a race that qualifies you for Super Aito. So it looks like the top, there will be a number of paddlers. Usually it's about 100 paddlers get selected to race in Super Aito, which is probably close to a month from today. Usually it's a few weeks apart. So we're going to see how that turns out, and I'm sure there'll be a little bit more information for us at the end of this race. But as you can see, it looks like we might be able to get some numbers shortly. But this is the front of the pack, and I would expect the men's pack to be a lot tighter. I think there is a lot more strategy on a 14.5-mile course.
Yeah, that's pretty long.
Yeah, so I would say we're looking at about a 2-hour course for the fast ones.
Okay.
But realistically, this course is different. We haven't seen them go around the inside reef of the other harbor when they sweep out around the left side.
Right.
So this will be different because I think you're going to see some surf for sure with this side, like a side swell. But it's interesting because a side swell that pushes away from your ama can actually turn your boat out more. So it almost seems like you're going out to sea and you're always constantly having to correct to come back towards your ama. But this will be interesting. It's going to really...
It looks like the ocean's a little bit more lively than it was earlier in the day. And this would be to the left. You're going to see the way the water is running. That looks like they're still racing out of the harbor, away from the beach, and haven't made that left-hand turn down the coastline. And so although we're gonna see some different waters them getting into, but right off the top we're gonna have like a little surf run going down, right?
That's
Once they take this left here, there should be some surf, before they get into those inner harbor waters, right? If you can see the course there at the top left again, they're going to be heading out in that yellow line, taking a left, heading down to the pass entrance into the harbor, and then working their way back up and around. That is a fairly long course, Micah.
Yeah, this course is definitely a lot longer than the open women and the U19 men, which was again just a little over 9 miles. So we're adding a good amount of mileage to this course, and I will say that we're going to see different conditions. I think we're going to see a little bit of everything at this point, but it's going to be. We're going to see if these groups will stick together in the pack. Say your top 20, we're going to see if they'll hold together, or if we're going to see somebody just try to run away early. But it's going to take a little while for us.
I don't know. I kind of agree with you. Like, I have a feeling it'll be a lot larger groupings and nobody really running away.
Right.
Can you tell us a little bit about the winner, the defending champion from last year?
So Brees, I do know that he paddles with Shelva. I did follow him the last couple of years, but they are a part of an elite team. If anybody follows paddling and is not new to paddling, Shelva is the epitome of all paddlers right now currently. I do know that they did lose the other year or this past year in Hawaii Nui. OPT ended up taking the win, but Shell ended up finishing with just 4 paddlers in their canoe on the last leg due to some cramping in the canoe, and couldn't switch out paddlers in that race, so they ended up finishing with 4 paddlers.
4? Finishing with 5 is something.
Yeah, they were running with one paddler went down, and they were running with 5, and then another paddler went down, and then they were running with 4, and then they put the guy back in. So it was awesome to see. But
you can go back in.
Yeah,
interesting.
It was incredible to watch, but it just goes to testament of Shelva's training and how much effort and talent they have in their club. But there's also names such as Manutea Mignon, who's also won this race previously. Don't really need too much introduction on the V1 side. I was fortunate enough to meet him and hang out with him for Aloha Aito 4, which he won in Hawaii, and got to know a little bit about him and his training and how much effort he puts into paddling. It's incredible. So if you want to be a champ,
a lot of time and effort.
Looks like on screen, looks like we have a huli right here on the screen.
Oh, another one.
So this is what happens sometimes coming out of the channel, and this is the traffic that you can't avoid sometimes, and you try your best to.
Somebody bumps your ama and you're up. And that's why, like we talked about earlier, as a top paddler, it's great to be out front early.
Yep. And here we go. We've seen some surf already early on in this race. You can see the energy is definitely moving down south, if you will, as they make a downwind run right now, and it looks fun. These guys are flying. You can see there will be some separation for sure.
Nice little bumps. They'll be able to carry through here. We'll work on getting you some numbers and IDing some of these paddlers as best we can as the race moves along. But you can definitely see some movement here.
That looks like the reigning champ right there in the yellow jersey. I will try to get a ID. It's a little bit challenging to make the number. Don't want to make too much mistakes on the names, but it does look like Breeze right there. But we're going to go ahead and find out shortly. But it does say Shelva right there in the front. And once we get the number. Yep, 001. That would be the number. So that looks like your reigning champ there, right there in the yellow. And
Breeze Punua Tahitua from Papaete paddling with Shelva.
And you can see it looks like a fun downwind right there. You're going to see a lot of skills from these paddlers and a lot of paddle steering. You lose one bump, you just get right back on it. But you're going to see this field kind of spread out. It's going to be, give or take about half a football field across, and you're going to see, 10 yards in between each person and then a gap because of the swell distance. But what a fun way to start your race.
That's what I love about OC1 paddling, or maybe even paddling in general. It's not like surfing where everybody's trying to catch one wave in the same exact spot. It's like there's plenty of field. It's never too crowded. It's always more fun when you got more guys in the water, pretty much.
Oh yeah, the amount of swell in the water, and you can get it from anywhere. And one person's in the lead in 1 second, and then 2 seconds later, somebody else is way ahead of you. But right here, we see some really good surfing. Looks like another Timmy Va'a right there in the front. Nice blue with white. Man, the canoes and the colors that they come up with is pretty awesome.
Yeah, pretty spectacular. And all logoed out and labeled out. Looks great. We have a lot of Dennis Perez on our YouTube feed cheering on Pedro from Brazil. We have Leon Song cheering on Will Rainey. Good luck to the Brazilians. All of our YouTube feed, Facebook, of course. We still have a bunch of people logged on here, and right now we're looking at 15 minutes into this race. Just getting started.
Yeah, we've got a lot of race left. We probably got close to an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot more water out there today, Micah, in this afternoon. You definitely could see how the wind picked up. Good thing we took that little lunch break.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lord knows I needed it.
Yeah, it looks like they saw the surf was moving, and they wanted to start this race a little early. And for us to get jumped right in, it's great to see that these athletes are now paddling in some fun water. For someone who likes to V1 and be in a downwind, this is perfect conditions for it. It looks like it's not too choppy, not too much wind, but there's a pretty good run here in this downwind swell that they have. Hopefully we can find some of the paddlers that you guys are looking for, and we might be able to highlight them a little bit. Unfortunately, we do not have the controls over the cameras on this feed here. We are just getting a broadcast from the Hawaiian Nui audio and visual team there in Tahiti, and we're getting to broadcast this live on all of our channels. Again, big mahalo to the Te Aito events for letting us share this broadcast with you, Charlie, Mara, and Dana. Also, again, thank you, Terema, Ken, Oscar, and Arnold from the Hawaiian Nui audio and visuals.
Yep, we're so stoked to be having this feed to share with you today and be able to bring it to you live and in a English-speaking format. And if you are either logging on with us on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page or on our YouTube page, welcome. You can also find the broadcast on Auri Outrigger World live as well. And we want to make sure that if you're logging on your computer or your phone or your tablet and you want to just get a better view of this and see a bigger picture, you can go ahead and check out Adventure Zone Sports Network. That's Adventure Zone Sports Network. You can find it on Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV, and you can watch over 200 episodes of our TV shows or live events like this through linear TV channels and all in full HD and even in 4K. And this happens on your large TV at home, your regular 50, 60, 80, 90-inch TV that you've got in your living room. You could be looking at this in full 4K live and direct and really get a good look at what's happening here. So download that app on your Roku or your Apple or your Fire TV, Adventure Zone Sports Network, Adventure Zone Sports Network. And you know what? The adventure is on. The surf is happening, Micah. Look at these guys. They are just rolling through it right now.
They are killing it. I mean, this is V1 at its finest, and like just look how fun that is. That's why I think we love V1 so much. Is it's there's nothing holding you back but yourself.
Look at these guys. They are going for some rides, man. We're still having a bit of a challenge getting the numbers. Just about 20 minutes into this race, but wow! Look at these guys surf,
man. They are flying.
Yes, wow! Look how fast they made that downwind section of this. They are already coming into the port. You can see the big fuel storage containers. It's going to be fast.
They're not even paddling because they're just moving. They're just rolling through like a freight train.
And when it's this size conditions and it looks like that, Micah, it leads me to believe that they not only have the wind and the swell going with them, but the current as well. That's what's going to carry you through on this size bumps. And it's going to be an exciting back half of this race when they make it all the way back up through the inside off Venus Point and they turn down and surf again.
Yeah.
And so, again, I think we're looking at an exciting finish. We saw in the last couple of races some great back and forth, between Charlie and George Kronstedt and even between Chance and Spencer. Great trading of the leads and battles out there in different types of water provided by this course. And you can really see it now as opposed to earlier. Look at the wind is reaching all the way on the inside. So although they're getting a nice surf run now heading down the coast, when they turn back along that inside, it may be a little bit of an uphill, bro.
Yeah, I'm hoping that once they get inside where the harbor mouth is and maybe inside that lagoon, hopefully it'll hide behind that little small island, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, look at this surf, though. It's incredible. We had a really good shot of the shell.
It's lining up nice.
Yeah, we had the really good shot of the shell canoe that was just trailing on the outside. I'm sure they're just excited to watch their paddlers race. There is a handful of shell paddlers in here. But it's going to be interesting to see how separated they get and see how many people can or how many paddlers can connect these swells going into the next pass. So right now what you guys are witnessing is an outside run. It's a downhill with the swell and the current and the wind all to their back. So this should be exciting. This is a good little break for some of them, but they might need to put on the brakes because they're going super fast on these waves.
I love those tight water shots because you really get a feel for how fast these guys are moving.
Man, that was incredible.
Look at that red canoe right there, dropping in on a nice little roller. And like you mentioned earlier, that's the beauty of the V1. On some of this smaller stuff, you really can carry it through. You really extend the ride on that wave.
Yeah, I would love to see one of those close-up shots of one of these guys back on one of these runs and just showing how far they get in such a short amount of time. I mean, they are moving. But the best part about this is it's so early in the race. You'll see a lot of them get spread out for a little while, and then once they kind of fine-tune themselves into the rest of the pack, we'll see how they do. But it's incredible. Look at this. Wow. They're not even putting too much pressure on the blade as they're on this down swells, and they just try
smooth. Look at that. He's not even paddling, this guy. Wow.
Amazing. So it looks like
that looks like so much fun, Micah. That looks like fun.
The best.
A lot of fun.
So that was boat 165. That was Sly from Shelva'a. Everyone is familiar with Sly. Sly is an excellent paddler. He's been with Shelva'a for a long time. But Sly Laisao, wow, that was great surfing right there on that va'a. This red va'a here, this paddler is on a really good line, and he's way outside of the pack, but just seems to be running on.
But there may be a benefit to that right now. He's able to kind of take a little bit tighter angle going inside.
Yeah, I see that there is some about a good football field length across from everybody. But again, right there, it looks like we have a shot of our reigning champ. I believe that was Brees in number 1. We want to give a big shout out to all of those paddlers that had to travel from away from Tahiti, such as Brazil, New Zealand, France. I think we even had somebody as far as I believe was New Caledonia's there, Canada.
Caledonie.
So it's just been.
That's cool.
I know they're excited to be there and race with some of the best in the world. So. And it looks like that downwind is starting to slow down just a little bit, but still moving with some bumps for sure. And just to think that was 24 minutes of racing. And
that was a whole race's worth of action right there.
Yeah, and they got a long ways to go. They're probably at this point maybe about 2.5 miles into their race, 3 miles into their race. And
yeah, bro, it's moving. Look at that. 146. Let's make sure we're highlighting those numbers and names so we can get back.
And 146 was Lister Putu from Shelva'a as well. And there's no doubt that these Shelva'a paddlers are putting in their best effort. Again, it isn't uncommon for them to start selecting their crews based on how they place in Te Aito. So they're going to be putting out their best efforts for it, even though they're racing against some of their teammates. Mm-hmm. But Te Aito is all about, finishing the race. It's supposed to be a challenge. Again, this is the race of the warrior.
So we're going to go back a little bit and see some of the other canoes. As you can see right behind.
Yeah, it's great to see how little effort compared to the amount of speed that they're getting, with these guys that are really good at it, and the amount of feel that they're putting into that canoe.
It's amazing when you're on a swell that runs for such a long period of time and you don't have to paddle and all you're doing is kind of steering it and just going with the flow. Just go with it. Let the course take you the way it's supposed to. As long as it's going in the right direction, it's definitely beneficial. Sure. And again, so we have like probably close to maybe half a football field to 3/4 of a football field in separation from the outside to the inside lane. And I think it's important that a lot of these paddlers will be taking a different line than one another, not necessarily just following the same path. Obviously, anytime you're on a downwind, it can take you off the line 20, 40, 50 yards, depending on how far the run
bro.
is.
He shouldn't be going that fast. Right? I mean,
somebody pull him over.
Look at him. No, like he's not
even trying.
He's not struggling. I mean, of course, he's applying pressure, but man, they're moving. All right, we're looking. We just got another number. That was 621. No more that number. Maybe 021?
Yeah, maybe 021 actually. 21.
Right here.
Look like Rehal Dean. Rehal is a paddler from Team Air Tahiti. Rehal was also a part of the record-breaking course run at Catalina with the mixed crew. Tehotu, Dua, I believe Coco and Rehal with a few of the other dragon boat racers. They raced Catalina and they smashed the mix.
Yeah, 154. That's Riro Moya. He's also from Toa Amok.
Oh, he's we met some people on our Bora trip from Toa Amok. Yeah, so a big shout out to Mark Monate. I hope everything is well with you and hope to see you soon. And Maruru for all of what you've done for us when we came to visit you in Bora Bora. Yo. And we are live. We are 30 minutes into our race here for the Open Men. Again, this is the Te Aito 2024 live race here. And again, just want to give a big shout out to all of our supporters and thank you for tuning in. If you guys are watching, please tell us who you're rooting for or who you want to see. We definitely want to try to find some of your friends and paddlers. 058
Ooh, that's a great name. Viri Urarii. Viri Urarii Mateao from Rurutu Hoi. Me. I love these quick fighting things. We're trying our best. Sorry. But I just, mentioned Micah. This is his first time, I think. I'm not sure, doing live broadcasting. And, man, you're a natural. Great job, man. I'm really impressed by you and stoked that we have you along in the Ocean Paddler Studios today. Great job. Again, we have our big list of names that we're trying to run through and find paddlers as they pop up on the screen. We're here bringing you a commentary based upon the feed that we're receiving from the gang down there at Te Aito. And again, Hawaii Kinui Audiovisual is supplying us with the feed. And so they have their own commentary going on. It's all in French Tahitian. And so we wanted to give you an English version. We are thankful to have today's effort supported by Are Outrigger. So mahalo to everybody for joining in and checking this out. And this is an exciting new dynamic of what we're able to bring you from the Outrigger world. And we're looking forward to more. We want to be traveling more internationally now and seeing what we can bring you from other spots, whether it be OC1, V1, six-man rudderless, and we've got some things on deck for later this year, some things that you've seen us do before and some new things, but it's going to be a really fun-filled fall season as we advance into the distance season and the 9-man season of outrigger canoe paddling. But it's a great way to kick off the year's paddling, really, with this event. I mean, Te Aito, this is the pinnacle of V1 paddling, and really these are the best in the world. You could take the top, 20 paddlers of this and make a mix-up crew and come first and second in Molokai Hoi.
For sure.
These guys are the best.
Yeah, these are the best, and it's exciting to be watching this race and giving commentary on it. But as you can see right now, it looks like they've exited the channel. They're making their way into that small pass where the harbor's mouth runs.
Okay.
So they're coming back in towards the land, and this is where they're going to sweep back around. As you can see up on the upper hand left of your screen is the course map layout. They exited out the channel, took a left if you're following the yellow line. They are now coming into that little pass right there, kind of where the harbor starts to, where the harbor mouth is, and they're actually going to sweep back into the lagoon. So back into some flat waters. Looks like the wind is cooperating there.
On the inside, pretty flat, yeah.
Yeah, so
you still want to catch that wind that was at your back in your face once you've turned back up the course towards Venus Point. And that's, when you look at that stretch between the harbor and Venus Point, that's pretty far, bro.
That's
it's a distance.
That's a long stretch.
That's a long stretch of paddling in that flat water. And I mean,
yeah, and that's the thing, is this is why they call it the Te Aito. It's just kind of a lot of heart into these races. One, you're trying to do your best effort forward in this race, but you're challenging yourself to accomplish quite a feat, for a good 14-mile course. This is a challenge.
And look at this, as we were talking about earlier, the earlier races had groupings of one or, 2 or 3 even that were breaking away and taking the lead. This is as many as 10 paddlers in this lead pack right now.
Yep.
And nobody's letting up.
Nobody's letting up. And you can see, I think all of these guys know each other. They've all raced against each other hundreds of times. So they know what each of these paddlers are capable of. And, they're going to keep a close eye on the ones that they feel might have a good showing, and they're gonna stick. But also, a lot of these paddlers are so good and so talented that they have their own game plan as well, and they're gonna go for it. And they all want to win this race. To win Te Aito, if anybody's ever been to one, and if you ever get a chance to win it and say you're a Te Aito winner, only 35 other times has been.
That's like having a Super Bowl ring.
Exactly. But as you can see, there was some challenge. I don't know if you noticed. One canoe looked like he was pushing way to the right, and there was a boat wake that was pushing his tail in towards the left, and he was getting forced out. Had to make a good correction to stick inside of there. But it's pretty exciting. We're seeing
107.
Yeah. Let's see, 107. Let's try to separate this. Revi Thong Sing was just on screen. EDT Va. Seen that name on a bunch of different races and V1. Definitely seen that name up on the top a few times. But that's an EDT paddler. So here we go. You see the background right there. It looks like some containers all stacked up. So they looks like
right
they're
in the main port of Papeete.
Yep, right behind it. Yeah. So they're at the port entrance there. They're coming back into the inside of the lagoon, and they're gonna make their way back towards where they started from. So they will cross the starting line and then make their way to Venus Point. But I got a feeling they're going to hug this wall, less little reverb and remnants from the current, and just try to keep on and pace each other and stick together. But it looks like right there in that white and red canoe is your reigning champ, right behind that blue canoe. So Brees is still in that lead pack right there.
Taitua. Punua ta'a hitua. What is going on over here with these boats?
Yeah, look at that. These boats are, I think they're trying to get out of the way. It looks like a little
spectator.
Yeah, it looked like a spectator boat, and the officials came up to them and made them hold their boat there.
Pin them up against the wall.
Yeah. Probably collecting taxes. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can see there's a whole bunch of canoes coming around that concrete port there, and got a lot of race to go.
You know, it's remarkable how many looks at Tahiti you can get in one race. You know, they go from industrial and containers to a nice beach to reef to outside swells to you're running the whole gamut here. Got a little bit of everything going on in this race.
And I think that's the part about Te Aito is to have a little bit of everything. That's kind of what makes this race what it is. It's a little bit of challenge, and you got headwind, downwind, surf, no surf, flat water, just everything. That's what makes you a great paddler. Yeah, so if you guys are tuned in and you guys notice somebody in the pack that you want to give a shout out to, or somebody that you're rooting for and you're watching this live feed, tell us who you're rooting for, or who's your favorite, who do you want to see win.
Looks like Fernando Aguiar is looking for Roberto de Almeida. He's a Brazilian V1 champ, so we'll keep an eye out for him. We're also looking at Courtney Higgins is cheering on Manu. And Alan Lavender is just stoked on the live feed. Well, we're stoked that you're here to check it out. And aloha to Mark Malaki Williams, sending aloha to us from New Zealand. The Red Fire in the lead. That's Revi. All right. Thanks, man.
Revi Thong.
Yeah. So great coverage being provided to us. We're stoked to be translating it back to you folks out there in paddling world in English. And thanks for joining us from wherever that is, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, mainland U.S., right here in Hawaii. But a great representation of different canoes. And even if you have questions from Brazil in Portuguese, we have a translator here right in studio to be able to give you some answers. So mahalo to all for joining us.
Yeah, for that, for the guy cheering on Robert Almeida, he's number 3. So if you see a number 3 on the canoe, that's Robert Almeida, the champ from Brazil. But here we go. We got looks like a boat shot. That boat is flying in the water right now. I think he's winning the race.
He's certainly getting a good run right now.
So looks like we're getting some live footage to the front of the pack. But he had to travel pretty far to get there because that front of the pack was moving. But we saw some excellent downwind surfing from these paddlers.
That was fun.
I mean, to watch that was, oh man, yeah, you can't wait to get out there and try that yourself, you know. And I'm sure our U16 boys from Hawaii, again, a big shout out to all of those competitors in the U16 for competing.
Yeah, they did great. Kalai Ho and Spencer Allen.
Yep. So we had
great job.
Yeah, Kalai, Spencer. We had Wyatt, Jesse, Marcus Lizaraga.
Marcus from Kauai.
Man, we just a really good showing from some of these Hawaii paddlers. So wanted to give a big shout out to them. And then, of course, earlier we had Ali'i competing in the U19. Some of the open women, we had Linda Robb, who's in her 70s, still racing, went down. She's from Big Island. She's down by the Puna side. She's raced a bunch of races, and she loves V1. We had Nalani Pierce from Kauai, as well as Lynn Christensen down there, and, of course, Angie Dolan.
Yeah. From right here in Honolulu.
And then to our one of our champs, Donna Kahakui, with a
Donna had a great race, third overall, first in her division, and just smiling the whole way. What a humble champion who has given back so much over time to the sport.
All of her accomplishments, and she's still challenging herself and proving to all of us that you get out there and paddle and enjoy it and compete when you can. So, again, the big shout out to all of those paddlers. So, congrats. And right now we are just covering the open men. This is the, again.
Looks like there's a potential that we've had some camera difficulties where look like the boats were trying to race around, and maybe they're trying to fish a drone out of the harbor waters or something like that.
Could be. Good thing
they've also turned back to the studio on our feed at the Te Aito events to Johan back there. So aloha to Johan. He's the seasoned commentator.
That's Johan.
For that's Johan right there, for paddling in Tahiti. He comes regularly to Hawaii to cover Molokai Hoi and a number of events. Super good brother. Spent a lot of time here in the islands. Of course, speaks perfect English. And just a really cool, good, fun guy.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, he used to be wasn't he like a running coach? Like a sprinter. I heard he was like super fast.
So I went to go look up some stuff, and they're like, yeah, he like did all of these things in Olympics and stuff.
Yeah, I think he was on the Olympic sprinting team.
That's so crazy.
For Tahiti.
That's so wild.
Pretty cool.
I was lucky to meet Johan. Had some conversations with him via Zoom and just kind of here and there, just kind of chatted. But looks like we were able to recover some of our live feed again. So we're back right here.
This is canoe number 92. We're not sure where we are in the lead. We're just getting a couple of looks here.
So that looks 92. Like Iorama Poturao.
Iorama Teahu.
And then right there on screen earlier, that was Manutea Meon. No stranger to the Te Aito. Definitely looking to maybe put another podium finish here. He's a very talented paddler.
Very talented and dedicated paddler for sure. And a great representative of Tahiti. All right. So we got a great shot of the finish line there where they're going to be running up between those inflatable barricades.
If you notice, the flags are definitely moving now.
In the wrong direction. That's going to be right in their face as they're coming back up the coastline there.
Yeah, so again, that's the kind of their little bit more than just less than halfway when they return there. So they'll have quite a distance left to cover, making their way up to the point of Venus. But right now they are still within the harbor lagoon and making their way back towards the start line, and as they get there, they'll have a good amount of mileage left, probably close to 8 miles when they get back there. So,
but right now, I think it's important to note, just look how calm, they're not rushed, nice long strokes.
Yep.
And all of them pretty much are just kind of, you could take a snippet of one of them and just put it in a 6-man canoe. Yep. And this is basically 6-man, like distance paddling type of stroke count. Real easy and smooth, great application of power, a big long stroke, lots of body, lots of top hand pressure, carrying through, lifting the front of the canoe up, and shucks, they're even finding little bumps in the harbor.
Yeah, I mean, right there, you just saw the red canoe. Again, that was Revi Thong. He just he had like nice clean pressure onto his blade, and you can see it. Nice, long, smooth, clean, even pressure. But all of them. And then they find moments where they will attack into the bump and just get the boat running just a little bit more and just keeping that speed. But right here's a very impressive group, like you said. We just pick up all 20 of them or 24 of them and have 6 just do
they would smash
damage.
So what I think too is you touch on something there. It's about hull speed. It's about keeping the hull speed up, having the water help you when you can, and not trying to out paddle the boat.
Yep.
Right? I mean, you could try way harder and you could paddle a lot more, but you're wasting some of your effort because it's only going to go so fast given the condition.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you watch them paddling, you could see there's times where they pick it up based on a bump that comes up beneath them, and they add just enough pressure to get a little bit further, and then they smooth it back out, go right back to the even constant pressure, maintaining. But as you can see, like you said earlier, not one person is trying to out paddle the other person, but if there is something that gives them a little extra, you'll see them apply a little bit more pressure, the rate comes up, and a lot of them look like split images of one another.
And so if leads one to think that if they're all look like they're paddling just about the same, that's pretty much the proper technique right there.
It is.
Top paddlers in the world all doing kind of the same thing. Maybe this is what, if you're a paddler and you're looking at, wow, how could I improve my technique? Just try to have it look like that. Nice big body, strong body. And I always love to take a close look at the legs. Don't forget about the drive and where it's really coming from.
Everything is connected, especially in a V1. Being able to apply pressure on where your feet are rested up on the foot pedal and the footwells, and applying the pressure evenly, and also being center, like you said, tall center, and applying it with as much effort and less wasted energy.
Efficiency. Hey, when you're paddling for 2 hours, efficiency is a big difference. Right?
Yeah, and they're gonna get right around that 2-hour mark is kind of what we're targeting right now for this distance. But if you're gonna watch these paddlers and you're trying to gain something, I think some of the things we could focus on is just trying to see how consistent every single paddler is. They're all identical. They're all applying the same type of pressure. And what's interesting is a lot of them are on different boats. You have Fais, you've got Timmys, you've got Ade Maradas, you've got Makos, you've got different types of Va'a there, but all of them doing the exact same thing at this point.
And that stroke count of this gentleman in this like teal colored boat.
Yes.
He's probably got the lowest stroke count, and he's in the lead. Yeah, that might be Manutea Million. Is that?
He usually paddles a Te Tawa, but I'm not too
Maybe.
sure. So the dark blue in the back
That's
is
107.
Manutea's canoe.
That purple, you mean?
Yeah, it's like a purplish. Yeah, that's 002, and that is Manutea. He's got his sunglasses on his
in
hat.
that purplish blue boat in the back.
Yep.
Okay, white hat, sunglasses.
Yep, red T-shirt. And then it looks like Breeze right there.
Yeah, Breeze, the defending champion right there.
And then inside of that is Revi Thong in the red phi. This is great paddling.
But look at him. He's applying in the water and he's not rushing it. You try to look. It's when you've got a shovel full of dirt, you're not able to move it as fast, but you're moving a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like when you've got your whole shovel full of wet cement, that's when it's the heaviest, but that's when you're moving the most cement.
Right.
And so what you look at, their recovery is nice and quick, but they're not trying to rush the paddle through the water.
Not at all. It's about consistent. So that boat, that teal boat in the front is Iorama Poturao Te Aho, also from Shelva'a.
Iorama.
So we've got him and Breeze. Looks like they're maintaining the main pack. Looks like you have Manutea making a run on the inside.
There for
Manutea. For sure, you're gonna want to attack certain bumps just to try to create. It's kind of a game of inches over here too, right? Every time you gain a foot to 2 feet on a competitor, and you can maintain that, and over 1 hour course, and you gain 1 foot an hour, you're definitely.
Well, it's a game of consistent inches. Maybe I can only get an inch or two, but if I can do that
all the way
frequently over a 2 hour course, that makes up big space.
Yeah, provided that the boats behind you don't try to increase that by 6
at this
or
level,
8 inches.
they're all doing it. They're all in that inches.
Man, they're amazing. But to watch this is it. This is your pack here. If you're
about 10 of them.
Yeah, they're just solid. And again, we're not even halfway into this race, but we are making our way back to the starting line. Where they first started this race, and then they will be going to Point Venus, and they will be going to that direction and finishing their race like the other ones. But right there, you could see that a bunch of them are making some moves. The water looks like it's running for some reason. They're just flying.
Well, I don't know if it's the water, if it's just these guys. They could make paddling up Niagara Falls look like the water is running in their direction. My goodness. So smooth and just moving. I mean, they've got to be going at least 7 knots, not more.
I would say probably more.
Yeah.
And comfortably too,
Yeah. Look at them. They're not overworking it. It's just application.
Yeah, so it looks like right there, Manutea just kind of.
Yeah, but you look at how the speed through the water versus the speed through the air of the paddle. Try watch.
Yep, it's slower and more pressure in the water, and in the air is the nice clean return. And to explain that to some of our paddlers is pretty challenging. That we want to be longer in the water, and the pressure has to maintain in the water for a longer period of time, versus and even the return. It's a quick return, but it's not rush where you're outrunning your boat and stalling your boat.
Yeah, and it looks like they're getting a good grab, and they're coming down the front. But as that paddle gets more towards the thigh area, it's like they're grinding it slow, like they're they're pushing through that portion of it.
It is. It's like that extra little bit added pressure, and it maintains the paddle in the water for a little bit longer.
And you would think, from a non-paddler's perspective, or if you don't understand it, you'd be like, oh no, the faster my paddle is moving through the water, the better. But the difference is in that sweet spot where you truly have the correct position to the body, the correct angle of the paddle in the water. If you are pulling too hard through that, you're causing cavitation.
Yep.
And if you miss that, you're missing the power, and you're causing the cavitation, and you're not being efficient, and you're wasting energy.
Yeah, wasting energy.
Really look at
slipping.
that middle part of the stroke where they're kind of coming back. Of course, they go up and they tap it like that racer just did there to get on a little bump, but it's almost like that back half of the stroke is slow through the water.
Yeah, and it's awesome to feel that when you're actually doing it correctly, when you're in a V1, because you understand that. And when you apply that type of pressure in a 6-man canoe and everyone does the same thing, man, that boat will truly move. But here we go. We see some spectators right there on the rock wall just watching these this main pack pass through, and they're just enjoying this race. And
now that you've got something fixed in the background, you really get a feel for how fast these guys are
they're
moving.
flying. And even like that, you see a still shot in the front. It's because they're moving towards you that you think that you think they're going slow, but they're not. They are flying. But this is your main pack right here. This is your open men. Currently right up front, it looks like we have Breeze, Manutea, we got Revitan, we have Iorama in this pack. So it looks like a few shell paddlers. And then you got your one of your 2 outside paddlers from EDT, and of course Manutea. So Manutea's he's actually
relocated.
Yeah, so he's representing again Auckland, New Zealand. I know that he was training down there for quite some time. He also got into I believe he was doing K1 and doing some Olympic training from the last year that I talked to him. But here it is. We've got, man, just they are just flying.
Manutea looks like he's was coming on the outside there a little bit.
Yep. And you can see, like, right now, they know they're coming back to the starting line. You're seeing more people. Probably you're seeing more faces. Your energy goes up when you see people and you know this. People are watching. The energy comes
that
up.
That paddle steer that you just saw him do where he kind of pulls back. And
Yep.
Can you describe that stroke for us a little bit?
Yeah, so it looks like what he's doing is he's reading the water, and as you can see, there's a little bit of swell coming in because it's getting close to the shoreline. So you can see all these guys getting that little bit swell moving into the shore. But he was reaching out towards the outside of his ama, and he was pulling into the back tail. And what he was doing is he was just correcting the back end of the boat for the nose to get into the set and into the swell so he could pull that back end over and adjust his nose. It's kind of like a sweeping stroke to the back end of your tail of your ama and your canoe. And all it is adjusting the entry for your nose to run with the wave. But that was just to get around that little buoy there on the inside. But look at them move, man. And it looks like Manutea's feeling it. He's
feeling it right now.
He's been known to push the pace. He's been known to kind of get out on you a little bit, and he'll gain on you and slow it down and gain on you. But he's very well known for trying to be at the front of the pack, and it's been fun to watch him race because he is a competitor. But no doubt, all of these guys have the potential to win. I believe we just saw on screen, looked like Manutea DuPont as well up in that group. Definitely want to see if that's him right there.
Here's a second pack kind of coming around that pillar there. This is like the second pack just behind our leaders, about another 15 or so paddlers. What is that? 0089.
So that's Kyle right there. Kyle Tarafao. He's with Team Air Tahiti. Kyle has also just won a couple of big races in Tahiti, a lot of V1 races. So Kyle is definitely a favorite to be up there in the top, as well as both Manutea, Breeze, and Revi. So these are none of these guys are strangers to the podium. They have all been there and are doing everything they can do to be back on that top 3. Of course, everybody wants to be on the top 1.
There's a good mix up there of traditionally rigged boats and of, I guess, click-in.
Yeah, I think
setups.
Yeah, I just noticed that throughout the course. You see a lot of traditional boats and a lot of snap-ins. It's almost a kind of an even thing right now, and I think there's a lot of convenience with the snap-in, but you do lose a little bit of the adjustment on the canoe, but both perform really, really well. And I can't tell you if I have a preference over the other in a sense, but I've always liked the traditional rubber rigging, And I always feel that if you do get into V1, I think it's a great idea to learn it and understand what it does for you and how it can connect you and ground you to, again, the traditional side of paddling. But snap in, absolutely. Snap and go. Man.
Convenience.
Yeah.
Convenience.
Yeah, convenience. But it does perform, if not the same, as your normal rubber rigging. And I would say you might not notice it if you're a novice paddler, but you will notice it if you're a seasoned paddler. But that's a pretty cool shot. Looks like they have a camera in the trees.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of
foreground,
abstract art action, and there's a shot of Johan doing our commentary live in Tahiti. Oh, hey. But yeah, well, we have us on screen again. Just a big mahalo and shout out to Te Aito Events. All three, Charlie, Mara, and Dana. Thank you for all of your communication and hard work and bringing this event live for us on this broadcast. And without Haviki Nui audio visual, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you, Terema, Ken, Oscar, and Arnold. Much appreciation.
Yep, and definitely a big mahalo to Audio Outrigger World for helping to make this broadcast a possibility. Trying to get the sport of V1 paddling out to the world.
Yeah, here we go. So
yeah, we're having some.
I think we have some
cameras.
A little bit more cameras than needed, maybe. No, but So we're 1 hour into this race. We've now reached almost back at the starting line. So they finished the left portion of this race. Now we got the right portion. I think the right might be a little bit challenging with that headwind. Looks like a little bit more wind came on. But we're close to halfway done with this race. I mean,
I am pretty excited to see the downwind section.
The return again?
Right?
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I'm excited to see that. So, like Micah said, we're just past the 1 hour mark. We're halfway into this deal. And, man, it is still beautiful to watch us paddling, but I can't wait to see the surf run again. I'm always blown away by what these guys are able to do in these craft with so little water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're in the harbor catching little bumps and moving, absolutely moving.
But that pack, that top pack right there is they're putting on a huge clinic for anybody that's been watching paddling and loves paddling or learning to paddle. You could watch that surf run over and over and over and just see how fast they're moving. I mean, you have to appreciate the skill set that these men have right now.
Half the time, I know it looks good, but I don't even know what I'm looking at. Wow, that's amazing. What am I seeing? I don't know. But it's a good study either way, and I'm glad we got somebody like Micah to help us explain it and understand it.
No, I think over the years, watching all of these paddlers, getting to know them, paddling with them, you definitely learn something every time. And the V1 will teach you everything you need to know. It almost sounds super cliche to say that only a V1 paddler knows. But over time, if you start one day, like we were talking about it earlier, you might rig it and the boat only wants to go left. And every time you're thinking the boat only wants to go left. Over time, you realize all of these things that you talked about just go away. You start paddling, you start learning, and you start really realizing that it wasn't a problem to begin with. It just takes some time on the boat.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? Your ability, your feel for the water, your ability to balance will change. Your application of power will get more efficient. You won't be pulling the canoe over as much. And I'm glad to see, though, that a lot of these paddlers are having to switch back and forth as many times as I do when I paddle. Like sometimes, God, how come I can't get more than 3 or 4 strokes on each side?
Yeah.
What's wrong with me? Am I applying wrong? Am I moving it through the water inappropriately? Whatever. And so I'm just gonna go with everybody has to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we watched what they were doing. They make it look so effortless, but again, I mean, this is why it's the open men, and this is why they're racing for Te Aito to kind of prove themselves and be a part of the tradition and legacy of winning Te Aito and podium this race. But realistically, I think the more this race goes on, the level of confidence grows as you get closer to your goal, the end point. You're gonna want to push harder and harder and harder. But people like Manutea, Breeze, Revi, or any of those that Kyle, they've been in this place before. Man, they definitely don't want to give it up, and they want to be there again. And
and you look at a lot of these guys, they don't have to necessarily give it up. Right. I mean, look at the performance from somebody like Georges Kronstedt. I mean, he's well into his 40s. He's past whatever you call the prime age, and the guy is still flying. I mean, he's amazing to me. And of course, George is a exception. I mean, the guy is a absolute specimen, incredible in the water, puts in the work.
Yep.
You know, just like guys like Manutea. Nobody's going to be way up there by not putting in the work.
Nope.
But, you know, again, that's the beautiful part of the sport, is that there is a longevity in it. You know, I think as you get older, one of my buddies that paddles for Nakoa Kona said, hey, man, still can. You just got to manage it a little better. You know, when you were in your 20s, you could do whatever the heck you wanted, eat any way you want. You don't need to have rest days. You don't have to cross train. You just paddle.
Yeah.
You know, but as you get older, and we know so much more nowadays, right? You get in there, you be smarter about how you train and how you race,
sure,
and what you do in your life. And hey, still can, and they're proving that. They're smashing plenty.
Right? Still
young guys,
can.
You know?
No, I know. Like you said, the Queen's race. Oh man, that was incredible. You know, still coming up way up in the top, and
or even Catalina.
Yeah, Catalina. Yeah.
They're right there. They are literally right there.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we're back with our leader pack. That's Manutea Milion right there in the white hat.
And then Kyle on the outside in the white Phi. And then as you push back again, still got Revithon there. But yeah, looks like we're back live. We got back on good footage.
All right, Kiko Akao was jumping in there. What's up, bro? He's on our Facebook live broadcast, and he was asking who's the current top 5. Sorry, we had a little bit of a technical challenges on what kind of feed we were getting from our friends over in Tahiti. But again, to the best of our guesstimations,
so
we have Manutea Milion in that purple canoe that you see there.
Yep.
In the white next to him
is Kyle Turafao from Air Tahiti.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Breeze from Shelva'a still in there.
Which boat is?
Breeze is in the yellow jersey.
White
Breeze
and red champion. Green boat was
the green boat is I believe it's Iorama Teahu from Shelva'a. And then just back of them, we had Revithon in the red Phi. So right now, Kikoa.
That's roughly your top 5, Kikoa.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
How's it going, brother? Definitely hope you enjoyed your trip, and can't wait to see you back at the regatta. But that's our top 5 currently from what we have. It's unofficial. That's the top 5, but the top 10 have been sticking with each other now for the entire race at this point. But I think we're going to see some separations going in towards Venus Point. But looks like a quick water break there from Manutea. Just
God, he was still moving in his drinking water.
Almost like a small stop into just, okay, got to get back to it. And let me just get right back to the top.
These guys.
As you can see, though, these guys are just so effortless. And even though they're effortless, they're putting in a ton of pressure. So right there on screen, looks like on screen we have Iorama and Breeze, and then I'm trying to get the number for that outside boat, that outside Chimmy. So Raihere, Tevairai from Shelva'a as well. So realistically, we got Shell is in the top 3 boats, or the top 3 Shell riders are all within the top 6. And then it looks like, again, just Manutea, Kyle, Iorama, Breeze, and then behind them we
just
had,
trading the lead.
Yeah. just incredible racing right now. But again, we're watching the 2024 Te Aito race here. This will be a qualifying race for Super Aito, and they have a number that will qualify based on the total entry. Looks like we had just under 200 entries for this race.
Yeah, we've been out on the drone footage. We may have had the drone go down. Hopefully they had more than one. We'll see if we'll be getting some different footage, but this may be it for the rest of the race. We are no strangers to technical difficulties and losing drones. It's never a good day when you lose a drone, and that's why Alex packs like 3 usually. Yeah, we have a small funeral at sea every time we lose one. I remember once when we were in Sydney, we thought we lost one in the ocean, but it was in a tree on land.
Oh,
remember
wow.
That was good fun.
That's classic.
Yeah, it was Keizo Gates from
from
Kamado Composites. Yeah, it was on some trees at the edge of the zoo in Sydney Harbor, and he had to climb the tree to get his drone.
So here's the monkey in the tree.
Yeah, we told him the monkey got out.
Well, yeah, definitely. We've been getting some really good boat shots, though. I mean, some better close-ups of some of these paddlers, which was really cool to see.
Yeah, I love that.
Kind of seeing their technique and kind of like how fast they're moving, even though like they're not even taking a stroke. It's just amazing.
Well, and that's the beauty of the V1.
Right.
It carries.
It nothing holding it back.
Yeah, it just has the glide and it will carry.
Looks like right there we got a camera boat and crew following this race. 136. And then on screen we had 136. Looked like Hendrik Amaru from French Polynesia, from Papara. It's a nice shot there. Again, so it looks like they're making their way past the starting line. So most of these paddlers that are coming past the starting line looks like the midway of the pack. And right there on screen is Noho Arii Maihuti from Arue. Ohiva Nui
is his club. Nice. And we're back with our leaders now. Manatea Milion, as you mentioned earlier, pushing the pace, making everybody stay with him. And they are definitely past the original starting line.
Yeah.
And making their way towards Venus Point. They're going to be coming through a lot of that inshore water that we saw earlier, paddling over those reefs. And what's that?
Looks like Manatea right there with all his stickers. Just saw a Kamanu composite sticker on that back.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Kamanu.
I know Manatea, I believe, was on Noyo, I believe, most recently. Yeah.
Yeah, so they had come for the last Solo Molokai channel. And interestingly enough, they do well, but they don't win.
Yeah.
And is there that much difference in the craft that you feel that it's kind of foreign to them, or the water is too big, or
no?
What is it? It's definitely not. They're great paddlers.
No, yeah,
and they're in top shape.
Yep. I think it's just adjusting to the craft. Like the idea that sometimes I know you catch yourself paddle steering when you don't need to, and that will probably affect you quite a bit. I mean, I still do it whenever I jump on OC1. I find myself half the time trying to,
which is okay a little bit.
Yeah, it can work. It works.
A little bit at certain points. Yeah.
But I think the fact that you can surf well. I mean, I do know definitely, like you said, they're still up in the top always. I mean, I think coming in second is.
But I can't think of a Tahitian paddler that's come here and won
Nope.
an OC1 race?
I haven't heard.
Yeah, I don't know if they really care. They're so into like V1 that they're like, yeah, you do this thing with the rudder, and, the big wave, and it's okay, but it's not really paddling.
Yeah, it's not really. Yeah, it's true. Hey, I mean, it's true, and I think that's the beauty, though. Is like, man, I think they would love to try V1 moto on a good day. It would definitely be. You definitely couldn't have done it, in my opinion, on the condition that we had. There's no way. But maybe a nice, smooth, clean day, maybe 2 to 4, nothing too crazy with less wind, absolutely. But these are the things that might affect the race right here. You can see there's a lot of chop and a lot of swell coming back out, like it's pulling out from the tide. There's also boat wake, and then now there's wind. And this is the wind that we were talking about watching the flags coming back out towards the point. There'll be some wind, and it'll be a challenge.
And it seems like Manute Milion has dropped back a couple boat legs there.
Yeah. I think Kyle was able to kind of, maybe run this chop a little bit better here. And he's still trying to push into it, whether it's small bump or not. You're just trying to get every little edge that you can throughout this race. But Kyle's a super strong paddler.
Yeah, he looks very strong.
Yeah. And then, impressive. So he just picked up the rate, and they're just flying. It looked like they were going extremely slow in the chop, and then once they got away from it, now they're just moving.
God. Defending champ Brees there.
Yeah, and again, these top 8 to 10 paddlers still relatively the same people. Nobody's outside contesting this group yet. But I think this is the pack. This is the pack that's gonna stick to the end, and it's pretty impressive though when you got a reigning champ who's right there, and that's the guy that had the target on his back, and
double reigning champ, right? He won the last 2 years.
Yeah, so correct? It's gonna get it's gonna be it's gonna be incredible to maybe do a three-peat,
I'm really looking forward to that downhill surf run. And speaking of looking forward to it, I'm looking forward to see Keikoa Kao again soon. He was stoked on our live coverage. Mahalo. Share with your friends. Tell them we're here. Tell them log on and watch us. And don't forget that if you want to watch it at home on your big screen TV, all you got to do is find Adventure Zone Sports Network on your Roku, Apple, or Fire TV, and we'll be on the big screen in your living room. And you can get some beautiful up-close footage of this race. And we're stoked to be bringing it to you in our English version of this footage provided to us generously by Hawaii Nui Audiovisual. And a big mahalo again out to Te Aito Events putting on this year's Te Aito. We are about just past the halfway point, more or less, in the open men's race. This is the big race of the day. And we have a top 5 that I'm going to ask Micah to help me recap. Looks like we got defending champion Brees there in a yellow jersey, white hat on backwards. On the left of the screen from him in blue, just ahead, who is that?
So we got Kyle Terafao. So Kyle
Terafao.
He's been kind of exchanging first, second, and third. Right behind both Brees and Kyle is going to be Manuteo Mayon. He's just slightly back.
Boat, red jersey, white hat.
So those are your top 3 right there on screen. Slightly behind that, we had Irorama Teahu as well from Shell. And then I do know we had Revi Thon in the red canoe, just slightly back of him. So they've been trading off for this first, second, third place for a good 35 to 40 minutes since they came back inside the channel.
Real good push, man. These guys are really kind of, nobody's letting up, nobody's running away.
Yep.
And they're kind of pushing the pace on each other. This is real like Tour de France kind of stuff.
And just give a shout out. We've seen Hussein Sayer join on our Facebook Live, as well as Baptiste Gosen. Big shout out to Are Tahiti and everybody over there. Hope to see you all soon, and hope everybody is well. But we're enjoying the race right now live, and just incredible paddling right now.
And we have some of our friends chiming in from Portugal. Marcelo Amaral.
Oh, cool.
That's a good Portuguese name. I get some Amarals right here on the island. Yes. He's from Cahumoana, Portugal, and he's enjoying watching the broadcast. We're stoked to have you with us, along with Lucas. I'm gonna try this. Percorato. Great job, Ocean Paddler TV. Mahalo, Lucas. He's tuning in, I'm assuming, from Brazil. So mahalo, all of you from lands near and far that are enjoying the broadcast. We're enjoying bringing it to you. And remember, if you want to see it again, check out Adventure Zone Sports Network. Tell your friends about today's coverage, or if you want to go back into the coverage, rewind, fast forward, and find an area where you really wanted to look at what these paddlers are doing, like right now. How are they moving so gosh darn fast uphill? This would be a great place for any paddler to study stroke count, paddle techniques, movement of the boat through the water, what these guys are doing. This is something that will be cataloged for you to be able to see on our Adventure Zone Sports Network. So please find a way to log in there, whether it be on your Roku, your Apple TV, or your Fire Stick, and you can catch us at any time. More of me and Micah at your disposal. Oh,
yes,
no.
Let's go.
Helpless.
No, it's just like you said, it's if you rewatch this over and over, it's the playbook to maybe enhancing your paddling and just seeing what it's like to compete with the best. Even if you can't be there, you can really visually see how much effort is put into their paddling, and maybe learn a thing or two.
Yeah,
you know?
But what you're not seeing is the hours and the miles that these guys put in every day of the week, or all week long, so
I've actually been able to do some training on and off with some of the guys that we're seeing on TV currently, and it's pretty impressive when they tell you this is what they do. They're putting on.
So you mentioned earlier training with and talking to Manutea Owen about his training, and so can you share a little bit about what he would go through on a normal training week?
Yeah, so we were sitting down right before Aloha Aito, and he was telling me what his week looked like going into it. But he was, waking up, doing some erg machines. He was doing like 1 hour on it, and then going for a run, and then paddling in the afternoon in just one day. So he was putting in close to I want to say in one day he was putting in about 4 hours of training. And this is just time of, putting his body to a test that will not only just make sure he was endurance enough for something like that, but that was just one day. And, the other day he would say, okay, I'm just going to go do like sprint training for an hour and a half. And so the next day he's doing a sprint training in the afternoon. Then the next day he's doing exactly what he did the day before, back on the erg, back on the bike, running. But it's like this, putting time in the craft. The more time you put in the craft, the better you're going to get. But if you put time in the craft with purpose, you're going to get there faster, and you're going to see a little bit better results. Because you can paddle 10 miles every other day. But if there's no purpose behind the paddling, sometimes you're not really enhancing your learning or getting yourself prepared for what the challenge might be.
And describe what you would give an example of a purpose in your paddling.
Purpose in the paddling would be specifically like a sprint training, maybe working on a start. So putting 5 minutes of hard sprint intervals and then tapering off to maybe 2 minutes off and doing it again for a good 45 minutes, and just making sure that your starts are efficient for that 5 minutes, and putting intention behind those 5 minutes of the sprint. Whether it's the type of pressure that you want to make sure you apply to the boat. But nowadays you have all these GPS things. I never grew up with them, but now, they call them like speed coaches and things. You can put them on your boat, and with that, you can see the distance that you've carried in those 5 minutes and try to see if you can enhance the distance based on that 5 minutes of sprinting. There's a lot of things that these guys are gauging themselves with, but also like the other purpose side would be the distance that you're covering. So if you're going to come into a Te Aito and it's 14 and a half miles, you might be wanting to train for more than 14 and a half. Maybe just an extra 2 more miles just to make sure you're covering that type of endurance that's needed. But conditions as well. Don't just train in the same environment too long because the conditions might not stick. But you got to do what you got to do based on the place that you're training on.
Right. Main thing is getting that water time. Right?
Yep. Put in the time. But, time and just making sure you're putting it in with the intentions. So to compete in Te Aito, they're definitely putting in time and they're definitely putting some purpose behind it.
So it looks like Manutea has dropped back a little bit.
Yeah, just a little. I think he's just fell behind, maybe a good couple of boat lengths behind Kyle and Breeze. But it looks like Revy is on the outside right here in this red canoe. Revy is he's well commented on earlier in our Facebook live and YouTube page, but no stranger to the podium and a very talented paddler. But you could see all of them are aware of each other. You see them slightly glance over, seeing where everybody's going, holding that type of pressure and just maintaining.
So real quick, Fernando Aguiar from is asking us, how long is this race and where are the top 5 at this moment according to the map? So the top 5 are making their way up along the inland waterway there towards the turn at Venus Point. Maybe we can get our map up back on the TV. And there you see it in your top left. So if you were to look towards the right side of that map, and that section that is going up along, inside up towards Venus Point, they're on that run right there. And so it's hard to see on the map, but that cliff face there in the background is kind of just above and prior to Venus Point. So they're in that area right there.
Yeah, so this is your top pack, those top 5. They're pretty close to they're an hour and 27 minutes into this race. We're looking at the times to just come in at just about 2 hours is probably around the finish time. So we've got a lot of racing to go. We've got probably approximately, if this is a 14-mile course, they probably got a good 5 miles left maybe at this point. But definitely closing into the 3/4 of the race mark. Once they hit Venus Point, that's going to be 3/4 of the race. And then it's just still a long finish.
Yeah. But it should be an exciting one. I can't wait to see the surfing as they make their way downhill.
Right. But really good question. And again, this is a little bit different on the course for Te Aito, but what a spectacular race from these top competitors here on screen. Hasn't been too much changes in your top leadership here, other than just I think some movement in the front with Kyle kind of breaking out, as well as looks like Revy kind of right behind that pack.
Kyle and Revy are right there. I don't see Breeze's yellow jersey.
I want to say Breeze might have took inside and maybe walked up a little, unless this is the top leaders.
Unless he's
there
in
you
the
go.
front.
There it
is.
He's made a little bit of a push there, and that's kind of how it is, you know. I had a feeling he kind of snuck inside that inside line.
So there we got our top 6.
Yep. So there hasn't been much change other than Breeze is just holding strong, and Kyle right behind him, and conditions have changed from this morning just a little bit. Looks like there's a little bit more texture on the water. I know that the wind did come up. You could kind of see that when they came past that starting line again. But based on right here, provided nothing happens, anybody have any favorites that they see in this lineup that they're rooting for?
Come on, all of our gang over on Facebook
we want to
and
know
YouTube.
Who do you think's going to take this one?
Let's hear it.
Are we going to have a repeat or a new champ?
Ooh, right now, both look very possible.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bet the house on any of that.
Yeah.
This whole field looks really strong. Yeah, we're taking bets on any of this, all right? So go ahead, log on. Come on, Kiko Akal. What you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to be bookies.
Bookies. No, but I mean, I see this. This is a very competitive race up here, up at the front. Nobody's really giving an edge to anyone. And they look so comfortable. You can tell that they're super seasoned in this race. And we got a little bit more time before we can kind of tell you that downhill run is going to be fun.
Yeah, we apologize for not being able to show more of what's going on here, but it would seem that there's been some technical issues over the Tahiti side. We haven't seen a drone shot in a while, and they're kind of, bouncy bounce, and there's the sky, clouds, and Johan. Sky, clouds, and Johan. So we're trying to interpret best as we can, but pretty much the only feed that we're getting is the leading pack, which is about the top 6 guys. And, it's great to legitimately not have to accept blame for anything. And people are always commenting on our live feeds like, how come you didn't show the middle of the pack? And what about my auntie's cousin's brother was in the race? I never see him. Well, we're doing our best. But for most spectators, they are interested in seeing the lead. And we always try to do our best, whether it's with alternate boats or drones, to cover the whole pack as best we can.
Right.
But today in particular, we are not in charge of what you're seeing on the camera, especially my brother Johan over there. Johan, you need a headset, man. You got to step into 2024 with a headset. We don't do microphones anymore, man. We do headsets, brother. Come on now.
Yeah, Johan's going to be like, send me one, send me one.
Yeah.
No, but right here, guys, we're an hour and a half into this race. We're seeing some exciting battles here at the front of the pack. We've seen some exchanges. Some people were running in first for the first hour, fell behind. A new leader pulled into the front and then back won. So this is what it's all about. Right here we've got...
Shucks, nobody's letting him run away, though.
No,
look at that.
No.
They're right back on him. He tried to do a little bit of separation. But Brees just got reeled in again by Kyle.
I think he did try to push a little bit there to see if he could maybe, sneak away a little.
Response.
Yeah,
he sure got one.
But it's kind of nice to see, that this is what I've been talking about from the beginning of the race. I didn't think we would just see a solo out front. I didn't think it would just be like 2 people. We've got a battle, and any of these 9 guys up in the front can win this race still.
Oh, yes.
There's still a lot of race left, and still some downhill racing to be done and to be had, I should say. But right here in the front, you've got a handful of shell paddlers, as well as Kyle with Air Tahiti, Manutea coming out of New Zealand.
Yeah, Pineula.
And I believe they'll be there at the World Sprints this coming year, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey, Alex, what was the date of the World Sprints happening here in Hawaii at Hilo Bay, which, by the way, we're going to be bringing you live coverage of, again, Micah, maybe we can get you over there to help us out. But
let's do it.
Man, it's going to be like 9 days of this straight. I don't know if I can make it.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'll be there.
You shoot me. Our producer's saying it boils down to one race every 7 minutes.
It's in and out.
Holy mackerel.
A lot of bang bang going.
A lot of paddling. So what's the date of that? It's happening in September? Yeah. August 13th through the 24th. All right, I'll see you guys on the 24th.
Yeah, I'm excited.
For the finals. I only do the finals, bro. Yeah, we are very proud to be the official media partners of the International Federation, the IVF, and of course HCRA, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. Getting together to put on the World Sprints, and it's going to be a great place to race. I remember doing World Sprints as a young paddler a couple decades ago, and it was good fun. Hilo is a great place to race. We had almost a practice for the World Sprints at this last year's States race, and it was really good fun. We identified some ways that we can improve, positioning different cameras in different parts of the beach.
Right.
One down there by the turn lane, maybe something a little higher, a camera from land up on some scaffolding to get some great angles. And so we're working on getting you a top-notch
live
feed for the IVF World Sprints in Hilo Bay. Yep, and 10 days before that, we're live at States, Kehi Lagoon.
See you there.
Oh, macro. And then we're going live for Catalina. Yeah, Queen Liliuokalani race. That is Labor Day.
Catalina, the week after.
Labor Day, beginning of September.
Oh, man.
And then the weekend after that, we're in California for the Catalina Crossing.
Nothing but races, baby.
Oh, brah.
No, this is the thing about bringing live footage to everyone is, you get to see everybody that you get to see who's going to win this pack, who's going to win the next race, and it's always fun to see your friends and family on live feed.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, we got Kavika Curvello tagging in over here on our Facebook feed. What's up, brother? It's amazing to see how they can even draft or move upwind. It's incredible, these guys. You're right. It's going to be interesting to see the downwind finish to the finish line. Kavika, yes, I agree with you. It's going to be great. We also have Jackson Tamariki Campbell saying Manu will pump the surf. As Manu has been known to do.
He can do it.
All of these guys are top notch though. There's no way to be able to tell who really is, but is it look to you like they're going into that turn at Venus Point right now?
Yeah, it looks like we just made it
for them to be that close to the trees.
Yeah,
there's the buoy.
There's the Sprite buoy right there. They're going to be making this turn and going back out of the channel, and it's pretty much a straight shot back towards the pass where the starting line is. So I think we're there. We can safely say we're 3/4 done. We don't have very much in this race based on the fact that these guys will be flying coming back down here. I have a feeling we're going to see some exchanges.
I'm so excited.
And I'm telling you right now, it's going to be an all-out sprint.
I'm really excited about
It's going to be an all-out sprint.
This is going to be good. This is the part of I've been enjoying this whole feed, but this is the part that I have been waiting for.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm excited to see if there's going to be just that one couple of swells that will help pull somebody away, and we'll see if they can run from the pack.
Unfortunately, it looks like we may have cameras that have gone down, but if you can see, based upon our map, if you look to your far right, there are 2 buoys up there by Venus Point. They have made the turn on the first and are getting ready to go on the second, which will then begin this long downwind stretch that will arguably be the fastest portion of the race as far as minutes per mile. It'll be the fastest portion of the race. They'll be surfing all the way down in, and then they'll have that little sprint finish into the beach there with another foot race up the beach. And we saw some interesting finishes in the U19. But, man, these guys are putting on a clinic, and it's really going to start here. But I think we're going to be pretty much getting most of our footage of this top group from a boat. And so we're going to be keeping a close eye on these top guys and doing our best to bring you the back and forth. But it's going to be great to see. Yeah, everything that you're seeing is what we are receiving from Tahiti. We really have no control over what's going on except for that little box in the top left where you can see Husky and Butch over here.
Yeah. Which one?
Lenny and Squeaky. I think Lenny and Squeaky is maybe more fun.
Okay.
Mutt and Jeff.
Yeah, but Oh, there we go. Okay, so looks like we got put back on, and it looks like if that was the turn and they're coming back on and that's the pack, it looks like Revi Thon is in the inside. Brees is on the outside with Manuteo, and I believe maybe Kyle is inside as well. So you got the red canoe out in front of your screen. That's probably going to be Revi Thon. Then behind him looks like Kyle Tarafao. Outside in the yellow jersey and the Timmy Va'a, that's going to be Brees. And then right behind him is Manuteo Meo. So I'm curious to see, these are two different lines, both in the leader pack. You got one set of people on the inside, or one set of paddlers on the inside, and one set on the outside.
Yeah, I think taking the buoy a little wider looks like it may pay off in the long run. The wind may have switched a little bit. Hard to tell from this vantage point.
I mean,
but it does seem like the swell is still running in that general direction with them.
Yeah, I think it is. And based on the earlier race when we were watching Spencer Allen and I believe Chance was on the outside. And he kind of chased down Spencer and did get a little separation as they got closer to the pass. But right here, we do see, a little bit of a distance in between the outside run and the inside run. So this is going to be exciting. I mean, we're gonna see some possible exchanges here very shortly as the swell gets closer to the island that they're going to be approaching. So,
okay, here we go.
I mean, there's another group. I mean, there's four more guys right behind, too. They're they're inching their way to the front.
Is it blue flash time? Jackson Campbell is asking, is it time for the blue flash? That's what he calls Manuteo.
Yeah, we'll find out. But a good shot here of three paddlers just trailing the inside pack. And right there we have a Shell trail boat there. Looks like they got the coaches from Shell on there. Pretty sure it looks like maybe David is on there with some of the coaches possibly. Maybe giving a check-in on their crew. But currently, if we were trying to determine who is first, it'd be kind of a challenge, but we might go out on a limb and say it looks like that red Va'a out in front might be your leader, which was Revi Thon, boat 107, representing EDT Va'a. So we're 1 hour and 42 minutes into this race. We're on our way back into the final stretch, going into the pass. And I think once we get there, we're going to see who's going to be in that lead. Earlier, we saw that the outside line might have played a little advantage to Chance in the boys U16. And the inside got a little bit stale as you got closer to the buoy, but we got a long ways to go. We got a good mile and a half before we get into that.
It's a bit, and man, I'd really love to see these guys moving, man. Let's get some of that footage of these paddlers moving down that coastline. It'd be great.
Yeah, so it looks like the feed that's coming in from Tahiti, looks like they're just adjusting some of their setups possibly. I know that they're only running a boat camera, but if you're looking at the feed right now, it's just showing the finish line for these racers. The flags have gone flat and they're not moving, so maybe the wind is kind of flickering on and off. So,
and Johan, he's looking for it too. He's even chuckling like, "Hey, sorry, we're doing our best. This is what we got."
Yeah, got a good shot of Johan, baby.
Oh, here we go. We're back. We're back.
So it looks like there's definitely some movement and a lot of texture on the water. But right there on screen looks like Revi Thon. Again, EDT paddler. Very, very talented and skilled. And again, he's put on quite a bit of performances over this handful of years, you'll see his name quite a bit. But
beautiful to look at the recovery on this. The way he's. I think one of the things that's great to see in these guys is the finish. When they finish their stroke, how they're really releasing the water, letting it glide off without any negative feedback onto the paddle.
Yeah, and it's exactly it. The type of release that they carry, and kind of like the fact that he's able to make small corrections and allow his boat to just really push forward and maintain that speed. But looks like camera is on Reviton right there, and
he's getting a good run here.
He's running. He's moving. I don't see anybody within a boat length of him. So you could tell that the water is kind of like building in and out. He did create a little bit of separation between himself, Brees, and Kyle right there trailing behind him.
Yeah, Brees and Kyle are kind of going at it there, and there's more space than I thought Revi was going to have, but he's kind of pushing away. I'm curious to see where Manutea Milion is right now. In this, and ask and you shall receive. Yeah. He looks like he's pretty much right with it.
Yeah, it looks like
I'm directing the camera.
Yeah, I think you're directing now. Wow.
So it seems like he's right about there as well. The water is still moving with them. But they are all kind of separated out there. Oh, yeah, for sure. Look at that right there. Manutea's just coming up there with Brees, guys. And it's hard to get the angle just right from what we're looking.
From the boat angle,
two feature commentators. I don't know what they're going to be commenting about. But, yeah, it looks good. So right there is Manutea and Brees and Kyle in that group of three. And they're maybe about 4 or 5 boat lengths back from Revi.
Yeah, but here's the surf that I believe our friend online was talking about, and definitely I know all these guys love to surf, but definitely a good strong suit for Manutea here.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully he's in the hopeful idea that he'll be able to make
Look at that
room.
right there. Look at that.
And I was trying to get a number on.
Oh, that's not Manutea.
No, I was trying to get a number here on this purple and white Timmy, but I couldn't get one. But I believe that was Iorama, if I'm not mistaken, from earlier.
That's Manutea there. And Brees, the defending champion, the red and white boat, just behind him. And Kyle Turafao. And they're kind of all neck and neck in second place, more or less, trying to hunt down Reviton over in first place, just a few boat lengths in front of it. Oh, nice run there by Manutea.
Oh, and he's carrying it the whole way.
Nice. Still those same about 8 canoes in this pack. It is spread out a little bit more, but nobody seems to be panicking, though. They're just surfing.
I think
you got to do what you can do. You're either with the water or you're not.
Yep.
And it does seem like Manutea continues to hold this little farther outside line. If you look inside
there's that surf.
There's Revi, but he's a little bit on the inside.
Wow.
And that may pay off later on for Manutea with just a slight angle in his approach to that turn might give him, a couple of nice rides into that turn and help him pull up on Revi.
I mean, you could see these guys just letting that swell build behind them, get on when they can, hold it, less paddling energy because there's only so much you can do on a bump. Main thing is keeping your boat on and maintaining. But as you can see right there, Manutea just caught up with Kyle. The swell backed off a little bit, just maintain, keep the line. And then Kyle ends up on a nice little bump, and it just keeps being a back and forth exchange right here.
And this is that portion of the race where we were talking about earlier, excuse me, about inches. How consistently can you get those inches?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think going back to just what we were just talking about. Even like Breeze will get on a good one and just get right in line with Manutea, and then that seems like that outside does have a little bit more energy, so he ends up on a longer run. And we're only going to be able to tell, though, once we get to that closer buoy right into the pass, that red buoy. But still, anybody's win right now. It's still got a good amount of distance to cover before we finish this race. We are nearing the 1 hour and 49-minute mark.
Ooh, that's a lot of paddling, bro.
Oh, bro. To just nonstop, and how much energy they got to use for this. It is nice, though, that going into this finish, there's a little bit of that downwind run, gives you a little bit of a chance to kind of rest the muscles sometimes, but you can still see right there, Revy is going for it. Good surfing, just all technique.
Brother is feeling it. He's not letting up at all.
Nope.
He's doing a great run right here.
Yeah, he's definitely putting it.
Get that armada. Drone is back up, huh?
Looks like it. Looks like we'll get some finish footage here. As you guys can see right there, we just got a nice shot of all the escorts and trailing boats and spectating boats and coaches' boats out on the outside. Who is that?
89, that's Kyle.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's Kyle. Yeah.
He took off the shades.
Yeah.
He flipped the shades.
I was going to
That's
say.
hard to tell. He's got that Rasta boat.
Yeah. Great shot right here of Kyle. Kyle edging. Looks like this shot of the camera might be a little bit deceiving, but he almost looks even. But
yeah, there you go. You can see it there.
Yep.
He's
about
a little bit farther out,
yep.
but not far back.
Farther out, maybe a boat length behind, not too much. One little.
Is right up on Manutea again.
Oh man, this is a battle. This is going to be a solid finish for these top four paddlers right here. And then right behind them. So that's 9-2. So that's Iorama Potuarau Te Aho. And he's also a shell paddler. So that's going to be your following up right in the back. He's in 5th place currently. And then 132.
132. That is.
Oh, that's Charles Tenauri.
Tenauri.
Also from Shell. Charles has been with them for some time now. Man, these are some top paddlers right here, just showing us how it's done on this surf run coming back home. It was interesting to see, though, the lines that they're drawing. And
all right, looks like we got Tehutu Tea Dubois logging in on our Ocean Paddler feed. What's up, brother? He himself was quite a paddler. Dubois family has a lot of very talented watermen in their family, and he's talking about
Tenauri.
Yeah, he's talking about Charles Tenauri, and he's saying that Tevearai is from Shell. So he's helping us kind of get an idea of the paddlers that we're looking about. Thanks, Tehotu.
Tehotu, I was going to call you, Tehotu, and find out. But I figured you were probably on the ski. I know Tehotu. I got to know Tehotu over the last couple of years. Did some stuff with him, and wanted to give a big shout out to your family, and thank you guys for taking care of me when I got there. Thank you for taking care of my cousin Ali'i, Udarian, as he got to race today in the U19. But Tehotu, you're awesome. I can't wait to race with you, and we'll be doing this too. We'll be talking sometime soon.
Look at they got some nice lineup. Now you can see it definitely from the drone.
Yeah, here we go. This is gonna get tight again.
Yeah.
So right here you got Kyle outside of Revy. This is gonna be close. This is where we're gonna see the last push right before we get into that pass.
Yep.
And there you go. You can see right there. Kyle just ran with it, even though he's going out.
He's going faster.
He's going with the ocean.
Brees, defending champion.
Yep. 079. And then right there. Oh, right there. That's Keone Sopis. Keone was one of the youngest paddlers for Shelva'a. Keone is an awesome paddler. Got to see him race in California, and yeah, right there.
And in case you didn't know, he's got his name on his boat.
Yeah, I just saw.
There you go. And it's smart, man. We had to look it up. We just had open our eyes. We would have seen it.
Yeah, Keone. And then, right behind him was, in that 108, was Heitapu. Heitapu was in there right there. Heitapu. Oh, man. Look at that.
Six-man.
Yeah, look at that six-man. They're just enjoying the race. They were like, we're going for a downwind, too. Heitapu paddles with Air Tahiti. It was interesting. Kyle was outside. Now he's back inside. Revy was, inside.
Revy's having a great race. He is not letting go of anything. Kyle's trying to find an opening behind him, trying to see what angle on the wave he can use to kind of catch up on Revy. But Revy is just holding him off.
Yeah, and it's bump after bump. He's definitely connecting them right now too. Oh, and then was that 55?
Who is that there?
So 55, Hitiroa from Team OPT, Masingyu. So we're coming into that final stretch right before we hit the pass, and right after that, we didn't have much time before they finish. That was pretty wild. I think we just saw. Looks like Revy was just kind of sitting there, just chilling, taking a quick water break.
Revy Tonsing from EDT Va'a. He's our current leader right now. He continues to hold a pretty good lead. He's having a great race today. Looks like he's achieving like what we talked about earlier, flow, man.
He's feeling it.
He's in the zone, and he's not letting up. Nobody seems to be closing the gap on him, and there's some pretty good paddlers in that pack that he's part of.
Yeah, he's definitely in that flow state. He's been racing a really good race. Even in that front stretch of the lagoon on the way to the point, he wasn't leading, but he was right there. He was in fourth place. Then coming out of that turn at Point Venus, he ended up kind of walking away just a little bit shortly after. He just kind of said, okay, this is my turn. I'm going to get out there. And then
Kyle
Tarafao,
is
oh, nice surfing.
Right there behind
nice bump. Yeah. There he is.
Wow, nice. Look at that.
Oh, man. So good. Some right there. We just saw some awesome, excellent surfing right there from Kyle, and just good pace, good rate. Just trying to stay on the tail right here of Revy. I feel like he went maybe a little bit wider, and maybe just going for a different line going into this final pass. And then it looks like that's Heitapu, I believe, from Air Tahiti. Wow.
182. Albert Manuel.
We have any comments over there? No.
Nice footage right there.
Man. So right here, we're just seeing this downwind run. This is the final stretch before we all come into the pass right here. So we're just seeing some battles between what looks like maybe about 9th and 10th place. But it looks like Revy kind of put the gas on, and he's kind of pulled away from Kyle now. So he's kind of putting up a pretty good lead. I'm kind of curious to see where Manutea and Brees is at right now, just to see where they are in retrospect to the leader.
You never know, though.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's still a lot of time.
There's enough. These guys aren't that far apart.
Nah, they're less than one
right
bump
there.
away.
Nice surfing.
Just enjoying this this downhill run for them.
And it's interesting too. You know, when these guys get on a nice runner, it definitely.
Oh, I'm not too sure what Kyle is.
Trying to tell him go away.
Like, what are you doing here? Beat it. Pretty sure.
You like when you're on a OC1, you can kind of stop and let your feet do the steering.
Mm-hmm.
With a rudderless, a lot of time you have to stay on it just so that you're kind of continue to help that boat go where you want it to go.
Right. So you see Kyle right there, just kind of posting up, just poking on the back left, and taking a water break at the same time, and just trying to keep on. And you can see him kind of posting up every so often on the outside of the canoe just to keep that line, just like that. And I think he's trying to figure out how much he needs to close that gap if he's intending to win.
At this pace, that's a lot of gap.
Oh, yeah.
But what's interesting is look behind Kyle.
Yep.
There's another big gap.
Yeah, it is a big gap. But I do see a little bit outside, and I think you're going to have to start squeezing if you're on the outside as you get closer to that turn buoy. But looks like Reviton he's not letting up at all.
Nope.
He is pushing this rate. And you can almost see as if he's like outrunning the small bump just to get the buildup, like right now, just like that. And and notice how it looks like he's going out to open ocean. He's not. He's just running the swell. And back on. Whew.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're coming up on the corner here, getting ready to turn down into the channel towards the finish line. But yeah, again, a beautiful perspective on what's happening here. You can see that little bit of gap between first and second place there.
Yeah, so we're about 90% done with this race. It's 2 hours and 2 minutes in. That would be the time frame to see them start coming towards the pass.
Not sure who this is.
This looks like Manutea, maybe,
No.
DuPont.
He had a little bit different graphic on his canoe.
Yeah.
But those are some. It's a sizable gap that Revy's pulling out right now.
Yeah, he's definitely running away from that right now.
Well, we've passed the 2 hour mark, and we still got a bunch of paddling left to go. I'm giving it another 20 minutes. What do you think?
I am too, right there. So yeah, so right on screen is Manutea DuPont. Manutea is racing out of Te Uihoi, right out of Tahiti. He's also second place winner for Aloha Aito 2024. Strong paddler. And 9-1.
9-1 is Eddie Merata.
Yeah, it looks like Eddie Merata Tautu.
From Shelva'a.
Shelva'a, another shell paddler. Right here, it looks like
Bunch of shell va'a
Yeah,
paddlers.
looks like I saw a shell on almost all three of those canoes. So it looks like a lot of shell paddlers in this this category, and all of them are trying to see how they fare. And there we go. We got our leader right there, and he looks strong.
He looks strong. He's not backing up.
And he's just catching one bump after another.
Look at that.
And he's just running. Oh, he just created some extra separation.
Yep. Reviton Singh.
So right here, this is that red harbor turn buoy into the pass. So this is it.
Look at this bumps that he's coming in on him right here. Look at that.
Let's move. And Kyle right behind. Kyle's on a nice one too, just surfing in. Whew. Clinics. Both of these guys just clinic.
They're making it look pretty easy, that's for sure.
Yep. And he's not too far behind. He's looking to close this gap. He's still got some time to make it up, and he's on a good one right now.
Oh yeah, look at that roller he's on.
He's on one, and he closed that. Actually, he's there.
Yeah, look at that.
He's there. He closed it up just off of that.
Wow.
This is gonna be a battle for the end. He's not gonna let this just go. But I think Revi too. He's a strong paddler, and he's gonna put in every effort to maintain. But first place, not in the bag. There's still a good amount of race to be had.
There's a lot of ocean out there still yet, that's for sure.
Yeah, if we got to give a time frame, we're looking at about 10 minutes, and we should see a winner.
There's Brees.
It looks like it.
There's a drone wing.
Yeah.
There's a finish. Oh, how's the wind
It is whipping.
Now look at the flags whipping.
Yeah,
yep, it's coming in right now.
And everybody's getting ready for this finish. They know.
Johan's getting ready to blow away.
But we're 2 hours, 5 minutes in. We are coming to the final turn for this Te Aito 2024. We're about to see who we're going to...
Open men's division, this is it right here, This is the race right here. All of the last 2 hours plus has boiled down to this little pack of paddlers that's coming in. Looks like we've got Reviton Singh from EDT Va'a in first place, but close on his heels is Kyle Tarafao from Team Air Tahiti Nui, and they are both making a run for that first place. If nothing happens, they'll both be on the podium. But we'll see if Revi is able to hold off Kyle in this last stretch of the race.
Yeah, this was a good battle from start to finish. I mean, we got to see some really intense action right when they came out of the pass and went left. They got some quick downhill surfing for that early portion. And what was pretty impressive is when they came back inside of the channel, that pack was still close together, even though they separated for a good 30, 40 yards apart. But right here, looks like this is our leader, Revi Thon Singh. Looks like he's coming into that final turn buoy. And once he gets past that, it's a sprint to the finish line, get out of his canoe, and run up to the finish. Right on his tail.
Double legs.
Yeah, right on his tail. Not too far behind is Kyle. Kyle is trying to chase him down right here. But Revi is not giving up any room. And he looks like I don't see anybody. All right, there's Kyle. So he's got a pretty good jump on Kyle. That's enough to hold out and win this race. Provided nothing happens, no flips, no hoolies.
Kyle's got to do something spectacular.
Yeah, that's hard to chase down because this is it. This is your one marker, one turn buoy, or this is it, I believe. I don't think they have a turn buoy. It's
it's just right up along
right at the marker. Run the coastline, and that's it. But either way, both of these men have put on quite a race for us to watch and be a part of. But you can see the trail right there. First, second, third.
2 hours, 8 minutes.
So right around that 2 hour mark. Here we go. And it looks like Revi's got this one. He's just got to hold this off for, another small stretch of the coastline, and he'll be the Te Aito champ.
Nice work here. Nice work from Revi Tonsing.
I'm wondering if they had to go around that buoy, but I guess not.
Pretty sure they would let him know.
Yeah. Yeah.
That might have been an earlier buoy,
Yeah, for the kids.
The inside.
Yeah, maybe. But here's the finish right here. Revi Tonsing, final sprint to the finish. Following close behind is Kyle Turafao. And kind of curious to see who's in third right now. We seen a small little battle between, it looked like Brees, Manutea, and I believe Iorama might have been in that group.
Look at him. He looks still strong. He's moving. Look at that. Nice work.
Yep.
Revi Tonsing. I think he's feeling it right now. I mean,
yeah.
There's
the grind.
There's a certain point in the race where, you're racing. You're back and forth. You're not quite sure.
Right.
You're kind of exchanging, and then in his position, I've never been there, but you would imagine that it's like, okay, I got this.
Yeah.
Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Don't blow it.
I feel like third place.
Up,
I feel like third place is closing up on second place more than second is on first.
For sure. For sure. I would agree with you on that.
But here we are. This is it. We got less than
a couple hundred yards.
Yeah,
here.
we got a football field or so ahead of us, and then we'll have our 2024 Te Aito champion. Oh man, this is a big feat for Revi. To come here, and he's no stranger to racing here and being on the podium, but put on a really good race and good showing here. So yeah, he put on a nice little gap for first and second.
Yes, he did.
And we'll just see if Kyle can hold on to second. It looked like whoever was in third was closing that gap. So there's still a little bit of race to be had for that second place finish.
Oh, there's Manutea Million.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is our
to the finish line.
Final sprint to the finish. We have Revi Tonsing looking to win this Te Aito 2024 right here. And then when you see this view, Kyle is not too far behind. He's right there. And what a race. What a good race. So we're looking at probably 2 hours and 14 minutes for the finish time. It looked like some pretty challenging conditions
yes.
to contend with here for today's race, but what an awesome job.
Be curious to see what the paddlers have to say about it, what
I
they felt was out there, whether it was more in their favor or not. But canoe number 107, let's see him jump out of that canoe and make his way up the beach.
Wow.
That was a little too close. Huh?
Yeah. I think he knows he's going to win this thing, but
yeah.
Got to get out, walk up on the ledge. Let's go. So, Revi Tonsing, this is your 2024 Te Aito champion right there. Followed close behind is Kyle Tarafao from Air Tahiti, and it looks like Brees is right behind him. So I believe Brees is at least gonna podium. Yeah, it looks like Brees right there. Strong race for all three of them. What a epic job. What a great race for all of them. And then Manutea coming right in. Didn't get the top three, but super strong finish and super strong race for him as well. But your first, second, and third place just crossed. This is Manutea Millon. Fourth place. What a good race. But right there we saw, again, we had Revi Tonsing from EDT Va'a taking home gold, followed by Kyle Tarafao, second place, Team Air Tahiti. And then in third place, we had, looks like Brees Punua Ta'ahitua from Shelva. But let's check out this interview from our winner, Revi Tongsing.
Qu'est-ce qui a fait la différence? C'est toi aujourd'hui qui passe.
Cette année, c'était pas gagné d'avance. Fallait tenir les hommes de tête. Vous savez déjà un peu qui étaient les plus dangereux, hein, vu par rapport à samedi dernier. J'étais déjà content de finir 4e là, samedi dernier. Et aujourd'hui, après 1 heure de course, dans ma tête, c'était que pousser, récupérer. Voilà.
Et je vais citer Tamatoa, qui est sur notre bateau, qui a dit c'est de l'art. Quand il t'a vu surfer, tu peux nous raconter un peu ce moment-là?
Ça se travaille à l'entraînement. Je pense que c'est facile, mais dedans, c'est dans le rouge, quoi. Mais je tiens quand même à dédier cette victoire à tous mes collègues du boulot, mes partenaires d'entraînement, des Teinaroria, avec qui on s'est bien préparé. Et voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Révi. Encore félicitations. Et bientôt, on change de couleur le maillot, là. Merci beaucoup, Révi. On a directement avec nous le deuxième qui est là. Ou sinon, on va prendre Brice.
All right, that was your winner, Revi Tongsing. This is this is Brees.
Yeah, it looks like
Punua Ta'ahitua.
J'ai fait une bonne course par rapport à la semaine dernière. Le week-end dernier, je n'étais pas vraiment dans le bain. Et aujourd'hui, j'ai essayé de tout donner, être combatif du début jusqu'à la fin. Et félicitations aux copains de moi. On a bien ramé aujourd'hui.
On t'a vu faire une dernière poussée d'accélération à la fin. Peut-être pour aller chercher Kyle. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Voilà, j'ai essayé d'aller chercher Kyle, mais bon, il a été plus fort. Félicitations à tout le monde.
Tu veux dire quelque chose à quelqu'un qui nous regarde peut-être?
Merci à tous ceux qui me soutiennent, la famille, Maruru à notre patron et surtout Maruru à notre coach pour les entraînements et merci pour la confiance.
Merci beaucoup, Brice. Félicitations encore. Manutea, tu veux bien nous accorder une petite interview? Si tu me dis si tu veux reprendre un peu ton souffle.
All right. On est
avec Lyon aujourd'hui. On t'a vu devant au début de la course. J'ai cru comprendre qu'il y a eu une petite casse à un moment donné vers la pointe. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Tu peux nous raconter un peu ta course?
Non, déjà je suis satisfait de ma place comparé à samedi dernier où j'étais malade et je n'ai pas pu finir la course. J'étais à la limite du malaise et du coup je doutais beaucoup de moi et je suis bien sorti. Et après j'ai fait ma course, j'ai essayé de me concentrer que sur moi et ma glisse et j'étais bien. Après j'ai eu un coup de barre dans le surf à un moment donné et peut-être une petite erreur de cap aussi. Le moment où je suis allé vers la droite, Révi et Kai ont bien creusé à un moment donné et ça a été fatal pour moi, quoi. Et voilà, j'ai essayé de sauver les pots cassés et 4 heures pour moi aujourd'hui. Et voilà, c'est la course. Félicitations aux 3 devant moi et ils ont été les plus forts aujourd'hui.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut souhaiter après le Te Aito? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Tu peux nous dire?
D'abord, je tiens à remercier les copains qui ont fait le mouvement Tahoe Seiwa. On peut voir que ça a beaucoup évolué, que ce soit en termes d'organisation et de primes pour nous les rameurs, parce que faut dire que c'est un sport qui coûte cher. Et voilà, merci à tous les boys qui ont contribué à créer la Seiwa. J'espère que l'année prochaine les copains vont participer au Te Aito, parce que pour moi la Seiwa et le Te Aito sont les 2 plus grandes courses maintenant du calendrier et du monde. Et voilà, ça serait bien d'avoir tout le monde sur les deux courses comme ça. Voilà, quoi.
Écoute, félicitations comme Théa. On te fait un grand merci. Puis rendez-vous là. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir... il est toujours en ITV. Johan, si tu veux reprendre, dès qu'on l'a, on revient vers vous.
Je vais reprendre en anglais. So just wanted to once again
just getting you some of those interviews right there. And again, the drones are back up, the boats are going, and we're getting our top finishers. We probably had at least the first 15 to 20 finish already in the course of these last couple of interviews. So our finishing time for our winner was right about that 2:14 mark. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, so it looks like our finisher just came in just before about 2:14, and everybody else rounded out within that minute of each other. So really strong showing from those top 5 finishers, and looks like we're just getting a lot more coming in for that final stretch right here. But
yeah, I don't know if we're going to see any white paddlers or non-Tahitian paddlers in that top grouping, but we definitely are going to see. What do you think? How many they're going to be taking out of this field for the Super Aito?
I would say they're usually going to take probably the top 100 for Super Aito, and I believe they're going to invite an amount probably about 50 paddlers outside. We're supposed to get a number this coming year based on the total entries. So they go off of the total entries, and then that's what creates their entry number for Super. which is intended to happen in July. So they'll have Super Aito in probably about 4 weeks' time. They're going to have a Super Aito. So it gives some of these paddlers time to train for that. But at this time, most of the Tahiti teams are going to start gearing up for 6-man.
What is the distance for the Super Aito? Is it even farther than this?
It's a lot further.
A lot farther. How much further are you going to get than 2.5 hours?
Yeah, it's like I believe some of them. I've seen races go for almost 4 hours.
Wow.
But this upcoming race, Super is from the outside island, and comes towards Venus Point. But where they're gonna post it a little bit later, but it's far.
What the course is, they'll post the course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Taraufao right there.
Yeah,
grâce à vous aussi qu'on est arrivé encore à relever un peu le niveau du Aito. Hein, voilà. Merci encore à eux et puis surtout à toutes les personnes qui nous soutiennent, hein, la famille et puis les sponsors. C'est grâce à eux qu'on arrive à performer encore. Hein.
Kyle, sur les derniers mètres, on t'a vu te retourner et regarder derrière toi. T'as vu Brice qui était juste pas loin. Qu'est-ce que tu t'es dit à ce moment-là?
En fait, j'étais en train juste de checker pour vite enlever mon tuyau, comme ça se finissait au spring. Donc j'ai essayé de voir si j'avais assez d'avantages, hein, pour pouvoir calmer un peu, voilà. Et j'ai essayé de juste regarder pour voir la distance et voilà. Très content et félicitations à tout le monde. Hein.
Ceux qui nous regardent sur Facebook, ils disaient Serge Kyle, let's go Serge Kyle. Est-ce que tu as un dernier mot pour eux qui nous regardent?
Merci encore. J'ai sorti tout le Nuna derrière moi. Hein. J'avais une petite pression, mais moi-même, en fait, je me suis mis la pression moi-même pour bien faire et puis juste pour voir où la barre elle était, si c'était pas du Saka on dira la semaine dernière. Et moi, je pense que non, aujourd'hui, ça s'est joué au finish, donc merci encore, merci au Seigneur et puis à toutes les personnes qui sont là et qui font en sorte qu'on arrive à se lever tous les matins pour les s'entraîner. Hein.
Félicitations, Kyle, des beaux mots. Passe un bon après-midi. Hein. Johan, on revient vers toi et on essaie de prendre quelques rameurs internationaux dès qu'ils arrivent.
So we're getting some of our top interviews there. We're also getting a lot of people chiming in on our Facebook feed. We got Kavika Crivello saying mahalo for the feed, that a bunch of them were watching from the festivals of the Pacific at the Convention Center. Mahalo, and we have that going on in the islands here today, Festival of the Pacific this week in Hawaii. A great weekend of paddling and racing and cultural exchange happening today. We have some canoe sailing races coming in from your neck of the woods to my neck of the woods, Waimanalo to the Kualoa area. That's going to be finishing up right about now, probably.
Yeah, it's going to be happening right now.
And then tomorrow they're going to turn around and race Hawaiian Sailing Canoe Association racing from Kualoa in the morning out to Haleiwa Beach Park.
Yep.
So that should be pretty cool. Good fun sailing. Hopefully they're getting some wind out there today, and it is a beautiful day outside here in Hawaii.
Yeah, super excited to have watched this race, and it was brought to you live right here in the Ocean Paddler studio. Want to go ahead and at this time just want to give a shout out and our condolences and prayers to Uncle Eddie Kinteri, kind of a fixture in the paddling community, but to the Kinteri family, our prayers as Uncle Eddie has passed, and we just wanted to give our condolences to his family. And he was the first face you see when you come to a regatta into the parking lot. He's the guy that was going to make sure, you know, you got your parking stall, you're in the right place and doing the right thing.
Boy, you can't put your chair over there.
But gonna miss that man, and yeah, definitely had a lot of good times, good memories. He would always show up to my dad's house, always random times, just pull into the driveway and just talk about all kinds of things. But gonna miss that guy, and but prayers to your family, Uncle Eddie, and just lived a good, healthy, long life. So,
good for him.
Yeah.
Our condolences to his family. We definitely want to, again, as we're starting to wrap up this broadcast, send a big mahalo out to everybody from Te Aito events that allowed us to stream their feed down here to Hawaii and give you this live broadcast. Especially shout outs to Charlie, Mara, and Dana for making that a possibility for us to get this the Tahiti Te Aito 2024 out to you in English. And, of course, all of that coverage provided by Hawaii Nui Audiovisual, and especially Teremana, Ken, Oscar, and Arnold for making that all happen. Mahalo. Hopefully you folks didn't lose a drone in the water today, and you recovered pretty quickly, had some other machinery up and going in a short period of time. So mahalo for sharing your feed with us and allowing us to bring that broadcast back here to the islands. And again, thank you to everybody that has logged on the Facebook page and the YouTube, checking in from places like Brazil, Canada, Tahiti, right here in Hawaii, all over. So it was great to have you. Aloha to Mike Field, who's watching in over there. Hopefully you're racing this weekend, Mike. How about you, Michael? Who you mahaloing out to?
No, just a big mahalo to just all my friends and family out there, the Rudderless Hawaii Va'a team, because V1 is something that we feel is going to change the game here in Hawaii. And we think that if you haven't got on a V1, definitely source one out, check out some of the clubs that have V1s, try one for yourself, get on a V1 and experience this feeling that these champions get to feel on a daily basis. It's going to improve your paddling and your skills. But again, just a big mahalo to my family, my mom and dad, for allowing me to V1 and be here and do all of this, So
it's in your blood, brother. I don't think they could keep you from